Settle in, everybody, because we're about to embark on what I believe will be the longest episode of Casual Criminalist ever. It's all about the Great Train Robbery, which I believe at the time was the biggest train robbery that ever took place. David has written for it. It's 125 pages. Generally with Casual Criminalist, I'm like, yeah, guys, go wild. It's fine. Like, it doesn't matter how long it is. 125 pages. I feel like I'm going to be an expert in the Great Train Robbery after this, and so will you, dear listener. But what I'm saying is this will definitely be recorded over several sessions. My t-shirt will probably change a few times because I'm not going to be able to do this all in one day. I'm going to do it in little chunks, obviously, because it's absolutely massive, and my vocal cords are not made of steel, despite what the rumors say. Anyway, thank you, David, for putting it together. If you're brand new to the show, this is a absolutely hell of a one to start on. I read the script, in this case, the book that David has written for me, and never read it before. That's the format of the show. Let's go. It's Wednesday, August the 7th, 1963. A dark green train pulls up to the station in the cathedral city of Carlisle in northwest England. The time is 8:54 p.m. A railway guard, 61-year-old Thomas James Miller, climbs aboard the back of the train. A world-weary cockney from London, Miller has worked on the rails for 41 years, joining up as a young man in 1922. Yeah, remember back in the day, people would have careers for life. You're like, what are you going to do? You're going to work on the railways. Going to be, what was this guy? He's a conductor or something? Was he a conductor? No, he's a railway guard. It's like, yeah, no, I'm a railway guard. What did you do before that? Railway guard. What did you do before that? School. What are you doing after this? Death. Maybe retirement if he's lucky. Just before we continue today's episode, let me give a huge shout out to one of my favorite sponsors, and that is absolutely Vessi's. Vessi make waterproof shoes, and these are not water resistant shoes. They're not like, oh yeah, you get them a little bit splashed and your socks are fine. No, they are waterproof, so you can get them wet up to here. You could dip this all the way into water, and as long as it doesn't go over the top, your socks stay dry. This is a little bit of a different style from what we're used to with Vessi. This is their new look, the courtside classic. It's court-inspired design. It's got a padded tongue, and it's got a collar to keep you comfortable and stylish all day long. And it's hot outside today. My car today read 40 degrees Celsius. I know it's in the sun, so it's not quite that hot, but it is like the mid-30s. I don't know what that is, Americans, like late 90s, something like that, Fahrenheit, early 90s, I don't know. It's hot. It's really hot. And you're thinking, oh, my feet are going to get all sweaty in waterproof shoes, but they don't. They're made with a material called Dymatex. So despite being waterproof, they let your feet breathe, which is fantastic. Slip-resistant rubber sole, all of that good stuff that you'd expect from Vessi's. And just a really very nice, brilliant looking shoe. It's just a good looking shoe that's also super practical. So just go to vessi.com/TCC to get an automatic 15% off your first purchase. Stay cool, dry, and ready for adventure with Vessi. And now back to today's episode. The carriage that Miller had just boarded is part of an overnight train in the service of the Royal Mail, a train called an Up Special, en route from Glasgow to London, where it is scheduled to arrive at 3:59 a.m. It is a travelling post office, or TPO. In addition to the railwaymen aboard, a staff of 72 postal workers spread across 12 carriages sort deliveries as the train makes its nighttime journey down Her Majesty's sleepy sceptred aisle, all the way to the capital. Does this still happen today? I know it's kind of ridiculous that post is still a thing. Like, I'll sometimes get letters. And it's like, oh, a letter from my bank. Why? We literally have an app. Why are you not using that to communicate with me, you weirdos? But like, are people really sorting mail on trains like overnight? It's kind of dope. I kind of like that. The second carriage behind the engine is designated for high-value packages, many of which contain large amounts of hard currency. Typically, the high-value carriage would contain at least £300,000 in British banknotes, distributed in small denominations of £1 and £5. We don't have £1 notes anymore because of inflation. Okay, so 1963, £300,000. I'm going to guess, in today's money, that's £3.5 million. It's just a guess, but I've done this a lot, so I'd say it's a fairly good educated guess. Let's find out. Adjusting for inflation, £300,000 in 1963 would, turn the page please, equivalent to £7.8 million today. God damn, I was off. That's a lot of money. I always think like 1960s was when Mad Men was filmed, and not filmed, like set. And the genre, if it was filmed then, John Hammers aged very well. The general rule with Mad Men is you just add a zero onto the end. So if he's talking about making $30,000 a year, that would be $300,000. I think it's a little bit less today. Obviously, inflation in the UK was apparently somewhat worse because it's basically double that, or $10 million US. However, it was a holiday long weekend in which the UK is dubbed a bank holiday. Yes, it is. I didn't realize that was UK specific until way too late in life. Like when I started not living in the UK, I'd be like, oh, it's a bank holiday this weekend. And people would be like, what are you talking about? The banks are closed. Who gives a shit? And that's because the nation's financial institutions are typically closed. Thus, there was a backlog in the transfer of currency down the country. Accordingly, on this particular evening, the high-value carriage was loaded up with literal tons of extra cash. Nearly 2.8 million. Good lord, it's basically 10 times the normal amount, which is roughly £73.5 million in modern money, or 94 million American. God damn, dude, that is a proper amount of coin. Not that the 61-year-old railguard Thomas Miller was aware that there was extra money on board as he took up his post at the end of the train, thinking of the hot meal and nice long sleep he'd get when the train finally arrived in London. Indeed, at the executive level, neither the Royal Mail nor British Railways had even considered that a train, unprotected and without much means of communication in the countryside, might be vulnerable to attack. What, because they weren't using their brains? I mean, there's also the argument that if it's unguarded, it might be safer. The Hope Diamond, which I think is the largest diamond to ever be mined, was making its way from, like, Africa to, I don't know, probably the British Museum or whatever. And they were like, how are we going to get it there? It's definitely, people are going to want to rob this shit because it's worth a lot of money. And so they set up this armored car, all of this stuff, this armored train, planes, whatever, to get it to the British Museum or wherever it was going. And then they didn't put it on the train. They didn't put it on the armored train. They just put it in the post. It's just a regular parcel. They did all this whole show of moving it, and it wasn't even on the train in the first place. Very clever. So maybe British Mail, Royal Mail, British Railways, whatever, they were thinking the same thing. They had contemplated fitting the train with radios, but it was ultimately deemed too expensive, and all of that was above Miller's pay grade anyhow. For the moment, a tedious 7-hour journey where the elderly Miller had to stay alert lay ahead of him. 2 hours passed. He's 61. Am I going to be elderly in 25 years? I don't like that. Am I going to be elderly in 21 years? 25 years? What? No, David, no. You're the same age as me, I believe, exactly. We're not going to be... Oh, we are. We so are. That's so weird. That's so weird to think about. 25 years doesn't seem like that long of a time now that I'm thinking about it. 10 years... It feels like I've been doing YouTube for 10 years, and that feels like a long-ass time. But 25 years somehow to be 61 feels so short and scary. 2 hours passed, and at 10:53 p.m., the train made a stop in Preston to take on more cargo. Some of the mailbags contained stacks of cash merely dumped on the platform with zero security for the posties to collect. Even more mailbags were loaded at the station in Warrington at 11:36, and from there the train had to make 3 more stops before arriving at Euston Station in London. There were 400 miles left to go. Thomas Miller reportedly had to force himself to stay awake, alternating between gazing out of the darkened window and staring blankly at the wall as the carriage gently rocked him back and forth. Some historians have instead claimed that he fell asleep. Either way, at 12:04 a.m. on August the 8th, the train pulled into the railway town of Crewe, where it took on even more sacks of cargo and switched to a new overnight engine driver and a new quote-unquote fireman, who both commenced their shifts. To explain, a fireman is a sort of second-in-command to the engine driver. The fireman's title is derived from the soot-blackened age of blazing hot coal furnaces and soaring jets of steam. British trains had slowly swapped to diesel engines starting in the 1930s, but the name had stuck. I wonder if the second-on-command on a train today is still called a fireman. It's kind of dope. 15 minutes later, the train left Crewe. At 1:14 a.m., it stopped in the market town of Tamworth in the West Midlands, where some postal workers finished their shift and were replaced by another bevy of mail sorters who came aboard. At 2:06 a.m., the train stopped in the town of Rugby, Warwickshire, to take on even more cargo. The train left Rugby 10 minutes later at 2:16 a.m. with just under 2 hours left before arriving in London. Still sitting at his post at the end of the train, obviously not able to distract himself with a book or anything of the sort as he dutifully kept watch, Thomas Miller doubtless felt glad that the mind-numbing tedium of the nighttime journey was coming to an end. Oh, it's coming to an end, all right, Thomas. Just not in the way you think it is. That tedium's about to be over for you. However, at 3:03 a.m., Miller noticed that the train had made an unscheduled stop in the middle of the Buckinghamshire countryside at Sears Crossing, between the stations of Leighton Buzzard and Cheddington. This was unusual, but not alarming, since there could be a problem further down the line, but at 3:05 a.m., Miller's eyes were drawn to a large brass pressure gauge on the wall of his carriage, which rapidly dropped from 20 to 0, indicating the carriage's braking system had been completely disconnected from the locomotive at the front. After waiting 5 minutes for the problem to be corrected, at 3:10 a.m., Miller walked 3 carriages up the train to carriage 9 and spoke with Postal Inspector Frank Foggle about the mysterious problem. Foggle was none the wiser. So at approximately 3:15 a.m., Miller continued up the train to carriage 3, where he was suddenly gripped by alarm. Not believing his eyes, he raced up to the front of the carriage and threw open the door. He stared out into the darkened gloom where the high-value carriage should have been, but instead, all he saw was an empty railway track illuminated only by the carriage lights behind him. Uh-oh! The locomotive and 2 front carriages of the train were gone. Miller shouted angrily, "Oh, what are the driver and fireman playing at? They should have informed me there was a problem." What the 61-year-old Miller's failing eyesight did... Oh no, is my eyesight going to be failing in 25 years? David, I don't like it. Stop describing this guy as so old. He's only 25 years older than me. Ah! And then 25 years after that, you're basically dead. You're like 86 or whatever. Approximately 1 kilometer or 0.6 miles further down the track, dead ahead and on flat ground, the engine and front 2 carriages of the Up Special had been brought to a halt at Bridago Bridge, where a highly coordinated attack and robbery were taking place. But at the time, Miller was oblivious to all of this, and he was terrified by an altogether different prospect. The 10 abandoned carriages of the Up Special now sat on the track, an immobilized dark green lump in the middle of the countryside, with another train, a flyer or fast train, scheduled to come up behind them. Uh-oh. I should have got those radios! In August 1963, there was no radio communication between trains. It was night, so the carriages wouldn't be seen until it was too late. Thomas Miller had to do what he could to prevent a catastrophic collision. He dashed out to the trackside telephone at Sears Crossing, where the train had been halted, to call the signalman at Winder Bank to close the track and hold all oncoming trains. However, Miller quickly discovered that the trackside telephone line had been cut. This was bad. Very bad. Yeah, I guess it's been cut so they can't alert the authorities to the robbery going on, but you've also caused a potentially deadly disaster. Miller leapt back aboard the Up Special, and he ran through the carriages, with witness saying that he was pale with fear, shouting that he needed to lay some safety detonators further down the track. Safety detonators are small, harmless explosives that are fixed at the top of the railway tracks on either side, and when another train driver drives over them, they emit a loud bang, which warns the engine driver that there's an obstruction further down the line. Upon hearing the noise, the engine driver slams on the brakes, hoping that he stops in time. At the front of the train, to not stop in time often means death. Yeah, a train accident is going to be really quite brutally bad. Miller accordingly grabbed the safety detonators and jumped out of the last carriage. He ran back down the track in the direction that the Up Special had come, planting the detonators at a quarter mile, half mile, and a full mile from where the 10 carriages sat. Miller then returned to the train and told Postal Inspector Foggle that he was going to walk down the track in the direction of Bridago Bridge until he found a place where he could call for help. Foggle, meanwhile, told the postal workers in the rear carriages of the train to move toward the front in case there was indeed a collision. Or, how about you get off the train? We'll move to the front where it'll be less bad. You know where it won't be bad? Far away. Get off the train. Go stand, I don't know, several hundred meters away, because a train crash is coming. Train crashes are bad. Thomas Miller walked a few hundred meters down the track, where he encountered 2 postal workers fleeing from the front of the train, Thomas Kett and Leslie Penn, who told Miller that the Up Special had been attacked and the high-value carriage looted. Miller headed to the bridge, where he discovered the locomotive and 2 front carriages. Inside were more terrified staff, along with the driver, 58-year-old Jack Mills, who had been bludgeoned and was semi-conscious and bleeding from the head. This is not the major concern. The major concern, they've been robbed. Okay, it's already happened. Yeah, too bad. You got to stop. You got to somehow do what you can. Got to get those people off that train. I guess you've done what you can if you lay those charges down on the track. That's your priority. It seems like he's got things right. Thomas Miller told them to go for help and hurried down the track in the direction of Cheddington. Along the way, he flagged down a slow train headed in the opposite direction and told the driver to stop at Bridago Bridge and take their first aid kit to attend to the head injuries sustained by Jack Mills. Then the 61-year-old railway guard moved with surprising swiftness until he reached a point where the track merged with another line. There, he was able to flag down a second slow train headed to Cheddington. Miller it's in the middle of the night, lots of trains going on. I guess it was the past. Well, it was the 1960s, people drove a lot. Miller explained the situation to John Cooper, the train's driver. Cooper instructed his fireman to walk back down the track, armed with another first aid kit for good measure, and once he arrived at the up special, to drive it into Cheddington. Somewhat understandably for a railman, Cooper did not stop to consider that this plan would disturb a major crime scene and possibly destroy important evidence. Meanwhile, Miller and Cooper set off in the slow train toward Cheddington. They arrived at approximately 4:20 a.m. and told the signalman posted there about the robbery. The signalman promptly called Euston Station in London, who in turn immediately reported the robbery to Scotland Yard. Within minutes, news of the brazen crime burst forth from police radios across southern England. The culprits, who were monitoring police frequencies with radios of their own, heard a young police officer exclaim, "You're not going to believe this. They've stolen a train." Well, they haven't stolen a train. They've stopped a train, they've taken everything out, and then they've gone off somewhere with it. But that's so much money. That's going to be so heavy. They must have had a big van or something. The bandits, who had just pulled off the crime of the century, thought this was hilarious. Meet the Southwest Gang. Nearly 9 months earlier, at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, the 27th of November, 1962, 4 men looked out of the window of the gentlemen's toilets on the top floor of Comet House, the headquarters of the British Overseas Airways Corporation, or BOAC, at London Airport. The 4 men were wearing suits to blend in as nondescript business types. Nevertheless, they were rendered conspicuous by their huddling at the bathroom window, watching 3 security guards below carry a strongbox from Barclays Bank just down the street to an armoured security van. The strongbox contained £62,000, or roughly £1.6 million in modern money, and a little over $2 million USD. The money was for wages for BOAC's airport staff. What, people getting paid in cash at the airport? What's going on? At ground level, in the foyer of Comet House, 3 more men lay in wait. 2 of them wore pinstripe suits and bowler hats. The third wore a tweed jacket, checkered cap, and a false moustache. Each of the men held furled umbrellas, the stems of which had been replaced with heavy iron bars. Outside Comet House, 2 men dressed as chauffeurs stood chatting next to 2 3.8 Mark II Jaguars, but they too cast their eyes down the street toward Barclays Bank, where the security guards heaved the strongbox into the back of the security van and then slammed the door. The 3 guards climbed into the van and began the short drive down the road to BOAC headquarters at Comet House. Parking outside the front entrance, the security guards transferred the strongbox to a trolley and wheeled it inside. At this point, the 4 men in suits on the top floor of Comet House rushed out of the gents' toilets and got inside the only elevator. During the elevator's descent, the 4 men donned masks made from nylon stockings, and one of the men withdrew a foot-long lead pipe from inside his jacket. Your jacket be sagging to one side, my dude. Meanwhile, back at ground level, the 3 guards slowly escorted the strongbox through the foyer, past the 3 men bedecked in pinstripes and tweed. The guards pressed the elevator button, but they could already hear it descending. The men in pinstripes and tweed crept up slowly behind them and silently closed the trap. A few seconds later, the 4 masked men exploded from the elevator. One of the masked men bashed a guard in the head with a lead pipe, and the guard crumpled to the ground. A second guard tried to retreat, but was knocked unconscious by the iron bar umbrella carried by one of the pinstripe men. The third guard quickly fell to the ground in the confusion without being touched and unconvincingly played possum. The bandits knew he was faking it, but ignored him. Yeah, I think at that point it's like, well, no one's hit him, so he's fine. But he's definitely signaling that he's given up. It's not worth it. If I was a security guard, I'd be like, you're bro, it's not my money. I'm not going to get smashed over the head for a job. The thieves grabbed the trolley with the strongbox and pushed it hastily toward the foyer entrance. Outside, the men dressed as chauffeurs were behind the steering wheels of their 2 Jags, ready to go. The bandits hurled the strongbox into the boot of one of the Jags and piled in 4 of them into one car, 3 of them into the other. With the screech of wheels and the roar of racing engines, the Jaguars took off down the street toward London Airport's perimeter road. There, the 2 Jags skidded to a halt in front of a disused gate in the chain-link fence. 2 of the bandits clambered out of the front Jag and cut the padlock on the gate with bolt cutters. Then the Jags sped out of the airport and onto the A30 highway. A small distance down the road, a man driving an Austin-Cambridge family sedan saw them and assumed they were up to no good. He got it into his head that he should play the hero. He stopped his car horizontally in the middle of the road, trying to block the bandits from escaping. The 2 Jags merely drove around him. What are you trying to do, dude? Why is this? Don't involve yourself. Why are you getting involved? The second Jag clipped the Austin as it passed. From the 4 men bursting out of the elevator to the crew's escape onto the A30, the whole robbery was carried out in under 3 minutes. God damn, it took me longer to read it. The second Jaguar, which had clipped the Austin on the way out of London Airport, contained 5 men who formed the nucleus of the Southwest Gang. The getaway driver, dressed in a grey chauffeur's garb, was Roy James, a 27-year-old 5'4" fitness fanatic and racing car driver who had taken part in junior European Formula competitions. In earlier days, James had been a car thief and a cat burglar. It's such an old-school cat burglar, I feel like, is only a crime possibility that was in the past, the latter of which had gained him both skills as a climber and a reputation with the police. In 1958, James had gotten caught breaking into the top floor of a posh London shop, which had earned him 3 years in the clink. Released in 1961, he linked up with the Southwest Gang to make some serious money that would hopefully set him up for life. Either way, he's getting set up for life, whether that's in prison or on a tropical island somewhere. In the passenger seat, across from James, was 31-year-old Ronald Buster Edwards, a former boxer and somewhat rotund proprietor of a South London nightclub called The Walk-In. He was a career criminal, cunning, charismatic, deceptively jovial. He started out stealing meat and ciggies for the black market in a post-war Britain plagued by rationing, only to join a gang for a few years and then start running teams of his own. He became an organizer, with many underworld connections. Buster Edwards was a violent man and a heavy drinker, with a couple of driving offences that got his licence suspended. In 1959, while still on suspension, Edwards was found blind drunk in a stolen car parked outside his flat. He was arrested, but escaped conviction. He's drunk in a stolen car. How did he get away with this? Was he on probation? Or was he just a bit naughty? Okay, so he just had those driving offences or whatever. In 1961, Edwards was spotted breaking into a van and he assaulted the police officer who confronted him. He was fined heavily for both offences. Beyond that, Buster Edwards had managed to get away with all of his much more serious crimes. In the back of the Jag were Gordon Goody, Charlie Wilson and Bruce Reynolds. 32-year-old Douglas Gordon Goody was a rakishly handsome Londoner of Northern Irish descent who still lived with his mother. A bank robber who fronted as a ladies' hairdresser, Goody had Hello Ireland and Dear Mother tattooed on his biceps. Cringe. Despite all the hairdresser and mother stuff, Goody was actually quite a hard individual. I love my mum, and I hairdress women, but I'm hard. He was ruthless, vicious, terrifying, with piercing eyes that were said to cow men into submission. He was also known to be capable of extreme and disturbing violence. Gordon Goody cracked the whip in the gang, maintained discipline, and was dubbed the Criminal Sergeant Major by Scotland Yard. Goody also excelled at intimidating bystanders, witnesses, and victims, which doubtless came in handy on various blags. Nevertheless, Goody was able to mask his darker nature with a great deal of charisma and razor wit. He was also quite popular with the ladies, for whom his love of mother was just an endearing quirk and a quote-unquote good sign. I feel like if you went out with someone and they started talking about how much they love their mum these days, you'd be like, that's a bit weird, isn't it, mate? Why are you so into your mum? You're an adult man. You've got a Dear Mum tattoo? You weird dude. You're cringe, my son. Meanwhile, Goody had a rap sheet a mile long, a bunch of petty thefts as a teenager, beating up and robbing a man because the victim was gay, which landed Goody in prison for 21 months, a surprisingly progressive sentence for gay bashing considering homosexuality was only decriminalized in Britain 19 years afterward. Goody also got caught for a smattering of car thefts, shop break-ins and house burglaries, for which he spent a few months behind bars here and there. And in 1956, he went down for 3 years for robbing a jewelry store and hijacking a car during his escape. Goody never got pinched for bank robbery, however, which was his relatively lucrative and primary source of revenue. Well then, mate, you should have just stuck to bank robbing, shouldn't you? Charles Frederick Wilson, meanwhile, was a childhood friend of Goody's from the southwest London district of Battersea. He was 30 years old and happily married with 2 daughters. By day, Wilson worked in a grocery store. By night, he was muscle for numerous London gangsters. Wilson got his start as a petty thief, but soon graduated to more violent types of crime involving assault, torture, and also possibly murder. He also had a wide network of high-profile underworld contacts. Wilson was a heavy for nefarious London outfits and was by far the most dangerous of the Southwest Gang. You did not mess with Charlie Wilson. Dubbed the Silent Man, he quietly smoked his cigarettes until it was time to inflict some kind of brutality. He was like a villain from a Wild West film and was said to be feared by all. But unlike many bruisers typically employed by gangsters, Wilson was also intelligent and quick-witted. The entire London airport robbery was originally his idea. His rap sheet comprised just 4 counts of theft. Wilson never got caught for the darker stuff that he did. The final man in the second jag was 31-year-old Bruce Richard Reynolds. He was the self-described mastermind of the Southwest Gang. He was born in central London to Thomas Reynolds, a trade unionist and car factory worker, and his mother Dorothy, who was a nurse. Dorothy died in 1935 when Reynolds was 4 years old. His father remarried, but Reynolds preferred to live with his grandmother rather than his father and stepmother, with whom the boy had developed a strained relationship. At 8 years old, Reynolds was one of the children evacuated from London to the countryside during the German Blitz campaign of 1940 and 1941. Reynolds left school at the start of 1946, age 14, and tried to join the Royal Navy as a cadet, but failed his eyesight exam. Reynolds' ambitions switched to becoming a foreign news correspondent instead. Quite a different little change in tack there, isn't it? Although I guess you're traveling around the world doing interesting things, but okay. Accordingly, he became a messenger boy for the Daily Mail and worked his way up to the accounts department. In 1948, at the age of 16, Reynolds swapped careers and briefly worked as an orderly at a Middlesex hospital before being hired as a messenger for the Claude Butler chain of bicycle shops and becoming a member of its semi-professional racing team. Claude Butler. I know Claude Butler bikes. Rode a Claude Butler bike for a while. Reynolds married his wife, Frances, that same year. It was at the Claude Butler bicycle shop in Clapham that Reynolds met a teenager named... For a moment there, I thought David was saying that's where he got married. Met a teenager named Cobby who introduced him to some petty criminal associates. Reynolds had just turned 17 in September of 1948 when he committed his first known crime, an assault on a police officer who stopped him at night for riding his bicycle without a light. Holy shit. Assaulting a police officer for your first crime. It's not a good start, is it? Reynolds got off with just a fine. A few months later, Reynolds got 12 months probation for the theft of some cigarettes and £70 cash, an amount worth £3,000 today. A month after that, Reynolds was sent to a notorious Young Offenders Institute in Borstal in Kent for a shop break-in. Wait, is that where the name Borstal comes from? Like Borstal? The town of Borstal in Kent? I've never heard of it. I'm from Kent. It sounds more like he went to a borstal, which is what we call like a Young Offenders Institute. But maybe that's where they get their name from. Who knows? In 1950, at age 18, Reynolds was convicted of a string of house burglaries, shop breakings, and office robberies. At the time, the age of majority in the UK was still 21, so he was packed off back to Borstal. He returned to the Young Offenders Institution the following year at age 19 for yet another string of robberies. He just loved it there. This time, captured in London and sentenced as an adult to 18 months in Reading Prison. In September, that's where Oscar Wilde was kept, fun fact. In September 1952, at the age of 21, Reynolds was called up to perform his national service in the army. He deserted on the second day. He's like, this isn't for me. I'm off. I'm leaving. 2 months later, Reynolds was caught with merchandise from 2 shop break-ins. Valued at £186, that's £6,700 today. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison but served only 2. In January 1955, aged 23, Reynolds was locked up again for 6 months for stealing a radio set from a shop window display. After emerging from prison, yet again, Reynolds began running with some notorious London gangsters. Accordingly, his underworld activities became more substantial, and for the most part, Reynolds got away with his crimes. But in for the most part, he got away with his crimes. He spent several years in jail. But in 1957, Bruce Reynolds and an armed robber from the Hill Gang named Terry Hogan were arrested for robbing £500, or £15,000 in modern terms, from a bookie and grievously wounding a police officer with a bludgeon as they made their escape. In January 1958, Reynolds was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison for his part in the crime. Emerging from jail in the mid-1960s, Reynolds, now 28, began posing as an antiques dealer while earning money from burglarizing country homes, robbing jewelry stores, and participating in violent smash-and-grab raids. Despite the last of these, Reynolds now fancied himself a gentleman thief and used the proceeds of his crimes to dress in Savile Row suits, drive fast cars, eat at fancy restaurants, and guzzle champagne in nightclubs. So that makes you a gentleman? It just sounds like you're doing some rich people I don't think guzzling champagne in nightclubs is particularly gentlemanly. This was the height of the classic London gangland era. Reynolds now moved in the same circles as the Cray brothers and the Richardson gang. It was in this atmosphere of stylish peacocking criminality that Reynolds met Gordon Goody, the Irish quote-unquote criminal sergeant major, and Buster Edwards, the rotund organizer and jovial owner of the walk-in nightclub. Reynolds soon distinguished himself for planning heists, and he gained the nickname Napoleon for his careful tactics and attention to detail. Beyond this, it should be noted that a lot of what Reynolds said in later life about his exploits were fabrications. At one point, Reynolds even claimed that he became the youngest ever major in the British Army. Bro, you deserted on day 2. His popular accounts of the Great Train Robbery and the Southwest Gang, therefore, can't be trusted. And as a side note, Reynolds' wife, Frances, who he married in 1948 at the age of 17, had stood by him for all those years and his numerous stretches in prison. After 14 years of marriage, she gave birth to their son, Nick Reynolds, in 1962. Meanwhile, we do not know for certain what crimes Reynolds, Goody, and Edwards perpetrated through the rest of 1960 and 1971, but by 1962, they had linked up with Charlie Wilson, the Silent Man, Roy James, the getaway driver, and a few other henchmen to carry out the London airport robbery. By the summer of 1962, the Southwest Gang was in peak full and furious form. And that brings us back to those 2 Jaguars speeding away, hell for leather, from London Airport. In the backseat of the lead car, driven by another getaway driver named Mickey Ball, with the 3 men of decidedly hazier descriptions. 2 of them haven't been identified, and the other members of the Southwest Gang have kept their mouths firmly shut. The final man, whom for decades was only identified under the alias Bill Jennings and the nicknames Flossie and Mr. One, was likely a man named Henry Thomas Smith, a shadowy figure without criminal record who never revealed his real identity to his fellow gang members. Smith would also take part in the greater raid to come.
The plan. In the aftermath of the London airport robbery in November 1962, most of the Southwest Gang got away with it. However, Charlie Wilson, Gordon Goody, and Mickey Ball were all identified by witnesses at Comet House from photo lineups. Mickey Ball took a plea deal and was in prison at the time of the Great Train Robbery. Meanwhile, Charlie Wilson, the Silent Man, and Gordon Goody, the criminal sergeant major, both went to trial for the airport heist. But Goody and Wilson bribed and intimidated jury members and tampered with the evidence. In one instance, the Southwest Gang broke into a police evidence locker and replaced the checkered cap Goody was wearing in the lobby of the Comet House with an identical one that was several sizes larger. When Goody put the cap on his head in court, it fell over his ears and covered his eyes. Goody and Wilson were acquitted. If the hat doesn't fit! I mean, that's insane that this happened in the UK. Like, I know corruption's a thing in the 1960s with the 1960s, but it just feels mad that someone could get off on a big robbery like this just by breaking into a police evidence lockup. The Southwest Gang split the £62,000 from the airport robbery amongst them, with Mickey Ball's money going to his family. Spread across 9 men, this meant shares of £6,888 each, with no one taking a bigger cut for their role in the robbery. That equates to roughly £184,000 apiece, or $235,000 American dollars. This is a lot of money, but it's also like you're risking serious jail time for this amount of money. If you're going to risk serious jail time, why not do a bigger crime? That's not enough. Like, £184,000 is nowhere close to enough money to be like, good, I'm done with crime. It's barely starting, but not enough to set someone up for life, exactly, particularly for those gang members who like to live high on the hog. So, the Southwest Gang almost immediately began grasping about for another score. After all, you never knew when the cops might catch up with you. Well, no, but you're also more likely to get caught the more crime you do. Like, if you do one crime and then get away with it, essentially, like, they went to trial, they got away with it. Just take your £184,000 and be done with it, and you'll be good. The cops are more likely to catch up to you if you then do more crimes. Right? Enter Brian Field, a 29-year-old corrupt managing clerk at law firm James & Wheater. Field had served as a private in the Korean War, where he met his future boss, John Wheater, and worked his way up at Wheater's law firm after the war. Field had no criminal record. I didn't realize, in the Korean War? Was the UK involved in the Korean War? In my mind, that's just like North and South Korea and America and North Korea. I guess it's like East communism versus capitalism, sort of, you know, the Cold War sort of vibes. But I didn't realize UK was so involved in the Korean War. Field had no criminal record, but he had a new wife with a penchant for expensive things. Field had first met the jovial Buster Edwards in 1959 when police found Edwards drunk behind the wheel of a stolen car in front of his apartment. Edwards was acquitted. Thereafter, Field began providing Edwards with information in exchange for cash. What sort of information is this guy going to have his hands on? You'd think like managing clerk at a law firm, maybe insider trading stuff. I guess it depends what, like, criminal stuff, there's not going to be much of value there, other than maybe extortion, but then it's going to be really obvious really quick. Insider trading, maybe? In late 1962, Field also helped Charlie Wilson and Gordon Goody prepare their trial defense for the London airport robbery. That seems like a mistake. If you're in bed with these criminals, you don't want to also be their lawyer, because you're gonna be even more tied to the crimes. During that process, Field befriended Goody, the ladies' hairdresser, and criminal sergeant major. Sometime in early 1963, Field got in touch with Edwards and Goody, saying that he had some information. Field arranged a clandestine meeting on a park bench in Finsbury Park between Edwards, Goody, and a shadowy contact who did not identify himself. Very spyish, isn't it? He spoke with a Northern Irish accent and has come to be known as the Ulsterman. Gordon Goody, a fellow Irishman, later claimed that he caught sight of the Ulsterman's name either sewn into his jacket or printed on his glasses case. Goody claimed the Ulsterman was Patrick McKenna, a 43-year-old postal worker, but this claim has been disputed by McKenna's family. Also, if you're going to a shady meetup, you're really going to be like, and here's like glasses case, fine. Here's my briefcase with my initials on it. Here, you're not going to be like that. You're going to be more careful. Maybe I give criminals too much credit sometimes. Either way, the Ulsterman told Goody and Edwards that his brother-in-law was a rail guard who... How is the lawyer in touch with this guy who knows about this? This doesn't... I assumed it had something to do with his work at the law firm, but he just seems to be like a little bit connected to information from the criminal underground. He said that the overnight mail trains to London regularly carried thousands and sometimes millions in banknotes of small denominations. The Ulsterman then went on to give times, routes, and a description of the high-value carriages. Goody and Edwards took this information to the gang's mastermind, Bruce Napoleon Reynolds, and they began planning an audacious heist. Despite having the brilliant, bespectacled Reynolds at the helm, the Southwest Gang quickly realized that they had no idea how to stop a train. None of them had ever done a train job before, so the well-connected nightclub owner and organizer Buster Edwards reached out to Roger Caudry, leader of a group known as the South Coast Raiders, a gang of train robbers who had carried out 6 relatively small scores on the London to Brighton line. Roger Caudry was a 42-year-old gambling addict who by day worked as a florist. He was married with 2 sons. Caudry had one set of priors for embezzlement dating all the way back to 1941. Beyond that, Caudry had stayed off the radar. Caudry's biggest problem was that he was always accruing massive gambling debts, and paying them off was frequently and the primary motivation for his criminality. God, gambling can destroy... I hate gambling. I think it's such a... I mean, I know some people do it and it's exciting and it's under control, but it just destroys so many lives. Like, this guy might not even be a criminal or an embezzler. Sorry, obviously embezzlement is a crime. If he didn't have this addiction to gambling. Gambling, man, it's I don't like it. Also, I have my brain is so logical that I'd be like, yes, casinos, where I go in and I just lose 30% of my money because that's the house is cut or whatever. That's just how my brain works. It's like, will I win? Probably not. He had run with various London gangs in the mid-1950s before setting up the South Coast Raiders around 1960. Caudry had 0 experience as a railman, but in desperation for money, he had cleverly figured out how to stop trains by engineering fake railway signals in the middle of nowhere. That's pretty clever. Caudry met up with Bruce Reynolds and gave a demonstration. Caudry took 4 6-volt batteries, some wire, some crocodile clips, and rigged everything up to a throw switch connected to a signal light. Using this relatively simple set of tools, the gang could create a false signal light anywhere along the railroad that was deemed ideal for a raid. That's quite clever. I really quite like that. It'd be like if there's an armed convoy on the road that you want to rob, you just, go onto eBay and buy one of those road workers' traffic lights. Boom. Everyone stops at a red light. No one asks questions. You just stop. You simply had to flick on the false light and cover up the real one with a bag sheet, or as Caudry did, a black leather glove rolled over the light's metal hood. The curved metal thing on top, which prevents the sun's rays from drowning out the light in daytime and protects the light from inclement weather. I know what a light hood is, David. A giant brain. I know what a hood is. I've driven cars. A nighttime train driver, mindful of the potentially dire consequences of ignoring a signal to stop, wouldn't question the false light. He would hit the brakes. But where to carry out the robbery? The Southwest Gang spent several days scouting the rails for an ideal spot. At first, they decided to rob the train on a route called the Irish Mail that ran from Holyhead, a tiny Welsh town on the coast of the Irish Sea, to London. They initially selected a site in the Hertfordshire countryside, 38 miles from London, for the attack, but they soon abandoned it.
Since the location would require the bandits to carry heavy bags full of cash up a small but steep hillside to load them onto trucks waiting on the road, the gang knew that they would have a limited amount of time to steal the money before another train came along or a car came blundering down the road and spotted them. Clambering up a hill would eat away precious minutes and reduce the overall take, and anyway, the Irish Mail didn't carry half as much cash as some of the other options. Yeah, this is the thing with the UK. It's like quite densely popular. I feel like if you're in America, you'd just be like,
well, we'll just stop it in the middle of the desert. It'll take the police like 4 days to even get there.
In the UK, it's like, there's probably a police station about 5 minutes drive away from anywhere. The big prize was the Glasgow to London line, which typically carried a hell of a lot of money right down the country. The guys scanned Ordnance Survey maps, trying to figure out a quiet rural spot where the train lines fell near a road. Their attention was drawn to where the insignificant and relatively desolate B488 road ran parallel to the train tracks between Leighton Buzzard and Cheddington in Buckinghamshire. The gang went out to inspect the site. There were no surrounding buildings, no likely witnesses. It was in the middle of nowhere. Furthermore, the train passed over a small bridge, the now infamous Bridigo Bridge, under which there was a tiny side lane where the gang could conceal 2 trucks. Then it was just a matter of passing the bags of cash from the bridge down the small embankment so that they could be loaded onto the waiting vehicles. Thus, from Bridigo Bridge, the Southwest gang could empty all of the cash from the high-value carriage swiftly and with ease. It is a good plan. And I imagine then it's like, okay, so we've got like the planning ahead. You steal a bunch of vans, you steal a bunch more cars, and then you buy some cars. And you have your vans that you use to empty the train. They go to a bunch of stolen cars with like fake plates, which then go to a bunch of cars that you bought and are clean. And then you take those cars far away in different directions from where you robbed, and you store the money. And then you let everything die down, and then you get the money laundered. Right? That's how crime works. That's how I'd do this crime. There was a catch, however. The nearest signal light the gang could alter with Caudry's ingenious device was 1 kilometre further up the track from Bridgego Bridge. Napoleon Reynolds suggested that they uncouple the locomotive and first 2 carriages, the first being the brake car and the second being the high-value carriage, from the rest of the train, and then drive the locomotive to Bridgego Bridge where the money could be unloaded. This generated a further advantage. The gang would isolate the other 10 carriages of the train, chock full of busy mail staff and sorters, as well as the security guard, while they carried out the robbery further up the track. This meant that the gang would only have to deal with the driver, the fireman, and a handful of postal workers. It was perfect, but it would require heavy coordination. Well, yeah, something this audacious, but, well, aren't we talking about like 100 mil in modern money? Something like that? Like, yeah, it's going to require coordination because you're stealing an absolutely extraordinary amount of coin. There was also the question of where the gang would retreat to once they had the money. In London, after a heist, you could quickly take refuge in a warehouse or a nearby flat, sometimes only a few blocks away. But 2 trucks couldn't be roaming the Buckinghamshire countryside in the middle of the night, and the police could be alerted by the train staff the moment they'd made it to a trackside telephone or a nearby town. Well, okay, disable the trackside telephones. Literally 20 minutes before it's going down, have someone out there on a radio who you can be like, all right, Jim, let's go. Have him cut the telephone line and then initiate the heist. Get in your trucks and drive a short distance to your stolen cars to legit cars to lying low. Roy James, one of the London airport getaway drivers and a 5'4" fitness freak, drove up from London to Bridgego Bridge to investigate possible escape routes that would take the gang quickly into hiding. James suggested that the 2 trucks split up, excellent plan, and take the A41 and A5 highways immediately back to London, merging into morning traffic. You gotta switch. I feel like you've gotta split up the money into more nondescript cars. Just take the money from your Ford Transit vans, which people are going to be on the lookout for, white Ford Transit or whatever you use to steal it, and just go put it in a fucking Ford Mondeo or something. Reynolds objected to the plan, worried that the police would set up roadside checkpoints and roadblocks. The rest of the Southwest gang agreed with Reynolds over James's objections. One of the other reasons for not splitting up remained unspoken. Nobody trusted anyone else enough to let half the money out of their sight before the take could be divvied up. Well, then just divvy it up equally. So if you've got however many robbers, divvy it up when you split it into the cars. Just do it by weight or by bags. And then even if people want to screw you, you're not going to get that screwed because you've still got a whole bunch of the cash. As for the roadblocks, I would say it's nighttime. Maybe go off-road. Your vans should go to 4x4s through fields, far enough out, get to a main road, legit cars, and away. I'm trying to...
I quite enjoy thinking about how these things would work. Instead, the gang decided they would move swiftly from Bridgego Bridge to a country hideout where they could wait out the police, divide the money, and gradually go their separate ways when it was safe. On June the 27th, 1963, a little over a month before the robbery, the corrupt law clerk, Brian Field, made a telephone call to Midland Mart Estate Agency claiming that he was a solicitor representing a wealthy client who wanted to buy a property in the Buckinghamshire area. The estate agents eagerly suggested Leatherslade Farm, 27 miles west of Bridgego Bridge, currently owned by Bernard and Lily Rickson. Brian Field arranged to view the property the following day. Field showed up with a fake client named Lenny, who pretended to be a London businessman but was actually a merchant seaman. Lenny had been promised a small fee for his cooperation, but had been kept in the dark about the actual heist and told the job in question was to hijack a trainload of cigarettes. Leatherslade Farm was a 4-bedroom house on a 5-acre property, well away from the main road and screened by trees. The upstairs of the farmhouse allowed for a 360-degree view of the surrounding countryside, where the gang could keep an eye out for police. When Lily Rickson asked Lenny why he wanted to buy the property, Lenny replied that he wanted to cultivate lush gardens and install a swimming pool, turning Leatherslade into his country retreat. The farmhouse itself was pretty run down and in dire need of refurbishment. Nevertheless, the optimistic list price was £5,500. Oh my god, the past! It's only £144,000 in modern money. The idea that you could buy a 4-bedroom, 5-acre property not far from London for £144,000 is it's just laughable. Field immediately agreed to the list price and it's optimistic at that price. The next day, when Lily Rickson told Field that another buyer had expressed interest in the property, a probable lie, Field immediately upped his offer to £5,750. Overjoyed and scarcely believing their luck, the Ricksons accepted the offer and agreed that after a payment of £500 or £14,400 in modern money, Field's client could have immediate access to Leatherslade Farm to begin the much-needed repairs. Not that the bandits had any intention of paying the Ricksons the rest of their cash. They would be long gone before any such payment became egregiously overdue. Thus, for a fraction of what they'd stolen at London Airport and an even smaller fraction of what they'd steal from the train, the bandits had acquired an ideal hideout. Yeah, also, we're talking about like these Nixon family or Rickson family, as if there's like, oh no, they're getting screwed out of their money. No, they're going to get that $14,400 in modern money, and then they're still going to be able to sell the house. So they're going to just get bonus money. The crew. Meanwhile, what remained was to assemble a crew to carry out the largest train heist in British history. Bruce Reynolds advised that they'd need a lot of manpower, a total of 15 men. The core group we've already met. Reynolds himself, the jovial and rotund Buster Edwards, Gordon Goody, the mama's boy and criminal sergeant major, Charlie Wilson, the silent man, and Roy James, the 5'4" getaway driver. That's 5. Added to this were 4 peripheral members of the Southwest Gang. One of them was the mysterious Flossie, aka Mr. One, aka Bill Jennings from the London Airport robbery, who is now believed by most historians to have been Henry Smith. So basically, what we're saying is that dude got away with it, didn't he? Legend. Another one of the... I know I'm glorifying this crime, but it was a long time ago. It was so audacious. Oh no, the driver did get hurt, didn't he? I was like, no one got hurt, but the driver got whacked on the head. Okay, a little less sympathy now. Or not sympathy. Sympathy's not the right word. A little less glazing them up, as the kids would say. Another one of the gang members has never been identified and shall simply be referred to as Mr. 2. Then there was the Southwest Gang member, Jimmy White, a 43-year-old veteran of the Second World War, who since the mid-50s had turned to a life of crime, acting as a burglar and a car thief. And there was 31-year-old Big Jim Hussy, a large, dim-witted man who acted as muscle for the gang and is incorrectly called a South Coast Raider on Wikipedia. Hussy's rap sheet included numerous counts of grievous bodily harm, a few thefts, and rather amusingly, Big Jim had recently arrived back in the UK after being deported from Germany for trying to pick people's pockets in downtown Munich. Why, as a random British person, would you go to Munich to pick pockets? What? You traveling for work? Why? This brings the total so far to 9. Reynolds and the Southwest Gang also thought it prudent to combine forces with a small group of experienced train robbers led by Roger Caudry, the South Coast Raiders. This included 34-year-old Robert Welch, who was a gambling addict like Caudry and ran the New Crown nightclub in London. Welch's rap sheet only included the theft of some coffee, tea and custard powder and the selling of liquor after permitted hours. This guy's barely a criminal. Another raider was 33-year-old Tommy Wisby, a bookmaker who worked as muscle for various gangs and had family ties through marriage to a number of powerful London gangsters. The final raider was 27-year-old Danny Pembroke, a recently demobilised army veteran who joined the raiders simply because he was hungry for work. Pembroke was a cautious man who never took off his gloves while meeting with his criminal contacts, much less while on a job for fear of leaving fingerprints. Sounds like a very smart criminal, to be honest, although we know his name, so I guess he got caught, so not so smart. Whereas Mr. 1 and Mr. 2, good job, guys. You did it. You got away. Apparently. With the 4 South Coast raiders abroad, this brought the total to 13 men. Bruce Reynolds also approached Terry Hogan, the gangster with whom Reynolds had robbed bookies back in 1957. Hogan had gotten 3.5 years for that failed caper. Since his release from prison in 1961, Hogan had become an occasional member of the Southwest Gang, possibly being one of the unidentified men who hit the airport. But Hogan refused to be involved in the train heist, saying that the plan was overcomplicated and there were too many ways it could go wrong. Hogan made short a holiday in the south of France in early August when the train robbery was due to take place. Smart man, getting that rock-solid alibi going. Reynolds turned to his best friend, John Paddy Daly, who was married to the sister of Reynolds' wife. Daly was a 32-year-old born in the Republic of Ireland who stood at 5'11" and weighed 238 pounds. He was a quiet man with a deep scar on the right side of his forehead. Daly was a petty robber and occasional car thief who worked at Mac's Antiques. In reality, the shop was little more than a place for London hoodlums to fence stolen goods. Daly had a long rap sheet of small crimes, doing a few months in prison here and there throughout the 1950s. However, when Daly had tried to break into a jewelry store in early 1960, he was caught and banged up in prison for a year. When Reynolds approached him about the train robbery in 1963, John Daly regarded it as one last big score to get him out of the life. Daly brought the total up to 14. This is a big crew, and the bigger the crew, the more likely it is to go wrong, or more likely you are to get caught, because someone could talk, someone could make a mistake, someone could grass you in. And that leaves the best known bandit from the Great Train Robbery, the now infamous Ronnie Biggs. Oh, I've even heard of this guy. In 1963, Biggs was 33 years old and already had retired from a life of crime. He'd married the daughter of a school headmaster in 1960, and the happy couple had produced 2 sons in 3 years. Biggs supported them by working as a carpenter and construction worker. He was saving up to buy a house, and in the summer of 1963, Biggs approached Reynolds asking him for a loan of £500 or £13,000 today. Biggs knew Reynolds from his time in prison. He had a background similar to Reynolds and many of the people in our story. As a youth, Biggs was a petty thief, getting caught multiple times. At age 18, Biggs decided to join the RAF, but after a year and a half he deserted and was shortly thereafter caught trying to break into a drugstore for some getaway cash. Biggs was locked up in a youth offenders institution for 6 months. Within days of his release in July 1949, he was again arrested for car theft and given 2 more months. Just a few weeks after November 1949, the now 20-year-old Biggs was caught shop breaking once again and sent to Borstal. However, in February 1950, Biggs escaped Borstal and committed a series of robberies before his recapture. He was tried as an adult and given 3 years in prison. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, you had your chance, and now you're a big boy, and now you got to go to big boy prison. Days after his release in 1953, Biggs was arrested for breaking into 3 houses and stealing £200 worth of stuff. That's £7,000 in modern money, along with breaking into a garage and stealing a car worth £1,000, £34,000 in modern money. As a result, having wasted his small glimmer of freedom, Biggs was locked up for another 3 years. It's like, dude, you literally get out of prison and days later you're committing crimes and immediately getting caught and put back into prison. Come on, dude, stop it. Emerging from prison in 1956, Biggs stopped painting a bicycle from a construction site where he'd recently landed a job and was given 2 years probation. Biggs, you gotta do that American 3-strike law. It's like, dude, you gotta go to prison forever because you can't stop. Biggs was arrested for car theft, receiving stolen property, and stealing another can of paint and a bicycle from a construction site, and he was locked up for 18 months. Biggs, get your shit together. What the fuck, man? What? Are you stealing a bicycle, bro? 18 months for a bicycle? At this point, Biggs realized that he was a terrible criminal and decided to go straight. Good idea. In 1960, he got married. It only took 7.5 years in prison, plus all the time in the Borstal. And this is when, in 1960, he got married and worked an honest job for 3 years. Things seemed to be turning around. And that is when Biggs made the mistake of approaching fellow jailbird Bruce Reynolds for a loan. Uh-oh. Reynolds, who was still looking for a 15th member for his crew after Terry Hogan had said no, had an even better idea. Reynolds suggested that Biggs should participate in the train robbery he was planning and collect a massive share. Ronnie Biggs was very reluctant. He did not want to go to prison again and leave his wife and children without a means of support, but Reynolds assured Biggs that his only job would be to locate a train driver who could be bribed to move the locomotive from the false signal at Sears Crossing to the Bridgego Bridge, where the high-value carriage could quickly be unloaded. Biggs accepted. As you may have guessed, Ronnie Biggs is not infamous today for his lackluster and somewhat pathetic criminal career prior to the Great Train Robbery. He is infamous for what he did in the aftermath. Oh my god, I don't remember. Wait, what did he do? I feel like, it's one of those stories that you're vaguely familiar with. It's a famous story in the UK. And I know the name Ronnie Biggs. I don't remember what he did afterwards, though. Anticipation. On the 2nd of August 1963, Gordon Goody, the criminal sergeant major, established an alibi for himself to be travelling to Ireland with his mother and a man who bore a strong resemblance to him, known to history only as Knowles. Goody spent a few days being spotted in Ireland and then prepared to return to England using the false name McGonagall. The rest of the crew didn't bother to establish strong alibis. Guys, come on. This guy's got it right. During the afternoon of August the 6th, while Gordon Goody was still crossing the Irish Sea, the rest of the crew arrived at Leatherslade Farm. Ronnie Biggs brought with him a man known to history as Pop, from the nickname the bandits gave him. Pop was a 63-year-old train driver from southern England looking to retire. He had no prior criminal experience and was under no illusions that this would be his first and last job. Pop just wanted money, and for the whole experience to be over as soon as possible. He stayed aloof from the rest of the gang. Biggs had actually been working as a carpenter renovating Pop's house during the summer of 63, so Biggs really didn't have to look far for his train driver. Due to the fact that in subsequent years Pop became sick and senile, historians have staunchly defended Pop's real identity. A name provided by a historian who met him, Stan Agate, is not the train driver's real name, although it is often incorrectly referenced as such. Ronnie Biggs later claimed that the driver's first name was Peter and that he didn't bother to learn the man's surname. Probably for the best. Pop, the train driver, brought the crew's final total to 16. It's a lot of people doing crimes. Goody arrived at Leatherslade Farm at 11 p.m, August the 6th, later than agreed, and clutching a bottle of Jameson whiskey. Not a great start, mate. How about we do the job sober? Goody reported to the gang that he'd heard from their informant, the Ulster man, that an absolutely enormous consignment of cash was coming down to London from Glasgow on the night of August the 7th/8th. Originally, the bandits at Leatherslade Farm had planned to rob the train that night on the 6th to the 7th after Goody arrived. It was why they had all assembled there that afternoon. Instead, the crew agreed to delay the operation for 24 hours, though a fair number of the bandits were made anxious by the change. A bunch of big city hoodlums would have to remain inconspicuous in the Buckinghamshire countryside for an entire day, but given that the following night the Up special from Glasgow would be carrying approximately £2.8 million, or £73.5 million in modern money, or 194 American dollars, nearly 10 times the usual amount, it was tactically the right call. You're goddamn right it was. Just sit inside, don't go out, just stay inside. Just don't go out and make yourself obvious. Don't drink that Jameson's. Just sit at home, watch some telly, just kill those 24 hours. Don't do anything weird. The next morning, August the 7th, a neighbouring farmer, Mr. Wyatt, came to Leatherslade to find 16 men milling about the place. What the f***? Stay inside! How hard can it be? Bruce, if I was running this gang, I'd be like,
What the f***, everyone? Get the f*** inside. I'm nice that I let you stay in the living room. I should have put you in the cellar.
Bruce Reynolds came down the drive to speak with him. Reynolds lied that he and the other men were part of a construction crew there to do much-needed repairs. A plausible excuse. Yeah, but they're going to be like, where's the vans? Where's the construction equipment? You don't look like construction workers, you look like criminals. There's a difference. Wyatt asked if the new owner would allow him to continue renting one of the adjoining fields for his crops, just like the Ricksons had, and Reynolds said that he'd pass on the message. Wyatt departed. Numerous other locals walked and drove past Leatherslade Farm that day, curious about the strange newcomers. Who was this mysterious new owner? Why didn't he hire local lads to do the construction? The attention put Leatherslade Farm on the radar sooner than Reynolds would have liked. Of course it did. Why didn't you stay inside? Park the cars in the garage. Stay inside. Just what the f***, man? How can criminals, they're about to steal $100 million. Get it together, boys. At midnight, August the 8th, in the upstairs bedroom. Why are you in the upstairs bedroom? The lights should be off. You should be downstairs, inside, not by the windows. Bruce Reynolds donned the uniform of a major in the British Army. Reynolds topped off the ensemble with an officer's hat that had the insignia for the SAS on it, i.e. the Special Air Service, the British Special Forces Corps since 1941. Embroidered on the insignia was the SAS motto, "Who dares wins." Downstairs, most of the gang sat waiting, observed shrewdly by an outwardly convivial Gordon Goody. They all wore army surplus field uniforms. Ronnie Biggs looked at his watch. Past midnight, August the 8th, his birthday. Outside, the getaway driver, Roy James, fed some stray cats. Stop it. Why are you doing this? Don't do anything weird. Just stay at home. The fatigues are a good idea, though. Basically, like, invisible at night with those. Charlie Wilson, the silent man, stood in the drive smoking a cigarette. Smoke inside! Why you have to go out? Just smoke inside. It's not even your house. Why do you care? On the other side of the yard, the World War II veteran turned car thief Jimmy White looked over the 3 vehicles he had procured for the job. An Austin Lodestar truck with fake license plates and false registration papers, and 2 canvas-roofed Land Rovers, freshly spray-painted green to give the impression they were army vehicles, plausibly roaming the countryside on an exercise. However, they both had civilian plates, not army plates, and the registration papers had lazily used the same fake number. Sloppy work, boys. At 12:30 a.m., Napoleon Reynolds ordered the crew into the 3 vehicles. Each had been instructed to sit in the same spot to and from the heist, and each had been given a designated number, so Reynolds could quickly rattle off a roll call to make sure that nobody was left behind. The 3 vehicles pulled out of Leatherslade Farm and onto the B4011, and the lead vehicle of the convoy was a Land Rover driven by the unidentified Mr. 2. His passengers were Bruce Reynolds, Ronnie Biggs, Pop the train driver, Reynolds' honking best friend John Daly, and Roger Caudry, leader of the South Coast Raiders. The second vehicle was the Austin Lodestar truck driven by the mysterious Henry Smith, who had never given his fellow gang members his real name. His passengers were Charlie Wilson, Buster Edwards, Danny Pembroke, the young ex-Army South Coast Raider, Bob Welch, gambling addict like Caudry and fellow Raider, Tommy Wisby, the mob boss connected bookie and Raider, and the lumbering dim-witted Big Jim Hussy. In the rear was the second Land Rover driven by 5'4" Roy James, and the passengers consisted only of the ladies' hairdresser Gordon Goody and the World War II veteran Jimmy White. I'm glad that we have these things to describe them, otherwise it would just be like a bunch of names that I wouldn't really follow. But now I'm like, oh yeah, the hairdresser guy. Oh yeah, the short guy. He's easier. Thank you, David. The convoy turned onto Brill Road and passed a line of cottages. A witness, Mrs. Nappin, ironically wasn't napping, took a note of the vehicles. Then the bandits weaved through a spider's web of backwards country lanes, avoiding the main highways. Great plan. Then the drivers were ordered to go slow and not draw attention. They had plenty of time to reach the destination. At 1:20 a.m., the bandits spotted an RAF pilot walking by the side of the road. The pilot stuck out his thumb to the supposed troop convoy and tried to hitch a ride. The 3 vehicles breezed past him. At 1:30 a.m., the bandits pulled onto the single-track lane that led to Bridgego Bridge. After a couple of minutes, the convoy pulled under the bridge, shielded from sight. The crew exited their vehicles. They pulled dark coveralls over their army uniforms. They also had balaclavas, but did not put them on yet. The moon was almost full, dimly illuminating the men below. The stars shone bright. There was not a cloud in the sky. The men performed a brief reconnaissance of the scene. It was all clear. No surprises. Wordlessly, the men sprang into action. Yeah, at this point, like, if you've not prepared to the extent that it's wordless, you haven't prepared enough. Everyone should know exactly what they're doing at exactly what points. There should be no need for planning on the fly. They already knew what to do. Roy James, the experienced cat burglar and skilled climber, shimmied up a telephone pole and cut the wires connecting the trackside telephone 1 kilometer down the way at Sears Crossing. Boom, exactly. Bruce Reynolds, John Daly, and Roger Caudry got back into their Land Rover, and Mr. 2 drove them up the parallel B488 road past the crossing and further on for 300 meters. There, Roger Caudry prepared a false railway signal set to amber, indicating that a train should slow to a crawl. He stopped short of turning it on. Reynolds and Caudry headed back to the Land Rover, while John Daly was left there with a walkie-talkie. When Reynolds gave the word, all Daly had to do was flick the switch and pull a black leather glove over the metal hood of the real light. Meanwhile, Reynolds and Caudry drove back to Sears' Crossing to set up a second fake signal, this time set to red, indicating that the train should stop. This time it was Caudry's responsibility to flick the switch when Reynolds said the train was approaching over walkie-talkie. Reynolds got back to the Land Rover and drove him north toward Leighton Buzzard, where Reynolds had staked out a spot where he could see the up special approaching.
As he waited, Reynolds lit up a Monte Cristo cigar and exhaled a cloud of smoke into the darkness. Nice. I like Monte Cristo cigars. Back at Bridgego Bridge, it was now approximately 2:30 a.m. Gordon Goody slung a white sheet across the Cheddington-bound train track, fixed to poles on either side meant to indicate to Pop where he should stop the locomotive once it had been decoupled from the rest of the train. Pop stood there nervously, trying to soothe himself by smoking his pipe. It's literally how I imagine a train driver. He's got a big white mustache. He's kind of bald. He's wearing glasses. He's got blue overalls on. This is how I imagine a train driver. Once the sheet was ready, the bandits began the short trek up the tracks to Sears Crossing. Along the way, they spotted an empty railman's hut. A few of them broke inside and stole some tools and a railman's cap. Goody, the sergeant major, barked a furious order to back off and concentrate on the task at hand. The bandits continued on their way and, upon reaching Sears Crossing, concealed themselves on either side of the track. A slow goods train, headed in the opposite direction from Cheddington to Leighton Buzzard, chugged past the ambushers. The railway staff aboard did not see them. As the bandits waited, 3 more slow goods trains meandered past them toward Leighton Buzzard. The robbers remained hidden. At 2:58 a.m., from his lookout point, Reynolds spotted a string of lights approaching from the direction of Leighton Buzzard. He looked through his binoculars. Then he reached down and placed his hand on the steel rail. It vibrated. Reynolds glanced at the glow-in-the-dark hands on his watch to be sure. He picked up his walkie-talkie, pressed the button, and held it to his mouth. Then Reynolds said 3 simple words, meant to unleash hell.
This is it.
The Great Train Robbery. John Daly flicked the switch for the fake amber light. He did not, however, pull a black leather glove over the real light, which was still shining green. Instead, Daly ignored Caudry's careful instructions and unscrewed the bulb instead, disconnecting the lights, immediately triggering an alarm in the signalman's box at Leighton Buzzard. Dude! Literally one job. Literally, that's... Dude. First thing, and it's already gone wrong. Just do your job. You can't have a railroad signal drop out. That's dangerous. So the signalman immediately called a technician to head out to the spot and investigate. The technician hung up the phone, got dressed, and ambled out to his car to make the short drive to the signal light just down the tracks from the location of the raid. It's fortunate for the gang that the technician took his sweet time getting there. If the technician had discovered anything suspicious on the tracks, the unscrewed bulb, the fake signal, the abandoned carriages, or a bunch of bandits unloading sacks of money from the bridge, he may have retreated to his car and alerted authorities before the gang had even departed. Yeah, the fact that this didn't happen is basically just dumb luck. Meanwhile, at the same time that Daly was screwing up, Roger Caudry flicked the switch for the red light and pulled a black leather glove over the hood of the real light. Looks like Roger could do his job. Simple job, isn't it? You just gotta pull it down. Easy. It was now precisely 3 a.m. Aboard the Up Special, the train driver, Jack Mills, saw the amber light and pulled the brakes. Seconds later, he saw that further down the track at Sears Crossing, there was a red light signaling the train to stop. There was plenty of distance for Mills to accomplish that, and so he did so without difficulty and without jostling the mail sorters on the train. As they slowly glided to a halt at Sears Crossing, Jack Mills and his fireman, Dave Whitby, discussed what could have caused the stop. They were also puzzled as to why they could see another signal light about 2 kilometers in the distance beyond Bridgego Bridge that still shined bright green, indicating that the track was clear. Mills and Whitby suspected that the red and amber lights had developed a fault. At the time, the idea of foul play didn't even occur to them. I mean, I guess the good news is that if they expect there's going to be a fault, then stopping is the safe course of action. Right? Although then maybe a train could ram into you from behind, so maybe you continue. God, what do you do when you suspect there's a fault? I'm sure there's an SOP for that. At 3:03 a.m., the Up Special came to a halt at Sears Crossing. The restricted field of vision of the locomotive's windows prevented Mills or Whitby from seeing 13 men emerging from the darkness on either side of the tracks. Dave Whitby, in keeping with the fireman's job, got up and swung the left side door of the locomotive open to walk a few paces to the trackside telephone to place a call. But the line was cut. Whitby called out to Mills, "The telephone's dead. I'll walk down the tracks and see if I can find out what's going on." It was at that point that Jack Mills saw 2 men dressed in coveralls approaching from the left side of the train. Their faces were uncovered. Mills assumed that these men were railway workers already on site to deal with mysterious faults. He remained seated. Meanwhile, as Whitby walked down the train, he saw Roy James looking between the high-value carriage and the third carriage behind it. Whitby also assumed this man was a railway worker. As Whitby approached, James spotted him, straightened up, and cheerfully said, "What's up, mate? Come here." The perplexed fireman walked toward him.
Suddenly, Whitby was seized from behind by Jimmy White and Big Jim Hussy and forced onto the ground. Hussy rolled on top of Whitby, pinning him with his considerable body weight. He covered Whitby's mouth with one hand and wielded a small black cosh with the other. Big Jim said to Whitby, "If you shout, I'll kill you." Terrified, Dave Whitby nodded his understanding. The other two men, Jimmy White and Roy James, set about decoupling the high-value carriage from the rest of the train. They accidentally disconnected the braking system. The driver, Jack Mills, still sat in the locomotive, completely oblivious. Meanwhile, Bruce Reynolds got back in the Land Rover and Mr. 2 drove down the B488 and picked up John Daly from the amber signal. They then carried on to Sears Crossing. They did not exit the vehicle, but kept watch at the rear of the train for any sign of trouble. They patiently waited for the locomotive to be detached and moved to Bridgego Bridge. Then they would follow. Back at the front of the train, Jack Mills heard footsteps coming up the metal stairs to the engine. Mills assumed this was Whitby. He stood up. When the door opened, however, Mills was alarmed to see Buster Edwards, his face concealed with a balaclava and holding a 2-foot iron bar wrapped in white cloth. Mills didn't have time to think. He grappled with Edwards and tried to push him back off the train. However, Charlie Wilson, the silent man, entered the engine from the other door on the right side, came up behind Mills, and bashed him on the side of the head with a heavy bludgeon of his own. Blood ran down his face. Seconds later, the engine car was filled with 4 masked men wielding blunt weapons, and one man was carrying a fire axe. Is that really your choice of weapon, dude? Just use a knife, for God's sake. Mills later claimed that he wasn't bludgeoned, but bumped his head falling to the floor. Yet Mills's memory may have been faulty, as you typically don't sustain a head injury as severe as his from simply hitting the floor. The robbers, years later, confirmed that he was indeed bludgeoned. Buster Edwards was accused of doing it by the media, and Big Jim Hussy later tried to claim credit for the notoriety, but most historians now agree that Charlie Wilson had struck the blow. All the controversy about who struck Jack Mills was a bit silly, however, considering how much violence the bandits were yet to inflict. Oh wow, for some reason, I thought this was the only dude who got hurt, that it was kind of like a relatively violent-less? A peaceful? What's the right word there? Crime. Mills was wrenched off the floor and manhandled into the narrow passage between the engine and the brake car. Moments later, Big Jim Hussy dragged Dave Whitby into the engine and pushed him into the narrow passage with Mills. With 6 armed men in the engine and no one in the brake car, there was no hope of flight or further resistance. Buster Edwards stuck his head out of the door of the train and beckoned to Ronnie Biggs and Pop, the train driver, who were waiting on the side of the tracks. Biggs and Pop entered the engine, and the rotund Buster Edwards got out to make room for them. Pop sat in the driver's seat and hesitated over the train's controls. Gordon Goody, who was one of the masked men in the cab, shouted fiercely at Pop to get a move on. This only served to make Pop even more nervous. There was a problem. The 61-year-old Pop had spent his entire career driving air brake shunter engines in the South. He had no experience driving diesel-electric engines with vacuum brakes. When Jimmy White and Roy James had successfully uncoupled the high-value carriage from the rest of the train, they'd accidentally disconnected the brake lines, which locked all wheels on the train into place. It would not budge. Pop did not know how to undo this, and unbeknownst to the bandits, the disconnecting of the brake lines had also alerted the security guard, Thomas Miller, who slowly began to make his way up from the rear of the train. It was now 3:10 a.m. That's what was happening at the beginning, right? He was alerted to something and he made his way up the train. Pressure mounted with every passing second. Gordon Goody, the criminal sergeant major, flew into a rage and shouted for Pop to be removed from the driver's seat. Goody spat, "Fetch the fucking driver!" Still gazed, Jack Mills was yanked out of the passageway and shoved into the driver's seat. Goody shouted at him to get the train moving. Mills opened up a large ejector, and the train lurched forward. One of the crew shouted, "We're in business, boys! We're in business!" As the high-value carriage was pulled away from the third car, the postal workers in the money-laden carriage were startled. They did not understand what was going on, but they knew that it was a problem. They pulled the emergency cord to the engine cabin. Another postal worker shouted out the window in an attempt to gain the attention of the driver. Meanwhile, the postal staff in the third car watched the high-value car pull away with greater equanimity. They were puzzled, but not anxious, not knowing how trains worked or thinking that anything was seriously wrong. Yeah, if you were just traveling on a train, and you're like, oh, it's just decoupled, they're probably like, I don't know. I wouldn't be concerned about it. You'd just be like, hey, it is what it is. Everything's fine. They thought that the driver was dealing with some sort of problem and that they'd be reconnected and on their way momentarily. As the train slowly pulled away from Sears Crossing, Mr. 2 put the Land Rover, one of the mysterious guys who we guess got away with it, put the Land Rover into gear and raced ahead to Bridgego Bridge. Although still warming up, the train only took a minute or so to cover the 1 kilometer distance from Sears Crossing. Bruce Reynolds exited the vehicle and watched as the up special approached. Some of the bandits were in the engine cabin, others were hanging off the sides, waving at him excitedly. Elated by the sight, Reynolds whispered to Daly, "Marvellous. Just marvellous." This does sound very exciting. I know they're committing like a bad crime and stuff, but I'd be like, yes! It feels like I know it's real life, so it's different, but it feels like when you're pulling off a heist in GTA 5 or something, and you're like, yes, we did it, boys! In the engine cabin, Goody barked an order at Mills to stop the train just in front of the white sheet that hung across the tracks leading to Cheddington. Then Mills was wrenched away from the controls and manhandled into the passageway again. World War II veteran Jimmy White handcuffed Mills and Whitby together and stood guard over them, his bludgeon at the ready in case of any nonsense. Also, the fact that they don't have guns and stuff and it's just like robbery and no one's getting murdered makes this much more like, hey, it's all good fun. Except for the people who are getting really scared, the possible danger of the train slamming into them and killing a load of postal workers and civilians, and also the driver getting mashed over the head with a baton, or whatever happened to him. But other than that, isn't it a right laugh? As the train slowed, the bandits jumped off the locomotive. The rest of the men, besides Jimmy White, exited the engine when it came to a halt. They prepared for the assault on the high-value carriage, while Bruce Napoleon Reynolds, his mate John Daly, and the 5'4" Roy James observed from the train tracks. The unidentified Mr. 2 exited the Land Rover to join the assault team. The high-value carriage was about to be swarmed by 10 men. Meanwhile, Pop had pissed off the crew so much with his failure to drive the train that he was banished to the vehicles under Bridgego Bridge, and Ronnie Biggs, whose only job was to recruit a competent train driver, was banished with him. It was now 3:15 a.m. It's like, Ronnie, you had one job and you found the guy who can't drive this type of train. Come on! Within the high-value carriage were Post Office Inspector Thomas Kett and mail sorters Frank Dewhurst, John O'Connor, Leslie Penn, and Joseph Ware. A total of 5 unarmed and frightened men. Oh, Leslie's a dude. I was like, okay, Leslie. But Leslie is also a dude's name somehow. Sorry to all the Leslies listening, if you're a dude. It's quite... in my mind, I'm like, Leslie's a woman. A total of 5 unarmed and frightened men. The last line of defense protecting an enormous fortune from 10 seasoned criminals with weapons. If I was one of those postal sorting people, you're just mail sorters. You're just sorting the mail. You're not a line of defense. I'll be like,
take it, boys. I don't give a shit.
Like, worst things, Cap, they don't even have guns. I still don't want to get battened over the head. I'll just be like,
I'm not going to stop you. Just carry on. Do you want some help unloading it? Like, I'm happy to do that.
Charlie Wilson smashed the window of the high-value carriage with a pickaxe and began to climb inside. Kett and Dewhurst rushed to the window to try and push him out. Kett yelled, "It's a raid." "Get the c***s," came the reply. 2 more bandits kicked in the rear door and burst into the carriage. One of them was wielding a fireman's axe. 2 more smashed another window and climbed inside, koshes at the ready. 2 more men... What is a kosh? Kosh. Let me just look this up real quick. It must be some sort of baton or something, right? Kosh. A thick or heavy stick or bar used as a weapon. The defendants deny having a self-loading pistol and a telescopic kosh. Okay, so it's like a baton, like a telescopic baton. Okay. 2 more men ripped open the side door. Kett and Dewhurst retreated. Charlie Wilson climbed inside. Another bandit followed him. Gordon Goody struck Kett in the arm with a bludgeon and said, "Who's the bastard that bolted the doors?" Goody then started to savagely beat Dewhurst while shouting for the rest of the assault team on the tracks to get inside. Yeah, just be like, it's fine, just take it. Why do you care so much? It's not even your money. It's like if you're getting mugged, it's like, it's even when it's your own shit. Don't fight, just be like, sure, take it, unless you're 100% sure that you can take him. At the back of the carriage, Ben retreated from the bandit, holding the fire axe, and Buster Edwards struck Penn across the shoulders with an iron bar. As Penn staggered forward, another bandit hit him with a kosh. Edwards turned to where Goody was beating Dewhurst and hit the mail sorter across the spine with the iron bar. He collapsed to the floor in agony. The rest of the postal workers were herded to the front of the carriage and told to lie down and close their eyes. When Kett refused to lie down, Big Jim Hussy punched him in the face, and then he complied. Yeah, getting socked in the face will help you lie down. Buster Edwards later said, "You've got to be prepared for violence. You go on business to expect violence, to use violence. It's not a softy sort of thing, really. If it's got to be used, it's got to be used." Yeah, dude, you're robbing a train. It's again, why I wouldn't fight back. Oh, who cares? Just let them take it. Why? Back at the engine, Jimmy White pushed Mills and Whitby outside and ordered them off the bridge and down the embankment. White told the driver and fireman to lie face down on the grass, but it was from this vantage point that Whitby glanced up and witnessed the bandits unloading dozens of bags stuffed with money from the high-value carriage. The bandits formed a human chain from the carriage down the embankment to the waiting vehicles underneath Bridgego Bridge. Even though ever the commanding officer and certainly dressed the part, Bruce Napoleon Reynolds observed the men, keeping track of the time. Dressed the part as in military fatigues, not dressed the part as in he was dressed up as Napoleon, which would be, different vibes. Kind of like that. Why are you dressed as Napoleon? I'm in charge, bitches. The bandits had resolved not to linger at the scene for longer than 30 minutes. Each sack of cash weighed an average of 21.1 kilos or 46.5 pounds. Relentlessly and as rapidly as possible, one bag after another, the men unloaded the train. When the sacks reached the end of the chain, they were tossed into the back of the Austin Lodestar truck. At 3:30, Reynolds glanced again at his watch. They had unloaded 120 bags, a total of 2.5 metric tons. Just 2.5 metric tons of cash money. Yes. Reynolds shouted there was time to go. Charlie Wilson shouted from the high-value carriage that there was still some bags left. Reynolds shouted back that it was essential they stick to the plan. The driver and the fireman were yanked off the ground and shoved in the direction of the high-value carriage. They were ordered to climb inside. Mills, still semi-conscious from the blow to the head, needed assistance to do so. Mills and Whitby were ordered to lay down on the floor of the carriage with the 5 postal workers. The bandits told them to lie on the floor for 30 minutes and not to move a muscle, adding that if they did not comply, there are some right bastards in this lot who will kill you. The train robbers then swiftly made their way to the 2 Land Rovers and the Lodestar, taking the same seats that they had used on the way out. Reynolds walked down the convoy and quickly rattled off a roll call. Everyone was accounted for. The trucks sped off, retracing their route back to Leatherslade Farm. They'd stolen £2.63 million, or £69 million in modern money. $86.7 million. It's so much money. 7 bags containing nearly £114,000, nearly £3 million today, still sat in the high-value carriage. An 8th bag had simply been dumped on the tracks when Bruce Napoleon Reynolds called time. It contained approximately £16,400, or roughly £430,000 in modern money. Good lord. It's just like, time's up. Should we load this last one, boss? When I said time's up, time's up. This is super good criminaling. Like, when time's up, you gotta go. This is good stuff. Don't be greedy. The bandits drove slowly through the winding country roads, monitoring police frequencies with 2 radios they'd set up in the Land Rovers. When the convoy was approximately 10 minutes away from Leatherslade Farm, an explosion of police chatter indicated that news of the robbery had reached Scotland Yard. When one police officer blurted out, "They've stolen a train," this was met with howls of laughter. The train robbers arrived back at Leatherslade Farm at approximately 4:30 a.m. They parked the 2 Land Rovers out of sight in 2 sheds, and the Austin Lodestar was backed up into the door of the farmhouse for the money to be unloaded. They formed another human chain, and despite being up all night, made quick work of it. Then the mysterious Henry Smith backed the Austin into an outbuilding and covered it with a green tarpaulin. I feel like, I guess you can't set it on fire yet, although it's not, no, you can't set it on fire yet. You gotta dispose of it somehow. But I would say you gotta, burn it, but not draw attention. Maybe when you're leaving. You gotta burn some down, right? Or maybe they were wearing gloves. Who knows? Gordon Goody checked all the bags for tracking devices. They were clear. Then the 16 men cracked open some cans of beer and set about emptying the bags and stacking the money in orderly piles so the amount could be counted. Adrenaline faded and exhaustion started to set in. Bruce Reynolds told Buster Edwards he was going upstairs to get some sleep. I don't know, I feel the drinking of the beers and stuff is just a bit irresponsible. You're committing, major crimes. Just wait until you're all in the clear. Don't do it while you're still counting the money and in the, hideout. Just have all your senses about you. Don't, because beer, it can make you too confident. Just have all your wits about you. Come on now. The bill. At 4:35 a.m., Detective Superintendent Malcolm Futrell of the Buckinghamshire Criminal Investigation Department, or CID, was roused by the ringing of his telephone. Age 53, Futrell had joined the force as a young man in 1930. Futrell's father had also been CID, and Futrell himself had been born in a police station. He got up, it was 1920s? 1910s. Yeah, people were not always born in hospitals. He got up, got dressed, got into his white convertible, very nice, and drove to Aylesbury Police Headquarters about 7 miles from the site of the robbery. Futrell had arrived at 4:50 a.m. and spent the next several minutes getting the facts straight and a team organised. Police patrols were busy setting up roadblocks throughout the countryside, and the train driver, Jack Mills, had been taken by ambulance to the Royal Buckinghamshire Hospital. Whitby went with him for the simple reason that he was still handcuffed to Mills. A hacksaw was soon procured to free them. Wait, they're police. Why didn't they just use a handcuff key? All handcuff keys are the same, right? Futrell drove to Cheddington Station, where the locomotive had been moved by the railman to get it off the tracks. The detective briefly inspected the train and interviewed security guard Thomas Miller and the 5 postal staff. Meanwhile, police from the village of Linslade arrived at Sears Crossing at roughly 5 a.m. to discover the 10 abandoned carriages and over 60 marooned postal staff. Apart from the sorters in the carriage, 3 who had seen the high-value carriage pull away, the staff had very little awareness that a robbery had even taken place. Nobody from the stolen locomotive had returned to Sears Crossing. Police also saw the railroad technician, who'd taken his sweet time getting to the scene, still trying to dismantle the fake red signal light. He had already sorted the amber one and down the track and repaired the telephone wire. Police initially told the technician to stand down lest he contaminate the crime scene, but because the fake signal needed to be dismantled to avoid halting future trains, they perhaps unwisely relented and let him work. In reality, the damage had been done. The technician's fingerprints were all over the place. Not that it mattered. The bandits had all worn gloves. Very smart. Good choice to wear those gloves. There can still be like DNA and fibers. Oh, this is the 60s, isn't it? So not DNA, but like fibers and stuff that they could have left behind. I feel like still burning the things afterwards would be a good idea. The cars. The vehicles. At 5:10 a.m., Detective Sergeant Fairweather of Aylesbury CID arrived at Sears Crossing and began to question the postal staff, but not much information could be gleaned from them. 2 constables walked up the tracks to Bridgego Bridge and found a long white sheet on the ground and the pickaxe used by Charlie Wilson to break into the high-value carriage leaning against the bridge. The 8th sack of cash had prudently been brought back on board the up special before it was moved to Cheddington, rather than leaving the £16,400 on the ground for some lucky passerby to find. Can you imagine just this is what was it, like $500,000 in today's money? Just like lying on the ground. You'd be like, oh, hello. Very nice. A total of 315 photographs were taken of Bridgego Bridge, Sears Crossing, and the site of the fake amber signal. Officers dusted for fingerprints where they could, but found nothing. Dave Whitby was interviewed at around 6 a.m. He gave an account of the robbery and the human chain unloading the money from the high-value carriage. Whitby estimated that approximately 15 men had taken part in the heist and said that he'd seen quote-unquote army trucks being used. At 6:30 a.m., 2 CID detectives arrived at Cheddington Station with a fingerprint kit, only to discover to their frustration that railway staff had moved the train from the station platform to the Cheddington sidings. This further contaminated the engine cabin and the high-value carriage with more fingerprints. Yes, but take all the fingerprints, then take the fingerprints of the the railway workers, and then all the ones that are not matched up are your criminals ones, aren't they? But there won't be any because they all wore gloves, but you don't know that yet, so why wouldn't you do that? At 7:30 a.m., police were notified that the railway hut near Bridgego Bridge had been broken into. No fingerprints were found, but staff claimed the few articles were stolen: a pickaxe, a fire axe, and a railman's cap. The railman's cap. Did someone just want a souvenir? At 10:33 a.m., Detective Superintendent Futrell telegraphed the progress of the investigation to Scotland Yard in London. Aside from witness testimony of what happened, there wasn't much yet to report. Back in the big smoke, that's London, everybody, officials took a rather long time organising their branch of the investigation. At 3 p.m, a meeting was held with the head of the Post Office Investigation Branch, the Chief Constable of Buckinghamshire, the Chief Constable of the British Transport Police, and various officers from Scotland Yard, led by Commander George Hatherill. Despite the fact that the first call from British Railways about the robbery had gone to Scotland Yard, Hatherill hadn't been informed, and he found out about it listening to the radio while he ate his breakfast. In addition to the bigwigs present, Detective Futrell had driven down to London to relate what he knew in person. A senior post office investigator estimated that around £3 million had been stolen. Pretty good guess. This was catastrophic because many of the banks, along with private individuals sending money, did not have those shipments insured. Uh-oh. I mean, wait, if you're a bank and you're not insuring this amount of money in transit, I mean, obviously the criminals are to blame, but also, really? Really? Unlike many of the fusty, fossilized, pencil-pushing bureaucrats present, Commander George Hatherill of Scotland Yard was one smart cookie. As a police officer, he had solved 17 high-profile murders. Much like Sherlock Holmes, Hatherill was a polyglot fluent in French, German, Italian, Spanish, and Russian. Holy shit, okay. I'm also going to assume English. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 languages. God damn. Hatherill quickly deduced that the crime had been carried out by London criminals, probably known gang members, and the fact that it had occurred in Buckinghamshire was incidental. Also, Hatherill astutely suspected that the bandits didn't try to run the gauntlet back to London. They had to be hiding out somewhere in Buckinghamshire. Hatherill ordered that searches be conducted of farms and isolated buildings in the countryside, advising the use of sniffer dogs. And this is when the tide began to turn. Waterloo. Earlier that day,
at around 7 a.m., an extremely jovial Buster Edwards shook Bruce Reynolds awake. Reynolds had gotten less than 2 hours sleep. Having finished the counts and grinning from ear to ear, Edwards said to Reynolds, "2.5 million, mate." Reynolds came downstairs to find some of the crew monitoring police frequencies and listening to national radio. Nothing said over the wire indicated that the police was zeroing in on Leatherslade Farm. In fact, the police investigation had barely begun. Reynolds felt optimistic. Leatherslade was roughly 24 miles from Bridgego Bridge. A tree line shielded the farm from the road. The vehicles were safely hidden out of sight, and the bandits had a man posted upstairs with a 360-degree view of the countryside. They're going to eventually... How many isolated... I guess it is the Buckinghamshire countryside. There's probably a lot of isolated homes. But if they make them so they can't leave and they can't escape... Although they can just get into regular cars and just load them up with a little bit of money at a time and just start, doing little runs to different locations and hiding the money around the show. They had plenty of food. All they had to do was keep quiet for a few days until they could slip away. Roger Caudry, leader of the South Coast Raiders, nodded at Reynolds and went upstairs to get some sleep of his own. World War II veteran Jimmy White and the mysterious Henry Smith spent the morning installing a false door into the Austin Lodestar in order to transport some of the money. I feel like using the same truck is a bit of a mistake. You should have switched trucks. And you should have had them organized ahead of time with this, false bottom stuff. Ronnie Biggs lit a fire and started burning the army uniforms, coveralls, and balaclavas that they'd worn during the heist. Smart plan. At noon, the BBC reported that the robbers had stolen £1 million and had used military vehicles. That later nugget of information caused alarm amongst the men. The plan was to wait a few days and then drive the Land Rovers and the Lodestar, all painted military green, out of Buckinghamshire. But with the cops looking for such vehicles, their entire exit strategy was utterly destroyed. Jimmy White went outside and tried to paint the Lodestar yellow, but before he could finish, he ran out of paint. The bandits were still arguing over what to do when Roger Caudry came back downstairs, having enjoyed a warm shower and 6 or 7 hours sleep. He listened to the men bicker as he helped himself to a cup of tea and boiled an egg. As he ate, Caudry mentioned that he had brought a bicycle with him to Leatherslade just in case their other means of transport was compromised. Finishing his meal, Caudry went outside, hopped on his bike, and rode for over an hour into Oxford in the adjoining county, far beyond the dragnet of the police. From Oxford, Caudry telephoned the corrupt law clerk Brian Field to arrange alternative transport. Caudry called Mary Manson, common law wife of London's fence who operated Max Antiques, who had agreed to come from Wimbledon to Buckinghamshire the next morning to meet Bruce Reynolds in the market town of Thame, 7 miles south of Leatherslade. Yeah, this seems smart. I'm surprised you didn't have, I mentioned it a few times, when we were talking about the planning of this, that they should have had other vehicles to get into, different vehicles from the ones you do in the robbery. Even 2 vehicles down would have been good. More stolen vehicles and then clean vehicles. To speed up the evidence burning process, the bandits lit a bonfire outside and immolated the rest of the clothing they'd worn during the robbery. Having a big bonfire is going to draw attention. That's why I didn't want them to set fire to the trucks. I feel that you should just be doing this inside. Just burn them in the fireplace. It won't take that long. Just slowly get it done. They also burned the shoes they'd been wearing, but when they tried to burn the money sacks, the waterproofing chemicals turned the bonfire's smoke a dark black. Fearing that this would draw undue attention, they extinguished the fire and didn't burn any more bags. Instead, Bruce Reynolds started to dig a hole in the garden of the farmhouse to bury them. Pop, the train driver, who had failed to perform the task he'd been given and nearly scuppered the entire robbery, began to fear that Reynolds was out there digging his grave. I mean, yeah, but they've made no indication that they're killing anyone, so I don't think he's... maybe. Your mind can run away with itself, can't it? At sunset, law clerk Brian Field arrived in a blue Jaguar, having encountered no police roadblocks on his way through Buckinghamshire. After speaking with the crew for a few minutes, Field told the 5'4" getaway driver, Roy James, to go back to London to find some alternative transport for the gang. The rest of the bandits stuck at Leatherslade Farm, ate some food, guzzled some whiskey and a few cans of beer, and played a game of Monopoly using cash from the raid. Amazing. In the early hours of August the 9th, roughly 24 hours after the heist began, most of them drifted off into an uneasy sleep. Alternating teams of 2 men kept watch at all times. On the morning of August the 9th, the BBC announced that the police were searching a 30-mile radius around Bridgego Bridge with a particular focus on farmhouses and isolated buildings. Leatherslade Farm was within that radius. When the train robbers heard the report, they were sent into fits of anxiety. The house was filled with chatter, swearing, and raised voices. All of them wanted to leave now, but they were trapped. Having spent the night in Oxford, Roger Caudry bought a used Wolseley luxury sedan and drove it back to Leatherslade Farm. Caudry collected his share of the cash. Because the gang had agreed to split the money evenly between them, along with Brian Field and the mysterious informant known as the Ulsterman,
Caudry's share amounted to approximately £146,100 or £3.83 million in modern money and $4.87 million American dollars. Caudry then departed, taking World War II veteran Jimmy White with him, but without taking White's share. They drove to Oxford, arriving at 11 a.m. They headed to a house Caudry had rented in preparation for the robbery and carried the 2 suitcases full of Caudry's money inside, plopping them down on the floor of the sitting room. There, Caudry and White drove to the village of Black Boughton and bought a blue-grey Land Rover. As for the vendor records, Caudry said his name was A.E. Tompkins and gave the southwest London address of his friend William Bowl as his own. Why? Why would you use your friend's address? Just make up an address, or just go into the phone book and be like, this one. Preferably someone who has the same name as you that you've made up. Caudry returned to Oxford in the blue-grey Land Rover. Jimmy White took the Wolseley sedan back to Leatherslade, picked up Henry Smith, both of their shares of the money, and drove back to London. The bandits did not dare take more than 2 men per car, lest they attract police attention. Meanwhile, Bruce Napoleon Reynolds left Leatherslade on foot and walked 7 miles south to Tame, where he met Mary Manson, the fence's wife. She had arrived in a van. Leaving Mary Manson in Tame, Reynolds drove the van to Leatherslade, collected his best friend, John Daly, and both their shares. The 2 men drove back to Thames and let Mary drive the van back to Wimbledon with the money, while Reynolds and Daly evaded suspicion by catching a bus to Victoria Station in the capital. From there, Reynolds and Daly took a taxi to Wimbledon, collected the van and their money, and drove it to a London warehouse where they stashed the cash behind a pile of furniture. At 1 p.m, Roger Caudry met his friend William Bowl at the public library in Oxford. Caudry said he needed to lie low since, as the leader of the South Coast Raiders, the cops might be looking for him. Bowl later claimed that Caudry didn't tell him what he'd done, but this was to avoid a criminal conviction for aiding and abetting. In reality, Caudry had offered Bowl a piece of his take, enough to pay back some money Bowl had lent the compulsive gambler, and then some. Bowl said that he had friends in Bournemouth who could help. Then the 2 men went to Caudry's Oxford rental house, where they spent the night. At 4 p.m, Bruce Reynolds went to a car dealership in Chiswick, West London. He picked out a black Austin Healey sports car worth £835 or £22,000, $28,000 in American money today. He returned with Mary Manson at 6:30 p.m, and Manson paid for the car with a fat stack of £5 notes, giving her a real name but false address. Yeah, £5 notes were worth more back in the day, so that'd be like a 20, right? Roughly? No, that'd be like £100. This is the thing. We've had 5, 10, and £20 notes, and I guess there were £1 notes back in the day, forever. But inflation has done something. £5 notes I don't feel are even that common anymore. 10's got to be the most, or 20s, and then 50s. I don't know if 50s are used more these days, but when I was a kid, they were just for criminals. The only people who used 50s were drug dealers and tax dodgers. Accounts of how the remaining 10 train robbers escaped Leatherslade Farm are somewhat hazier. We know that on the evening of August the 9th, or perhaps midnight on August the 10th, law clerk Brian Field arrived in Leatherslade driving a van. His wife, Karen, arrived at the same time in her Jaguar. Roy James was likely also there, driving a second van, the whole point of his trip to London without his share. We also are pretty sure that Gordon Goody, the Sergeant Major, and the rotund Buster Edwards, Charlie Wilson, the Silent Man, Bob Welch, South Coast Raider, Tommy Wisby, Raider, and Big Jim Hussy, the idiot, got aboard the convoy with their loot. Karen Field also mentions 2 other men, but she uses fake names. Most historians agree these were the never-identified Mr. 2 and ex-army man turned South Coast Raider Danny Pembroke. That brings the total to 8, leaving Ronnie Biggs and Pop. In all probability, all 10 remaining bandits were very likely extracted from Leatherslade Farm under the cover of night by Brian Field's improvised convoy. But given that Biggs and Pop were in disgrace, it is possible that they went their separate ways. Other accounts claim that Bruce Reynolds drove back to Leatherslade to pick up some of the bandits, but there is no corroborating evidence or testimony for this. Before they left, the train robbers had scoured the house, wiping down everything they could find in the hopes that they would remove any traces of their fingerprints. While all of them had worn gloves during the heist, they had taken the gloves off after arriving back at Leatherslade, flush with victory. Also, wearing gloves for an extended period of time like that's going to be really uncomfortable. You're going to be really wanting to take those gloves off at some point because days are going to go by. But you really shouldn't. Only 27-year-old Danny Pembroke took the precaution of keeping his gloves on the entire time. Danny Pembroke, you dedicated genius. Also, considering how much money you're getting, Yeah, good call. In the early hours of August the 10th, retreating in haste from Leatherslade Farm, the corrupt law clerk, Brian Field, took the 8 or 10 bandits he'd rescued to his Berkshire home just outside of Reading. Field's neighbours claimed that they were woken sometime past 12 a.m. by the arrival of 2 vans and a Jaguar. Again, Ronnie Biggs and Pop may or may not have been there. But we do know the other rescued bandits spent the night at Field's house. Getaway driver Roy James, who had helped engineer the rescue, departed and spent the night in Reading, having promised to return the next morning. Most of the bandits slept on sofas and in armchairs, while Gordon Goody, who had previously befriended Field, was given the spare bedroom. At dawn, the bandits gradually peeled away from Field's house. The South Coast Raiders, Bob Welch, Tommy Wisby and Danny Pembroke, bought additional vehicles in Reading, loaded up their loot and departed for Brighton on the south coast. The returned Buster Edwards was picked up by his wife, and they headed to a friend of Buster's in southwest London. Charlie Wilson, Silent Man, was picked up by Roy James, now driving a Mini Cooper, and they headed to a hideout in East London. Big Jim Hussy, the idiot, was picked up by a girlfriend. We do not know how Mr. 2 disappeared. Only Gordon Goody, Sergeant Major, stayed on as a guest at Fields. Goody's 19-year-old fiancée joined them later that day. The Sweeney. Back on August the 8th at 10:20 p.m, round the time the bandits were drowning their sorrows in liquor and playing Monopoly at Leatherslade Farm, 2 Scotland Yard detectives showed up in Aylesbury to collaborate with the local CID. They gave Superintendent Detective Futrell some useful information. The famous flying squad of the London Metropolitan Police, a surveillance and intelligence gathering crew that often used undercover agents, had overheard some tittle-tattle in London's underworld and created a list of likely suspects for the train robbery. The flying squad was nicknamed the Sweeney, based off Cockney rhyming slang and the fictional character Sweeney Todd, whose last name rhymed with squad. Okay. You guys spent too long thinking on the name, didn't you? Just get on with the police work! One of the people the Sweeney suggested was South Coast Raider Bob Welch. Yet because Welch was just a nightclub owner whose criminal record only consisted of possessing some stolen tea, coffee and custard powder along with selling drinks after hours, nobody in Aylesbury thought he was a good fit. They didn't know about the Raider thing. Futrell and the Scotland Yard detectives chewed over the entire case for several hours, only retiring for some sleep at 4:35 a.m. Meanwhile, the flying squad kept busy. They interviewed a police informer called Mickey, who apparently was also an armed robber and had cut a deal the last time he got nicked, escaping without charges. Mickey told police that in addition to club owner Bob Welch, some of the other men involved in the train heist were Big Jim Hussy, John Daly, Bruce Reynolds, Charlie Wilson and Tommy Wisby. It's all bang on, isn't it? It's also, why does this dude, who we're just hearing about now, why does Mickey know all about these crimes? Someone has been talking. This is the problem when you have like 16 people committing a crime. Someone's going to talk, and then someone else, that then, like, the person he talked to happens to be a police informant. Don't talk about your crimes. And don't involve, like, I know it's a rule already. Don't involve too many people in your crimes. If you could do it with just you, do it and never speak about it again. If you can do it with, if you have to involve other people, as few people as possible, and make sure there's some, like, punishment if they talk. Figure out a way to, like, if you talk, we'll break your legs. That sort of thing. We don't know how Mickey learned all about this, but you don't keep something like the Great Train Robbery quiet. Not in a London underworld where gossip is currency. Yes, but you have to! I understand gossip is currency, but goddamn, it's not as much currency as you're going to make by robbing that train, guys. The flying squad passed the information on to Scotland Yard, who eventually passed it on to the CID. Not much progress was made in the investigation on August 9th. Detective Futrell returned to Cheddington Station to have another look at the locomotive and high-value carriage. The locomotive is gone. The British Transport Police had unilaterally made the call that since the crime scene had been contaminated anyway, that the valuable diesel engine should be placed back into service. It's a lot of money that was nicked, guys. Maybe you should make sure the police are 100% done with that first. For the rest of the morning, the Transport Police were blasted with a number of angry telephone calls from Buckinghamshire CID telling them to get the locomotive the hell back to Cheddington. Yeah, reasonably so, British Transport Police. What the In the meantime, Futrell inspected the high-value carriage, Bridigo Bridge, and Sears Crossing, but uncovered nothing. The rest of the day was spent at the station scrutinizing witness statements and slowly processing a flood of incoming tips. Lost amid all of that were the accurate names provided by Mickey. Oh God, really? You've got one informant who actually knows what's going on, and they're like, nah, come on, police! On August the 10th, Scotland Yard was informed by London City Council that they received an application for a road tax licence for a grey Austin Healey, which had been purchased by a suspicious man using small denominations of cash. Just, dude, if you're buying the getaway vehicle, please don't do it with the money that you've just stolen. It's really weird. Just do it in the least suspicious way. I don't know what that was in the past. Maybe it's credit card, maybe it's check. I don't know what they had in the 1960s, probably check, or maybe it was cash. But because obviously it's suspicious, small denominations of cash. Just buy it and use your regular money to buy it. This was the vehicle purchased by World War II veteran Jimmy White under a false name. A few days later, London City Council informed Scotland Yard of a similar purchase of a black Austin Healey in £5 notes by one Mary Manson with a suspicious-looking male companion, Bruce Reynolds. Mary Manson, the fence's wife, gave a false address. The information on both these cars was processed, along with a mountain of other tips. Late in the evening of August the 10th, the list of suspects provided by Mickey finally did the rounds. Good. To be fair, it's only been 2 days, and this was the past. It was all paperwork and stuff, no computers figuring this out. The fact that Bob Welch, nightclub owner and custard stealer, had come up twice made him slightly more of a suspect, though many detectives still had their doubts. Flying squad officers swung by Welch's house and spoke to his wife. She said that Welch wasn't at home and would be gone for a few days. Lacking any other solid leads, the Sweeney placed Welch's house under round-the-clock surveillance. On August the 11th, Bob Welch departed from the Pevensey in Sussex, where he had spent the night. Welch drove up to London, where he stopped at a red telephone box. Welch called his wife and told her that he'd be home in 10 minutes. Mary Welch replied, "Bob, can you bring home some of that ointment? Bruno's feet are bad again." This is a code thing, right? They've set up a code, and this is to tell him something's up, there's a policeman standing there next to her or something. This was code, yes. Mary Welch had just told her husband that the cops were watching the house. Needless to say, Welch decided against returning home to his wife. He went to the South London flat of his mistress, Miss Jean Iris Steele, instead. Meanwhile, Futrell and the CID had worked throughout the night, poring over ordnance maps of Buckinghamshire, and they managed to narrow down the list of possible hideouts from several hundred to just 13 likely locations. And at 9 a.m. on August the 11th, a huge team of 80 uniformed officers arrived from across Buckinghamshire and Hertfordshire to conduct a search of these properties, moving in squads of 20, hoping to surprise the bandits and outnumbered them. By noon, the officers returned, having found nothing. It turns out that of the 13 locations on their list, Leatherslade Farm was not amongst them. You got so lucky, bandits. I mean, they're gone anyway, but that's lucky. That was very lucky. How did they miss it? However, not all was lost. That evening, at a golf club in Oxford, Detective Inspector Densham of the Oxfordshire CID fell into conversation with a local landowner who just happened to be friends with one Bernard Rickson. These are the people who sold the house to them, right? The man told Detective Densham that Rickson had recently sold his property in Buckinghamshire to a couple of slick-looking fellas from London who paid far more than it was worth. The name of the property? Leatherslade Farm. To put the nail in the coffin, on the morning of May the 12th, Buckinghamshire livestock farmer Alfred Maris was reading the newspaper over breakfast. He read an article about the train robbery, the £260,000 reward. God damn, dude! Isn't that like 5 mil? That is an absolutely massive reward. And the fact that the police were searching local farmhouses and isolated buildings in the area. Maris picked up the telephone to tell police about a property that had recently been sold by Bernard Rickson called Leatherslade Farm. For a few days, it had been occupied by a gaggle of men and now lay abandoned. But of course, with a £260,000 reward, tips were coming in to police thick and fast, so the farmer's information was not immediately seized upon. Wait, if that led to their arrest, would he get that money? Because he's just like, yeah, some dude sold a farm, there were dudes there. And if it turns out he's right, does he get the £5 million modern equivalent? No wonder the tips come in thick and fast and maybe made up just in the hopes of someone scoring that 5 milli. However, that night, at 11:47 p.m, Detective Densham in Oxford finally got round to calling Aylesbury CID about the tip he'd received the night before. Leatherslade Farm had recently been purchased by some suspicious individuals from London. After a few hours, Alfred Maris's tip was dug out of the files and twinned with Densham's information. It certainly seemed worth looking into. On August the 13th at 9:05 a.m., Aylesbury CID called Sergeant Ronald Blackman in the village of Waddesdon and asked him what he knew about Leatherslade Farm. Blackman replied he'd never heard of it but would investigate. Sergeant Blackman called Constable John Woolley in the nearby village of Brill. Woolley also hadn't heard of the place, but found it on a map. Blackman and Woolley agreed to meet up there at 10:30 a.m. At the appointed time, they converged on Leatherslade Farm. They had no weapons, no radio, no backup. If the gang hadn't gotten spooked by the BBC news broadcasts, they might still be there, and things might have gotten ugly. Weren't they also following the police radios? Because you're like, oh, BBC, why did you spoil it? But police were also talking about it on the radio, no? As it was, Blackman and Woolley started looking around the yard. They found the remains of the bonfire, which contained small pieces of charred clothing. They then saw the Austin Lodestar, half-painted yellow, covered in green tarpaulin. Soon after, Blackman and Woolley found the two Land Rovers. They made their way into the farmhouse and knocked on the door. There was no answer. They walked around in the house and found a freshly dug mound of dirt in the garden. Someone had buried something. Then Constable Woolley climbed through one of the upstairs windows. He found several sleeping bags. He went downstairs to let in Sergeant Blackman. In the kitchen, they found a large amount of leftover supplies, implying that a considerable number of people had been staying there. I mean, how much more do you need? You know it's the place, dudes. Combined with the vehicles outside, which matched the description given by trained fireman Dave Whitby, the two village policemen felt absolutely certain that this was the hideout of the train robbers. Dude, as soon as you saw that half-painted military van, you'd be like, this is the place. You don't even need to go inside. It's like, this is the place. We know it. Done. Boom. Easy. Blackman left Woolley standing guard over the place and rode to the nearest telephone box. He made a call to Aylesbury CID at 11:45 a.m. By 1:30 p.m., Leatherslade Farm was crawling with police. CID, Scotland Yard, the Flying Squad, the Transport Police, and investigators from the Post Office. Even Commander George Hatherill of Scotland Yard had made an appearance. Given the breakthrough in the case, Hatherill took the opportunity to restructure and streamline the investigation team. The Flying Squad's Detective Superintendent Tommy Butler was given command over the dozens of police from different branches and jurisdictions. Butler was 54 years old, short, with grey hair and a long, thin nose, appropriately nicknamed the Grey Fox. He sounds like a bit of a character, doesn't he? With a name like the Grey Fox, you're like, this guy, he's going to be good. He's going to be one of the good ones, right? He'd worked for the London Metropolitan Police for 32 years, including the CID for 15. Before joining up with the Sweeney, Butler had received nearly 36 decorations for his police work. Holy shit. Butler was single, he lived with his mother, he did not keep close friends, and he worked cases obsessively, often 7 days a week. This guy is our criminal hunting mastermind. This is the guy you don't want coming after you if you've done crimes, because he doesn't have a life. He just cares about catching you, and that's it. Butler's first task was to tear Leatherslade Farm apart looking for clues. The burnt balaclavas, coveralls, and army uniforms made for strong, albeit indirect evidence, and an unburnt lieutenant's jacket and corporal's jacket were found in the cellar. Guys, really? You don't think they're going to look in the cellar? You were literally burning all the stuff, so you'd thought about this, and... Come on! What the f***? The 3 vehicles left at the farm could be traced by their serial numbers, despite having false plates and registrations. Upstairs in the... Please tell me they are stolen. If you're not stealing stuff like this in order to conduct your crimes, but actually buying it, unless it's buried... how do you even it's registered in a company's name that is owned by another company that is owned by a company in Lebanon or something? Dude... You gotta steal shit like this. Come on, it's criming 101. It's like in any TV show where they do the heist, right? They're always like, oh, we need the seed money. So chapter 2 or chapter 3 or whatever, act 2, or whatever you want to call it in the movie formula, is them getting that seed money together by doing smaller crimes. In this case, it's stealing vans. Upstairs in the bedrooms, amid the sleeping bags, was an instruction manual for the American-made handcuffs recently cut from Railman Jack Mills and Dave Whitby at Royal Buckinghamshire Hospital. All great circumstantial evidence. And as it turns out, Bruce Reynolds hadn't buried all 120 mailbags. 35 of them were found in the cellar. But you're hiding them in the cellar. It's not like you just keep them in there. You were expecting the police not to find them? You stole £100 million or whatever it was. Come on now. They contained empty money wrappers and £627 in discarded Scottish currency, or £16,500 in modern money. They're going through it. It's like, what is this funny money? This is no good. As a quick explainer, yeah, you can still use Scottish money in the UK, I believe. It's legal tender, maybe? you'd see it very rarely. 3 banks in Scotland still produce their own banknotes, despite the pound sterling being the currency for the UK as a whole. Shop owners in the UK outside Scotland are very resistant to accepting Scottish banknotes and conversely are very keen to palm them off on customers, so it's almost unsurprising that the train robbers discarded them. But the banknotes are relevant because they could now be traced to the Royal Bank of Scotland and tied the money to shipments on the up special from Glasgow to London. I mean, also, no Sherlock. The garden was eventually excavated to reveal even more mailbags and even more money wrappers. Here was direct evidence that the occupants of Leatherslade Farm were the perpetrators of the Great Train Robbery. But who were they, and how could Butler prove it? So these people, whose house this was, right, the Leatherslade Manor or farmstead or whatever the fuck it was, if the police come along and dig the shit out of your garden, because I'm like, that would be really expensive to fix. Like, that would be really expensive. Do the police pay for that? Or is it just on you? And it's like, I've done nothing wrong. I literally sold my house, but it wasn't valid. So it's still my house. And now it's been torn to shit by the police and I've done nothing wrong. Who's paying for that? Do you have to pay for that out of your own pocket? Surely not. The next day, August the 14th, a team of forensic experts arrived at Leatherslade Farm. The bandits had obviously tried to wipe the place of fingerprints, and the forensics team suspected that some sponges found in the kitchen sink had been utilised for that purpose. However, 16 men had spent a total of about 60 hours in that farmhouse, spread across August the 7th to the early hours of August the 10th, leaving prints all the while. There was no way in hell that they'd managed to scrub them all. Plenty of fingerprints were found on the tables and countertops of the farmhouse. Still more were found on the box, board, and playing pieces of the Monopoly game. What did you actually scrub then? The first thing I would scrub would be countertops. Because you clean that shit anyway. Fingerprints were also found on a Pyrex dinner plate, a bottle of Heinz ketchup, and the mailbags found in the cellar. Well, yeah, but they'll never find those, will they? All told, the forensics team found 311 fingerprints and 56 palm prints, along with taking 243 photographs of the scene. Most of the gang had criminal records, and their prints were on file. Of course, in 1963, it would take a few weeks to comb through the records by hand to find matches for them. Oh my God bless computers. Although someone in the past be like, no, I don't like it. Reading fingerprints is my job. Luddites. In the meantime, the bandits were still at large and might slip the net before they could be identified. In later years, the profusion of evidence that the bandits had left at Leatherslade Farm became an embarrassment for them. Yet no shit. So they concocted a story that they'd arranged for an associate to return to Leatherslade after August the 10th and burn the place down, but he never showed up. This is a lie. You were so ashamed of your incompetent criming that you were admitting to crimes that you didn't even commit. The simple reality is that in their rush to escape, they stupidly left money wrappers, mailbags, half-burned clothing, the vehicles identified by Dave Whitby, and all sorts of other evidence out in the open for the police to inevitably find. Yes, not to mention however many, 500 something, 311 fingerprints. And wiping down the prints left by 16 men over 3 days was an impossible job, hastily done. How many times do I have to say it? You have to burn that. It's quite clear what had happened. The bandits heard the news reports on the radio and panicked. Even the master tactician, Bruce Reynolds. The train job itself was carried out with strong planning, precision, and coordination, but after the robbery, the bandits all behaved like amateurs. Yeah, but also, they did think it just seemed to be by chance that the police somehow didn't search Leatherslade Farm, right? So I think them abandoning it was the right choice. They should of course been wearing gloves the whole time, like that one crazy dude. They'd just be like, dude, are you kidding? You still wearing the gloves? And he'll be like, yes, my dude, I'm still wearing the gloves, and you're stupid not to. Roger Caudray. Back on the morning of August the 10th, Roger Caudray, florist, gambling addict, and leader of the South Coast Raiders, and William Boll, Caudray's friend, who was not a career criminal and had not been involved during the Great Train Robbery, departed Oxford and made their way to the seaside town of Bournemouth in an effort to find a place where Caudray could lie low. The journey took them 2 hours, and they spent an additional hour searching for the place where Boll's friends lived. When they finally located the house, they discovered that Boll's friends hadn't lived there for several years. Great planning, guys. Well done. Caudray gave up and rented a 3-bedroom holiday flat above a florist shop in Bournemouth. It was potentially a good place to wait out the storm. He paid a month's rent in advance.
The problem was most of Caudray's money still sat in his rental house back in Oxford. It was risky transporting that money to Bournemouth with all the roadblocks and with Caudray being known to the police. And although they were friends, Caudray could hardly trust William Boll to go and fetch the modern equivalent of 4.8 million American dollars and return to Bournemouth like a good little boy.
Yeah, dude. You just be like, I'm gone, mate. South of Spain, here I come!
So, Caudray instructed Boll to take the train back to London, where Boll was reunited with his wife and children and spent the night. Caudray, meanwhile, risked the drive back to Oxford in his new blue-grey Land Rover. At least he had no incriminating evidence on him, and stayed at his rental house. On the morning of August the 11th, William Boll, along with his wife and children, took the train to Oxford. The family met Caudray, loaded up the money, and got into his Land Rover. They drove down to Bournemouth together. Having a woman and 3 kids in the vehicle was the perfect cover. They were just a family headed down to enjoy a holiday in Bournemouth, unlikely to be stopped, unlikely to be searched, nothing to see here. Yeah, like traveling with a family is the greatest cover. Criminals take note. Like, I've traveled with my family through airports. I've traveled as a single, white dude through airports. And I don't get stopped often, but when you do, I went to Israel a few years ago to visit a friend of mine who was working out there, and leaving that airport, it was like I got selected for the enhanced interrogation or whatever it was. I'm assuming entirely based on the fact that I'm traveling alone, because the rest of the people in that queue who had families were absolutely being racially profiled. It's like, oh yes, that's something they do here. It was weird. But yeah, if you're with a family, you're going to be fine. That evening in Bournemouth, Roger Caudray had dinner at a cafe with William Boll, his wife, and their 3 children. Caudray gave Mrs. Boll a roll of £5 notes totaling £100 worth roughly £2,600 today for quote-unquote travelling money, along with a package of additional cash to deliver the money to the flower shop that Caudray operated in London. The package was intended to pay off some of Caudray's gambling debt, the sort of debts to unsavoury people that will not wait. Mrs. Boll and her 3 children were then put on the train. William Boll wanted to depart for London with his wife, however, vaguely worried that Boll might grass on him for the £260,000 reward now being offered by police. £6.8 million today. Holy shit, dude! You can't be telling people about your crimes when there's £7 million on the line. That's bonkers. Holy shit. Of course you're worried you'll take it, because he'll take it. That's set for life money. Caudray intimidated Boll into staying in Bournemouth. So much for friendship. Yeah, dude, there's £7 million on the line. That would ruin a lot of perfectly good friendships. On the morning of August the 12th, Caudray and Boll walked down the street from their holiday flat to a car dealership. They bought a Ford Anglia and registered it under a false name, but gave Boll's correct address in London. Bruh. What are you up to? Caudray already had his blue-grey Land Rover and Boll couldn't drive, but Caudray reasoned that it was better to move around town in a locally purchased Anglia than in the Land Rover that might somehow be connected by police to Oxford and even more tenuously to the Leatherslade farm. After purchasing the car, Caudray and Boll drove the Land Rover to a garage owned by Mrs. Ruby Saunders and rented the place for 3 months. They paid Saunders with a thick wad of small banknotes. On August the 14th, Roger Caudray and William Boll bought a third vehicle, a grey Austin van. Their plan was to stash the money in the van and the Land Rover and keep them in separate lockups. Then they'd use the Anglia for transport around Bournemouth. Caudray and Boll headed to the garage owned by Ruby Saunders and stashed over half the money in the Land Rover. That evening, they found an advertisement for a second garage owned by Mrs. Ethel Clark. At 8 p.m, they drove over to Clark's in their Anglia and checked the place out. Being satisfied that the vehicle and the money would be safe there, Caudray and Boll rented the garage from Mrs. Clark, paying 3 months in advance. Then Caudray and Boll departed in the Anglia to go fetch the van. But Mrs. Clark, whose dearly departed husband had been a police officer, had become suspicious when the men paid for the rental with a thick wad of banknotes in small denominations. Uh-oh. Yeah, you gotta be like, I'll take the money, but this is weird. I think, if I was in that position, I think I'd just be like, I'm not breaking any laws. I'll take your money. Although if there was a massive reward on the line, I'd be like, hello. Mrs. Clark waited for the men to leave before calling the police. She's like, please be involved in this robbery so I can get the 7 mil
God damn, that is such a massive reward. At 8:45 p.m, 2 detectives from Bournemouth CID arrived at Mrs. Clark's place and spoke to her. She informed the officers that the men had just returned and placed the van in a garage and were now out on foot or walking down the street. The detectives found Caudray and Bole and brought them over to the patrol car for questioning. The detectives told Caudray and Bole that they were a good fit for the perpetrators of several house robberies that had happened in the area. The detectives formally cautioned them and were about to let them go when William Bole blurted out that he had never seen Roger Caudray before in his life. Dude, shut the f*** up, man. Just shut your goddamn mouth. Obviously, this piqued the suspicions of the two officers, given that Caudray and Bole had just been seen together. So, naturally, one of the detectives tried to search Bole. Bole got violent and tried to flee. Oh no, dude, you're ruining your life, my dude. Come on. The detective slapped both Bole and Caudray in handcuffs and tossed them into the back of the patrol car. Caudray must be like, what the f***? Dude, we just got arrested. We could have used this time between them letting us go and getting a warrant for that garage to move the fucking money, you idiot. Now we're both fucked. At the station, Caudray asked to use the bathroom. Then both men were searched and the cops found a number of vehicle and property keys on them. Bro. You're letting him use the bathroom before you search him? You are aware that things can be flushed down the toilet, aren't you, police? One of the keys was to Mrs. Ruby Sanders' garage, where the Land Rover was being kept. Caudray was put in his cell while Bole was taken off for questioning. Bole gave his real identity and address in London, but when detectives asked Bole about the grey van had just parked in Mrs. Ethel Clark's rental garage, Bole got belligerent and refused to answer any more questions. The cops ended the interrogation and locked Bole in a separate cell. Then Caudray was brought in for questioning, but he refused to speak at all. If you were Bole, right? One, you gotta get lawyer as soon as possible, like immediately in that room. Tell them everything and say you want to strike a deal. You want no prison time and you want at least some of that reward money for grassing in your mate. You can exit this well, Bole, and these are not gangsters. I mean, they are, but they're more like robbers. They're not gonna come and like put you in your grave. They're not gonna be able to trace you down in Lebanon. Just get the money and go. Or get witness protection or whatever the fuck. At 10:30 p.m, the CID detectives returned Mrs. Clark and asked permission to enter a garage. They looked in the grey van and found a suitcase containing £56,000. That's £1.45 million today, 1.8 million American dollars. It was all in small denominations. At 11:15 p.m, Bole was hauled back into the interrogation room. He was asked if he owned any more vehicles. Bole told them about the Anglia. When asked if there were any others, Bole grew angry again and refused to speak. Where is your fucking lawyer? At this point, the CID detective stripped Bole down to his socks and underwear, knocked him into a wall, broke his nose, and started to pummel him in the stomach in order to extract a confession. Holy shit. Bole be like, this is my ticket out of here, boys. Like, you can't be doing this. But Bole refused to squeal, so the officer sent Bole half-naked back to his cell. Then Caudray was brought up. He told the detective some utter tripe about the money being from legitimate gambling winnings, but the detectives didn't buy it. Yeah, dude, come on now. You got... Lawyers! Where are your lawyers? Caudray remained calm and was sent back to his cell without having the stuffing kicked out of him. At 1:15 a.m, August 15th, Bournemouth CID located the Ford Anglia on Wimborne Road. No money was found inside. At 1:45 a.m, detectives figured out the address for Mrs. Saunders' garage using the locksmith serial number etched on the key Bole had. Inside the blue-grey Land Rover, police found £79,000 in small banknotes, £2 million, 2.5 million American dollars today. At 3 a.m, police located Caudray and Bole's holiday flat using the locksmith serial numbers again. Inside, they found a briefcase containing £5,060 and a pillowcase stuffed with a further £840. Thus, the money discovered at the three locations totaled £141,000. Bournemouth CID immediately suspected that Caudray and Bole were connected to the Great Train Robbery. Yeah, no shit. They were. Upon interrogation in the early hours of August the 15th, Roger Caudray, leader of the South Coast Raiders, admitted that the money had come from the train robbery. When his friend William Bole was questioned, he denied having anything to do with the train rob and said that he didn't know where the money had come from. At least half of that was true. Bole had nothing to do with the train heist itself. Nevertheless, the detectives thought that Bole was a train robber anyway. Yes, and that's why you need to have a lawyer to negotiate on your behalf. Come on now. What is going on? At 5:50 a.m, Detective Superintendent Futrell of Aylesbury CID arrived in Bournemouth to interrogate the men. At this point, however, Roger Caudray refused to speak, and all that Bole would say was that he had nothing to do with the train, and Caudray had forced him to stay in Bournemouth by threatening him. Yeah, dude, Bole, you gotta start sorting this out because you can get away with this. At 1:15 p.m. on the 15th, a doctor was summoned to the police station to remove an apartment key from Roger Caudrey's arsehole. Ah, no. When he first arrived at the station, Caudrey had gone to the toilet and shoved the key up there to avoid duplicates to the same holiday flat being found on both him and Bowl, when the latter's story was still that they'd never met. But at around noon the next day, Caudrey had become distressed when he couldn't remove the key from his rectum. Oh, you an amateur, dude. What the f*** you did? Why wouldn't you flush it down the toilet? You could flush, just wrap it in toilet paper and flush it down. It's just a key. It'll be long gone. Appendix of accomplices. Meanwhile, at 1:15 a.m. on August 15th, police arrived at the London address of William Bowl and his family. His wife, Renee Bowl, answered the door and led the officers inside. The officers told Renee that her husband had been arrested for the train robbery. Renee Bowl denied this charge and led the officers upstairs, dug around in a bedroom drawer and handed over £325 in cash, of which only £100 had actually been stolen from the train robbery. The officers arrested Renee Bowl on suspicion of having knowingly received stolen goods. Before taking her down to the station, they permitted Renee to first make arrangement for someone to look after her 2 kids. Well, it'd be a bit weird if they didn't, although she could be on the phone with someone and be like, yes, come to take the kids. And they do love banana ice cream. And the police be like, bro, we know what you're up to. Like, what the f-? Soon after arriving at the station, Renee Bowl told the police almost everything she knew, albeit heavily editing out her husband's awareness of the robbery and his complicity while in Bournemouth, along with her own awareness of where the money came from. What are you doing? Where are your lawyers? Where are your lawyers? She said that Caudrey gave her the cash and that she'd been tasked with delivering a further package to his flower shop in London. Where is your lawyer? Stop admitting to crimes! Without a lawyer. Why are you admitting to crimes? If you're admitting to crimes, you should have negotiated. There should be something to gain for you. What are you doing? Acting on Renee's testimony, at 3:30 a.m, the police showed up at the house of Alfred Pilgrim, Caudrey's partner at the flower shop, and his wife, Florence Pilgrim, who was Caudrey's sister. I'm sorry. I'd hate to harp on about this, but you are in the business of criminals. I'm in the business of criminal podcasts, and I know about this lawyer. You certainly do. What are you doing? Conducting a search of the house, police found £850 in cash. Renee Bowl had delivered the package to Caudrey's flower shop to be passed along to pay off his gambling debts, and the Pilgrims had taken the package to their home. It's unclear whether the Pilgrims knew about the money's provenance, but police arrested Alfred and Florence Pilgrim on suspicion of knowingly receiving stolen goods and carted them off to jail. That sounds like a very weak case, because they're in the business of, underhand gambling, right? It's hardly going to be uncommon that people are paying them in cash, is it? That feels like a very cash-heavy business. And for all they know, it's legit cash. It's going to be really hard to prove beyond all reasonable doubt that they knew that cash was from a crime. On August 21st, Mary Manson, the fence's wife who had helped Bruce Reynolds escape Leatherslade, presented herself at Scotland Yard. In the last few days, the newspapers had run stories about how a mysterious Mary Manson had given a false address and purchased a black Austin Healey with money from the train. Manson read a prepared statement explaining her role in the transaction. She was arrested for receiving £835 to buy the car, knowing it was stolen, and hauled off to jail. A search of her house found no additional money that Bruce Reynolds might have paid Manson for her assistance. Renee Bowl and Florence Pilgrim were bailed after a couple of days, while Alfred Pilgrim and Mary Manson remained behind bars for months. All 4 stood trial for being accomplices, however, it could not be proven that they knew where the money came from. Thank you very much. And the judge did not see fit to continue the prosecutions. They were all acquitted and released on December the 2nd, just like I said. Alfred Pilgrim, a 52-year-old man in poor health, collapsed from the emotional toll and sheer relief on the steps of the courthouse. I thought you were going to say he was going to die. Charlie Wilson. Back on the morning of August 10th, after escaping Leatherslade Farm and spending the night at corrupt law clerk Brian Field's house, Charlie Wilson, the silent man, had been driven by the 5'4" Roy James to an East London hideout where they both stashed their shares of the money. Wilson returned to his home in Clapham, where he lived with his wife Patricia and their 2 daughters. By this point, informants for the Swede had mentioned Wilson twice in a growing number of lists of potential suspects. He was not a known associate of Roger Caudrey, but he was known to have acted as a heavy for London gangsters. Wilson had also escaped conviction for the London airport robbery 9 months prior. Despite news breaking of Caudrey's arrest on August the 16th, Wilson did not go into hiding. He stayed on for several days at his home, thinking he could beat any rap that the cops threw his way. I mean, okay, Yeah, he doesn't have all the information, so these detectives arrived at Charlie Wilson's Clapham home at 12:30 p.m. on August the 22nd. His wife, Patricia, answered the door and said that Wilson was not there. Two of the detectives departed, while a third, Detective Reed, asked to come in and wait. Patricia let him inside. As they waited, the telephone rang. Detective Reed told Patricia Wilson not to answer it, just in case she warned her husband via some sort of code. Mrs. Wilson was angered by the order, but she obeyed. At 12:55 p.m., Charlie Wilson returned home. If the silent man was surprised to find a detective sitting in his living room, he did not show it. Nerves of steel. What's going on here then? Reed asked Wilson to sit down while he telephoned dispatch to radio his two colleagues and bring them back to the house. They returned at 1:20 p.m. and the questioning began. Reed told Wilson that they were investigating a train robbery. Wilson denied having anything to do with it. The detectives commenced a search of the house without a warrant, but with Wilson's consent, while Reed remained in the living room talking to Wilson. At one point, Wilson said, "Can you tell me the strength of your evidence to suspect me?" Reed said that he could not. Wilson persisted, "So you're taking me in then? It must be strong evidence for you to do that." Reed gave no response, because it's not, and they're not taking him in. Kinda knows his. The two detectives returned from their search, having found nothing. The officers asked Wilson to come to the station for further questioning. Wilson agreed to go. On the drive to the station, the silent man was suddenly not so silent, asking, "What put you on to me?" The detectives said nothing in reply. At the station, Charlie Wilson was interrogated by Sweeney Detective Superintendent Tommy Butler, known as the Grey Fox, and the head of the train heist investigation. This dude, he's coming for you. Wilson denied ever having been to Cheddington or Leatherslade Farm. When asked where he was on the night of August the 7th and the 8th, Wilson gave an alibi that had been asleep at home and had left at 5 a.m. on the 8th to go to work as a trader at Spitfields Market. Then, yet again, the silent man was too loose with his tongue. He said to Butler, quote, "You obviously know a lot. I must have made a mistake somewhere. I will have to take my chances. I don't see how you can make it stick without the money, and you won't find that." Dude, what the fuck? Shut the fuck up! Why are you opening your career criminals? Get your shit together, god damn, dude! Although Butler didn't yet have forensic evidence from Leatherslade Farm, the statement was incriminating enough to connect Wilson to the train heist. Therefore, Butler felt confident enough to formally charge him. And it was certainly too risky to let Wilson go, lest he try to flee. Thus, it was with some irony that the silent man essentially screwed himself by running his mouth. Ronnie Biggs. Ronnie Biggs, the inept criminal gone straight who had just wanted a £500 loan from Bruce Reynolds, returned to his rented home in Surrey late on the morning of August the 10th after somehow escaping from Leatherslade Farm, possibly with Field, possibly not. When Biggs had married his lovely wife, Charmian, a headmaster's daughter, she had made him vow never to go back to a life of crime. Before the robbery, Biggs had told Charmian that he was going to Wiltshire to do a lumberjack job. While Biggs was away from August the 7th to August the 10th, Charmian's brother died. Charmian was so distressed by the death that she phoned Wiltshire police asking if they could find her husband so she could speak to him. The next day, the Wiltshire police got back to her, saying that they had contacted all the logging companies in the county and Biggs was nowhere to be found. I'm amazed that the cops did this, but I guess these were different times. Yeah, what the... You treat the police like your personal assistant. The news that Ronnie Biggs was quote-unquote missing sent Charmian into a panic. And now that Biggs had arrived home several days later with a suitcase containing £146,100, he certainly had a lot of explaining to do. Like, she knows he has a criminal background. He just comes up with a suitcase absolutely fucking stuffed with money. He's going to be like, dude, I know where did this come from? Charmian Biggs was absolutely livid that Biggs had not only deceived her, had not only gone back to a life of crime, but had been involved in the biggest heist in living memory. Biggs repeatedly emphasized to his wife that it was only a one-off. After roughly 32 hours of groveling and abject supplication, on the evening of August the 11th, Biggs convinced Charmian to accompany him for a glitzy night out on the town in London's West End. After all, the previously cash-strapped couple now had the modern equivalent of $4.87 million to spend. Ronnie Biggs did not go into hiding, and his wife started splashing the cash with numerous shopping purchases without much regard for how it could attract attention. Oh, I don't understand how such a slick heist can turn into such an utter
show afterwards. Meanwhile, Ronnie Biggs started coming up on lists of potential suspects obtained by the flying squad. Inevitably, on August the 24th, detectives arrived at Biggs's house. They told Biggs that they'd gotten reports that Charmian was spending far beyond the income of a carpenter and construction worker lately. Biggs lied that he'd won £510 betting on horse races. Biggs then confirmed that he knew Bruce Reynolds from prison back in 1949 and that they occasionally visited each other's homes in the decade following. Biggs claimed, however, that he had not seen Reynolds since his marriage to Charmian in 1960. Ronnie Biggs had decided to go straight. After all, the detectives thanked him and departed. On August the 29th, forensic techs concluded their work on the 370 finger and palm prints found at Leatherslade Farm. Among the collection of matches to criminal records, they found Ronnie Biggs's prints on the box for the Monopoly board game, a Pyrex plate, and a bottle of ketchup. Biggs was cooked. Yes, sir. Nevertheless, it took the police several days to try to get a search warrant. Finally, at 2:45 p.m. on September the 4th, detectives arrived at Biggs's house. Charmian told them that her husband was out. The cops flashed the warrant and proceeded to toss the place, finding nothing. Biggs arrived home at 6:20 p.m. Detectives immediately requested that he come down to the station for questioning. Biggs replied, "That don't sound too good. What are my chances of creeping out of this?" At the station, Biggs was immediately charged with the train robbery. However, this is far from the last that we shall hear of Ronnie Biggs. Yeah, also, bro, what are my chances of creeping out of this is not something you say to the people who are arresting you. It's something you say to your, wait for it, lawyer! Big Jim Hussy. Big Jim Hussy, muscle for the Southwest Gang and numerous other outfits, failed Munich pickpocket, lumbering dimwit, was one of the first men named by the Sweeney as a potential suspect for the train robbery all the way back on August the 8th. On the night of August the 9th/10th, Big Jim escaped Leatherslade Farm in law clerk Brian Field's convoy. He was picked up by a girlfriend the next morning and taken with his share to London. Hussy's name kept coming up on lists provided by police informants, and the cops placed him under 24-hour surveillance. As the month passed, and the news of the discovery of Leatherslade Farm and the arrest of Cordray, Wilson, and Biggs was splashed across the newspapers, Big Jim made no attempt to hide. Dude, it's time to flee. Then on August the 29th, several prints found on the back of the Austin Lodester truck abandoned at the Leatherslade Farm were matched to those in Big Jim's criminal file. Uh-oh. After waiting a week to get a search warrant, detectives visited Big Jim's house on Dog Kennel Hill in London on September the 7th at 9:50 a.m. Big Jim let the investigators inside and permitted them to search his house. They found nothing. Big Jim was extremely smug about that, saying, "I told you so." The detectives informed Big Jim that he was being taken to Scotland Yard for questioning. At 11 a.m. he was interrogated by Tommy Butler, the Grey Fox. Big Jim denied participating in the train robbery and denied knowing anyone who did. He also denied helping Jimmy White to purchase one of the Land Rovers and the Austin Lodestar found at Leatherslade. Of course, the two salesmen of those vehicles had been shown Big Jim's photograph and identified him. Big Jim consented to being fingerprinted again, and a forensic tech outside the investigation room confirmed a match. Butler then informed Big Jim that his prints were found on the back of the Austin Lodestar at Leatherslade Farm. Big Jim replied that he wasn't going to say another word until he talked to a lawyer. Finally, goddamn! At 1:45 p.m., Big Jim Hussy was formally charged with participating in the Great Train Robbery. Tommy Wisby. Like Big Jim, Tommy Wisby, bookie, South Coast raider, tied by marriage to high-ranking London gangsters, was one of the first people named by flying squad informants on August the 8th. But unlike Big Jim, police did not initially consider Wisby to be a likely suspect, being rather small fry despite his family connections. He was just somebody's husband, a muppet who ran a bookies with 2 minor criminal convictions from years back for buying a stolen radio and a £5 fine for shoving a police officer. This guy's barely got a criminal record. After his rescue from Leatherslade on August the 10th, Wisby bought a car in Reading and then drove to Brighton. And a day later, he travelled back to his wife in London. However, with the arrest of his leader, Roger Cordray, in Bournemouth on August the 14th, Tommy Wisby got rattled. Furthermore, as informers kept naming him to the flying squad, police put out feelers for information on him. Wisby got word through his criminal associates that the cops were looking into him, and in order to seem as cooperative as possible, on August the 20th, Wisby presented himself to Scotland Yard and volunteered to be questioned. Tommy Wisby claimed that on the night of the robbery he was at a pub in London until 11 p.m, something that was corroborated by the pub landlord, who was no stranger to a bribe. Then Wisby said that due to a domestic argument with his wife, he went to his mother's house for some sleep. Obviously, Wisby's mother also vouched for her son. Yeah, she did. Is this good though? Is this enough? Because I feel a lot of the time your family are going to be your alibi because they're the ones that you mostly spend time with, but they're also the ones that are most likely to lie for you. I guess that's for a judge or jury to decide. It was August the 20th when Wisby was questioned, and forensic techs were still working on the vast mass of prints left at Leatherslade Farm. Not that it mattered, because despite the 2 minor convictions, Wisby's prints were not on file. Yeah, but now they're going to get them. Without any evidence to hold Tommy Wisby, and still with some doubts that bookie fit the profile of a trained robber, police let him go. As a parting shot on the way out the door, Wisby said that he was planning on going on holiday to Spain, which was under the fascist rule of General Francisco Franco at the time, and had no extradition treaty with Belgium. This unnecessary remark revitalized the suspicions of the investigators, but they nevertheless let Wisby walk out the door after he signed his voluntary statement. Yeah, I mean, what are they going to do? They don't have enough to hold him. The subsequent arrests of Charlie Wilson, Ronnie Biggs, and Big Jim Hussy rattled Wisby even further. In keeping with his strategy of seeming as cooperative as possible, on September the 11th, Wisby called up Scotland Yard and asked if he could be of any further assistance. A detective, Frank Williams, agreed to meet with Wisby at his betting shop at 11:30 a.m, but Detective Williams didn't have any questions for Wisby, simply said, "I'd like you to come to Scotland Yard, where you'll be questioned in connection with the train robbery in Buckinghamshire." Wisby initially thought that this was a joke. The expression on the detective's face soon put an end to that impression. Feigning indifference, Wisby shrugged and said, "Nothing to worry about. I'll come now." At Scotland Yard, Wisby was interviewed by Tommy Butler, the Grey Fox, who had recently been promoted to head of the flying squad, in addition to being head of the train investigation. Wisby said that he didn't know any of the arrested suspects except Big Jim Hussy, who was a distant acquaintance. Then Wisby allowed the police to take his fingerprints. He repeated his alibi. The police are going to get your fingerprints anyway, eventually. In response, the Grey Fox informed him that Detective Williams had been down to the pub where Wisby claimed to be drinking until 11 p.m. on the night of August the 7th. Williams had helped the landlord skate past an assault charge recently, and for good measure, he threatened to pull his liquor license if he was caught lying to the police. As such, it's falling apart so fast. The landlord denied ever seeing Wisby that night and claimed that Wisby had approached him in mid-August asking him to lie. Wisby's face is said to have turned pale. Then Butler went out the hallway for a moment, returning to deliver the coup de grace. A forensic tech just outside the room had confirmed Wisby's prints matched several of those found at Leatherslade Farm. At approximately 12:20 p.m, less than an hour after being picked up, Wisby was formally charged and thrown behind bars. What exactly were you expecting, mate? Where did you think this was going? Playing the field. Back on August the 15th, 2 days after the discovery of Leatherslade Farm, the flying squad examined the bill of sale for the property. They discovered the signatures of corrupt law clerk Brian Field, his boss John Wheater of the law firm James & Wheater, and the front man used to purchase the property, a merchant seaman named Lenny Field, no relation, and I omitted his surname in the earlier heist setup section because we already had enough bloody names to be dealing with. Yes, and once again, David, I'm really glad you called them like the short dude and the muscle, because otherwise I would be entirely lost. The next morning at 8:35 a.m, August the 16th, a couple walking in the woods near Dorking in Surrey found 3 bags under a plastic tarp containing thousands of pounds in banknotes. The couple contacted the police. When a detective arrived with a sniffer dog, he found a 4th bag of money several meters away. The grand total for the 4 bags was £100,900, or £2.65 million today, or 3.3 American. Serial numbers on the banknotes confirmed them to be part of the bank robbery. One of the bags contained a handwritten cafe bill from West Germany, dated February 1963, from the Hotel Sonnenbichel. It was addressed to, quote, Herr and Frau Field. You fucking me, dude. What is going on? Detective Futrell of Aylesbury CID contacted Interpol to nail down their identities, and sure enough, the Fields who had holidayed in West Germany in February 1963 were Brian and Karen Field, the same Brian Field whose name was on the bill of sale for Leatherslade Farm. Field had thought it prudent to stash nearly 3/4 of his share in the woods of southeast England rather than keep it at his home, a warehouse, or in a vehicle under lock and key. 2 random people just stumbled across it, and now the money was gone. The next day, August the 17th, after 4 days of relentless press coverage of the discovery of Leatherslade Farm, lawyer John Wheater voluntarily contacted police.
He confirmed that he was the solicitor who had acted on behalf of Lenny the merchant seaman in the purchase of Leather Slade Farm. Smart. You got to come forward with this and be like, yo, that was me. I had no idea what was going on. I'm getting ahead of this. How can I cooperate? When asked for Lenny's address, Wheater gave a false one. Oops. Maybe he did know what was going on. Lenny had been in his office almost every single day. Beyond that, Wheater provided no further information. It turned out that John Wheater Esquire had taken a backhander from the train robbers to rubber stamp the real estate deal. He was now playing for time while he covered his tracks. Oh boy, you gonna get risk upsetting the Solicitors Regulation Authority with that one, dude. They can take away your ability to practice law, which would be a bad time for you being a lawyer and all. As usual, it took several days for police to obtain a search warrant for Brian Field's home. Finally, on August the 23rd at 6:20 a.m., Detective Futrell of Aylesbury CID and 5 other detectives arrived on the corrupt law clerk's front doorstep. Brian Field answered the door, bleary-faced and in his dressing gown. Detective Futrell showed Field the search warrant. Field became very congenial and accommodating and invited the officers inside. The detectives commenced a search of the house while Futrell spoke with Brian Field. His wife, Karen, made everyone coffee. Futrell stayed civil, even friendly. He told Field that they found his name on the bill of sale to Leather Slade Farm. Field smiled and immediately admitted to having taken part in the transaction and remarked, "I'm surprised you didn't come sooner." Yeah, boy, you gotta, you're not a major part of this. You've committed crimes, obviously, but you gotta get you're a lawyer, get on it and get some deal worked out, ASAP, my dude. I feel they just want extra stuff to put away the main dudes, and you're kind of ancillary, so you could potentially get away with this as well. Futrell asked how it was that the law firm James and Wheater came to represent Lenny in a property transaction when they more commonly dealt with criminal law. Brian Field said he didn't know, but had some paperwork on the matter. Field handed over a file that said little other than Lenny would be represented by James and Wheater. Futrell noticed, however, that it did list Lenny's real address. Then Detective Futrell requested to see Brian Field's passport, saying it was a mere formality. Field fetched it and handed it over. Detective Futrell flicked casually through the pages. As he looked at the custom stamps from various countries, Futrell chatted with Field about what those countries were like. When Futrell landed on a stamp from West Germany, dated February 1963, Futrell asked how it was. Brian Field replied that it was thoroughly enjoyable. They'd gone skiing. "Where did you stay?" asked Futrell. "Bavaria," said Field. "What hotel?" asked Futrell. "Hotel Schonenbeck." Sonnenwickel. You're a lawyer! Why? He's obviously not asking you these questions out of fucking interest in your holidays, dude. What the fuck? Futrell had just obtained evidence out of Field's own mouth that the crumpled receipt found in the bags of stolen money hidden in Surrey was in fact his. From that point forward, Field was screwed. God damn, dude. Detective Futrell thanked the corrupt law clerk for his time and departed with his men. During their search of the house, they predictably found nothing. Later that day, the police went to an address Futrell had for Lenny Field. Again, no relation. But the merchant seaman was out working on a ship. Police bided their time, waiting for him to return. Finally, on the morning of the 9th of September, a Scotland Yard detective spotted Lenny unloading a van outside his house. Lenny was asked to accompany the detective to Cannon Row Police Station. At 9:55 a.m., Lenny Field was interviewed by Tommy Butler, the Grey Fox. Lenny denied knowing anything about Leather Slade Farm and said that he had never tried to purchase it. Lenny did admit, however, to knowing lawyer John Wheater and his clerk Brian Field. Wheater was his lawyer, Lenny said. The Grey Fox told Lenny to come clean. He had been the front man in the purchase of Leather Slade for a gang of criminals. Lenny replied, "You're making a mistake. It must have been somebody who looks like me. Did Brian Field say it was me?" Lenny then refused to say another word until he spoke to his solicitor, John Wheater. In the meantime, Lenny was put into a detention room. Oddly enough, Lenny had not been arrested or cautioned. He could have walked out of the police station at any time, but Lenny did not know his rights. That's fine. He knows that he's entitled to a solicitor, which is the most important thing. The most important thing is that his solicitor will arrive before he says anything else and say, "You can leave. They have not arrested you if you want to." That's what it's about. Wheater arrived at noon. Before taking him in to see Lenny, the Grey Fox asked Wheater if he'd provided Lenny with a receipt for the £550 that he'd paid Bernard Rickson as a down payment for the farm. Wheater nervously replied that he didn't remember. Wheater then said to Butler that it was awkward for him to defend Lenny in this matter. Nevertheless, they headed to the interrogation room. Yep, might be awkward, but it's better than no representation. When Lenny saw Wheater, he exclaimed, I never purchased any farm, did I, Mr. Weeder? You know I didn't. Weeder is said to have gone pale, loosened his collar and mumbled, I'm confused. I'm not sure now. I thought this was the man at first. Now I'm not so certain. Then Weeder stood up and asked Butler if he could speak to him in the hallway. The Grey Fox scrutinized him for a moment, mostly to intimidate the man, before quietly answering, of course. In the hallway, Weeder repeated his misgivings, quoting him, This puts me in a very embarrassing position. I'm not at all sure that he is the man who entered into negotiations respecting the farm. I only saw him twice before, and this fellow looks remarkably like the man. There is a startling resemblance. He is the spitting image of the man who negotiated to buy the farm. Bro. This is what you're going for? This is the grand plan? The Grey Fox merely nodded. This story was obviously nonsense. During his earlier statement to police on August the 17th, Weeder had said that Lenny had been in the office almost every single day during the negotiation of the sale. Now Weeder was claiming to have only met the purchaser of Leatherslade twice, and Weeder had just failed to distinguish Lenny from a mysterious imposter. He looks exactly like him. Spitting image! What are the odds? Conversely, Lenny had no problem recognizing Weeder when he entered the interrogation room just then. However, Weeder could simply claim that he'd misspoken on the 17th, and Lenny could simply claim that he had a better memory for faces than his lawyer. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, some people have good memories for faces, some people don't. I have bad memory for faces. Like, it takes me a while. And I don't know. It's just, I'm really bad at that. Like, I'll meet someone and they'll be like, have we met before? And it's like, I'll remember details about the person and all of that stuff, but I'm just terrible at faces. As threadbare as the defense of someone impersonating Lenny was, there was no real way to disprove it in court. Yet. So, for the time being, Tommy Butler let both Lenny and Weeder go. The Grey Fox did, however, request that Lenny Field supply him with a fingerprint sample. Lenny complied. That very afternoon, the bill of sale for Leatherslade Farm was passed on to forensics and dusted for prints. On September the 14th, forensic technicians confirmed that a single fingerprint next to Lenny Field's signature on the document was a match. Police officers were duly dispatched to Lenny's home, where they arrested him in connection with the train robbery. The Grey Fox interrogated him yet again. Lenny admitted to his role in buying the farm, but denied having anything to do with the heist. The next day, September the 15th, Tommy Butler and an entire phalanx of flying squad detectives went to Brian Field's home outside of Reading. The law clerk answered the door. Butler said, "We're here in connection to the Buckinghamshire train robbery and the sale of Leatherslade Farm." Brian Field smiled and replied, "Ah, yes, I know about the case. I already made a statement to your colleagues about it the other day." But the Grey Fox wasn't in the mood to piss about. Grey Fox is no dude who pisses about. This is his life. This is everything he cares about. You are involved. You are to be arrested and charged. Field was cuffed and read his rights. He was also searched. His wallet contained £110 in £5 notes, or roughly £2,900 in modern money. That is mad suspicious, my dude. Also, inflation's insane, right? We're talking that this amount of money has basically increased 20-fold. And we still have £5 notes, but they were just worth 20 times less in the past. And now it's 20 times more in the past. And now we're like, we need to increase the notes, right? We should have £100 notes. And £50 notes should be common tender. But we still have 5, 10 and 20 as the common circulation notes in the UK. What's that about? Have £50 notes increased in circulation? I know they redid them with Turing's face. But like when I was a kid, £50 notes were just for criminals and tax dodgers. Like, are they now more common? I haven't seen them. I've never got one out of a cash machine when I've been to the UK. These notes were later connected to the train robbery. What a shock. As Weeder was led away, while his wife and 2 young daughters looked on, his face crumpled. He whimpered, "This will ruin me." And he wasn't wrong. Gordon Goody. Back on August the 10th, after his rescue from Leatherslade Farm, Gordon Goody, Irish mama's boy, hairdresser, bank robber, criminal sergeant major, and his fiancée were the only ones to remain at corrupt law clerk Brian Field's house after the other bandits had departed. Goody had befriended Field some months earlier, and the law clerk apparently didn't mind having Goody as his guest over the course of the 10th. Goody and his fiancée left Field's Berkshire home on the morning of August the 11th, and by the evening they had returned to London. Goody and his fiancée went to the Windmill pub in Blackfriars, where the landlord would often let Goody hide out after a job. After dropping off their luggage and Goody's share, they went out to a fancy dinner in central London. I wonder how they paid for that. Cash money, yes! Why are you doing this? Stop being fancy. You gotta lay low. What are you doing? These people are... The crime was so perfect. Really good execution. The follow-up's just a joke. On August 14th, the list of potential suspects provided by Sweeney informants circulated, with Goody's name in it. At 11 a.m. on August the 16th, the same morning that the arrest of Roger Cordray hit the press, the flying squad paid a visit to the London house of Gordon Goody and his mother. Of course, Goody and his fiancée were hiding out at a pub at Blackfriars, and his mother was simply not home. The cops did not yet have a search warrant, so they departed. At 4 p.m., the Sweeney swung by the Goody household again. This time, Goody's mother was home. She said she did not know where her son was. The detectives asked if they could come inside. Goody's mother consented, and they proceeded to search the place, but with no warrant. If you know your son's a bit crooked, what are you doing saying yes? You're like, no, just in case. I don't know what he's up to, but unless you got a warrant, no. Just say no. Say no to the police. You can. Don't let them intimidate you. Without Goody's direct consent, any findings against him would not have been admissible in court. As it was, the detectives found nothing whatsoever and departed. Wait, it's not Goody's house, it's his mother's house. So doesn't she have the right to say, if they say, do you consent to a search? And she says yes, it's her house. Anything they find should be admissible in court, no, unless it was actually owned by the son, in which case she can't give consent to a search of the property. And maybe she's playing like 4-dimensional chess by saying like, yes, you could search the property, and then they find something extremely damning that can't be used. I don't think she's playing 4D chess. Just to be clear, just saying it would be clever. On August the 20th, Tommy Butler, the Grey Fox, argued with Commander Hatherill of Scotland Yard over the release of the names and photographs of the suspected bandits to the press. Butler pointed out that the release of the identities of the bandits would only drive them further into hiding and possibly to flee the country. Hatherill replied that combined with the £260,000 reward now on offer, having the bandits known to the public would have the entire country on high alert, hampering their movements and increasing the likelihood that they'd be spotted. Yet, the reward is so extraordinarily massive that you can't trust anyone for help. Although it was Butler's investigation, he had to bend to Hatherill's superior rank, and in any case, it was Hatherill who appointed Butler in the first place. The list of suspects and their photographs would be released to the media, but in staggered revelations. On the evening of the 21st, the papers ran the photographs of just 3 of the suspects, Bruce Reynolds, Jimmy White, and Charlie Wilson. All 3 men were known associates of Gordon Goody and the Southwest Gang, but Goody himself was not yet named, nor was his photograph printed. On August the 22nd, Goody was still hiding out at the Windmill pub in Blackfriars, London. He asked to borrow the landlord's car. Goody had a date, but not with his fiancée. Dude, what are you doing? You gotta be laying low. Don't be out seeing your fucking mistress or whatever you're up to. Like, dude, you gotta lie low. When did you smoke so much crack? What's going on? Ever the ladies' man, Goody was taking out a 27-year-old fashion model named Jean Perkins, who lived in Leicester, a city 100 miles to the north of London in the East Midlands. Along the way, the pub's landlord's car broke down in Bedfordshire, some 50 miles north of London. Goody was towed to a garage where he forked over £75 for a 2-day repair job and paid one of the mechanics to drive him the rest of the way to Leicester. He's like, yes, I gotta go on a date with a fashion model. Drive me to Leicester. Gordon Goody and Jean Perkins showed up at the Leicester Grand Hotel at 9 p.m. that same night. Goody booked a hotel room using the name of the landlord of the Windmill pub in London, Charles Alexander, and gave the Windmill's address. Then Goody and Perkins had cocktails at the hotel bar. Goody also bought Perkins some flowers from a shop contained within the hotel. The florist, one Ms. Mason, recognized Perkins as a famous model. This drew Mason's attention to a gentleman companion who she mistook for Bruce Reynolds, whose picture had been printed in the newspapers 24 hours earlier. Wait, what are the odds that Gordon Goody is mistaken? Wait. What are the odds? Wait, hang on. Have I missed something? Are we saying that this woman, this florist in the hotel, mistook one of the criminals for another one of the criminals? Really? Ms. Mason called the police. Meanwhile, Goody and Perkins retired to the hotel room, engaged in delights of an amorous nature. Goody missed the news of the arrest of Charlie Wilson earlier that day being blasted over the radio and splashed across the pages of the evening newspapers. Yeah, because he's not paying attention, because he's out courting the ladies. Dude, you've just committed the crime of the century. What are you doing? At around midnight on August the 23rd, Jean Perkins left Goody still asleep in his hotel room. Meanwhile, the hotel concierge had reported the name attached to the room, Charles Alexander of the Windmill pub in London, to the Leicester police. Suspecting the man in the hotel room was Bruce Reynolds under an assumed identity, the police radioed the London Met, who swiftly sent officers to the Windmill. There they found the landlord, Charles Alexander, still very much in London. At 2 a.m, 2 detectives arrived at Goody's hotel room. He answered the door, and when asked to identify himself, he said Charles Alexander. The detective said Charles Alexander was in London. Goody replied, "No, I'm here." The cops ignored this blatant lie and arrested him. Good for you for sticking with it, though, dude. It's like, they know, dude. And he's still like, I got no better plan. F it. Yeah, no, I'm him. And they're like, we know you're not, but I am. Goody was taken down to the station. The cops found a £5 note and an address book among his possessions. During the search, Goody took a pen and scribbled out the name and address of Jimmy Wise before the police could stop him. When the irritated cops asked whose name had struck from the book, Goody lied and said it was the address of Gene Perkins, saying it was a precaution to preserve the model's privacy. With regards to the £5 note, Goody said with some degree of arrogance, I've got no worries about that one, likely in reference to the fact the serial number would not match the shipments aboard the Up Special. Bro, why? Why would you say, why? You just shut the f*** up. Don't make allusions to your crimes to the police. It helps them, dude. And you think you're being clever and you think you're rubbing it in their face and all they are thinking is cool. More to go on. Thank you. Under interrogation, Goody admitted that he wasn't Charles Alexander and claimed he was hiding out of the windmill because he didn't want to get mixed up in the train investigation and falsely accused. Beyond that, Goody denied everything and said he'd been in Ireland with his mother at the time of the robbery. He was the only one to set up an alibi prior to the heist. Clever man. It's your mother, though. Not the best alibi. A few hours later at daybreak on this, how much is the reward? £260,000? Your fucking mother would sell you out. It's millions. It's like, wasn't it like £7 million in modern money? The mother be like,
sorry, Goodo, I've got to dob you in because £7 million. And I know you're my son and I love you, but I'll give you some when you get out of prison.
A few hours later, daybreak on the 23rd, London police searched the Wimble pub. They found Goody's passport and a pair of suede shoes. Back in Leicester at 3:15 p.m, Gordon Goody was interrogated for a second time. He repeated his denials and alibi in Ireland. As for the masquerading as the pub landlord, Alexander, Goody shrugged and said he'd been in hiding since police had searched his mother's house on the 16th. In reality, he'd arrived at the White Windmill 5 days earlier. The Leicester detectives put Goody in a car and drove him to the investigation headquarters in Aylesbury, Buckinghamshire, arriving at 8:30 p.m. The Grey Fox, Tommy Butler, interrogated Goody personally, but Goody just repeated his denials, claiming that he'd been up since 2 a.m. that morning and demanded he be allowed to sleep. Butler permitted this. Don't be demanding sleep. You know what you should be demanding? Say it with me now, listeners. A fucking lawyer, yes. But on the morning of August the 24th, Goody was interrogated yet again, and once more he repeated his Irish alibi. But Butler, benefiting from flying squad informants, said that he knew Goody had returned to England under a false identity on August the 7th. Oh, wait, yeah, did he actually fly out there? I thought he just said that his mother would do it. He got his mother to lie, but now I remember. Yeah, I think he did fly out there, right? And that his mother had remained in Ireland with a lookalike during the heist. It was very curious that Butler had access to such information. It seemed unlikely a random denizen of London's underworld would know about the heist in such intimate detail rather than just the broad brushstrokes of who was involved. It seems like Grey Fox here is like, dude, we know you did a lookalike, and he's just making it up. He's just like, I don't know, let's see how he reacts to this. Let's pretend that someone told us this, because I think it's what's most likely. So he's just bluffing, in my opinion. It seemed more like someone from the heist crew itself had grasped, but if that's the case, we shall never know whom. Caudry, Wilson, or one of the men who never got charged and disappeared. Regardless, Goody refused to say another word until he'd spoken to his lawyer. About fucking time, mate. Also, why are we not discounting the fact that the Grey Fox, he's ultra smart. He's hunting. He could have just been bluffing. Even though Butler may have known Goody's alibi was fake, it was another thing to actually prove it. And unlike Charlie Wilson, Goody never made any statement under interrogation that was sufficiently incriminating to justify charging him and hoping that forensic evidence yielded something decisive from Leatherslade Farm. And Goody's solicitor, when he arrived, got increasingly vocal about how they should charge Goody or let him go. By midnight on August 25th, Goody had successfully run out the clock. He was released on police bail under the condition that he was brought to a police station every few weeks on 3 appointed dates between August the 25th and October the 3rd. Butler did not like letting him go. No. But despite having a lawyer, he seems smart enough to keep his mouth shut, except for that stupid joke he made about the £5 note, which really shut the fuck up, dude. The very next day, August the 26th, forensic technicians examined the suede shoes found in Goody's room at the Windmill pub. There were smudges of yellow paint on the underside of both shoes. They suspected that it was the same yellow paint found on the Austin Lodestar at Leatherslade Farm. However, it wasn't until August the 29th that the forensic techs obtained the can of paint also found at the scene to run tests. Again, why? You've been at a crime scene with these shoes? Not the direct crime scene, but a place where you've hung out and done painting and left footprints, I'm sure. Why have you not burned those shoes and bought new shoes? Preferably not with the fucking stolen money. Using spectrographic analysis, the text confirmed that it was the same paint. Goody must have trodden in some of it by accident. But Goody feasibly could have stepped in the same brand of paint from a different can that was used at a different location. The police did not find Goody's prints at Leatherslade Farm. Butler needed more evidence, and Goody was not arrested at this time. On September the 2nd, Gordon Goody used a false name and accompanied Patricia Wilson on a visit to her husband, Charlie Wilson, the not-so-silent man, in prison. They briefly discussed the possibility that someone on the heist crew had turned grass. Charlie Wilson dismissed the notion and was supremely confident that he'd be able to beat the charges against him, just like he'd done after the London airport robbery. Gordon Goody was more anxious and circumspect. Throughout September, Goody followed the conditions of his police bail to the letter, twice turning up at the appointed police stations at the appointed times. He was not held or questioned on either of these occasions. On October the 3rd, Goody drove to Putney Police Station for the third and final appointed check-in, after which his police bail would expire and the cops either had to charge him or let him go. Detectives from the flying squad were waiting for him. Uh-oh, they found something, haven't they? Oh, it's time. However, unlike the gotcha moments levied against most of the train robbers thus far, Gordon Goody was a decidedly tougher nut to crack. Okay. Goody was asked to confirm that the suede shoes found in his room at the Windmill pub were his. He said yes. Goody was then asked about his Irish alibi. This time, Goody did not answer, but asked to speak to his solicitor. Smart. Why didn't you ask to speak to your solicitor before they asked you about the shoes? The lawyer promptly arrived and advised Goody to say nothing further. Meanwhile, police had obtained a warrant and were conducting a search of the house that Goody shared with his mother. In their desperation to find something, the cops took away 9 pairs of shoes, 3 pairs of boots, and a pair of slippers. They submitted the footwear to forensics. They also found a diary, 2 letters, and a receipt from a tailor. Back at Putney Police Station, there was nothing else for it. The cops had to rip the cord. Gordon Goody was formally arrested and charged with committing the train robbery. The police could only hope that they'd have enough to make the charges stick in court. Oh, okay, I kind of thought that was leading to him being let go, but they did arrest him. Excellent. Bob Welch. Following the rescue from Leatherslade Farm on August the 10th, Bob Welch, South Coast raider, nightclub owner, and Rand's custard stealer, had spent the night of the 10th in Pevensey in Sussex. Meanwhile, Welch's name was one of the first handed to the flying squad by their informants. It's unclear why. The identities of the South Coast raiders were not yet known. Welch was very two-bit when it came to his criminal activities. Yeah, he was just a guy who stole custard. He was not a proper criminal, but he's the first one. It's possible that Welch was simply too loose with his lips in the run-up to the robbery, and he bragged to someone that he shouldn't have. Dude, don't brag about your crimes. That's one of the basic rules, dude. Regardless, the flying squad swung by Welch's house on August the 11th and placed under surveillance. Mary Welch tipped off her husband over the telephone that the cops were watching the place, and Welch didn't return home. On August the 12th, Welch's name came up for the third time on a list of potential suspects. Accordingly, on August the 14th at 5 a.m., the Sweeney showed up at his address with, for once, an efficiently procured search warrant. Welch had not returned home, but had spent the past few days in the arms of his mistress. Mary let the officers inside, and they went over the house from top to bottom, finding nothing. Welch was hardly going to stash something in his police-surveilled home. No, but I mean, there's also no harm in looking. Criminals can be pretty stupid. However, Welch knew that disappearing for a long stretch of time would only deepen police suspicions. He'd either have to flee the country or bite the bullet eventually. And worse, on August 15th, the news circulated that his leader, Roger Cordray, had been arrested in Bournemouth. So, in the early afternoon of August 16th, Bob Welch presented himself voluntarily to the officers of Scotland Yard, claiming that he had heard they were making inquiries after him. Under interrogation, Welch denied ever visiting Buckinghamshire and provided an alibi that he was at home with his wife Mary on the night of the train robbery. With no decisive evidence to the contrary, detectives thanked Welch and let him go. Welch was satisfied that he'd shown up on the police radar and appeared somewhat cooperative. However, unlike Tommy Wisby, Welch thought it was now time to get the hell out of town while observing how far the cops got in their investigation. He wasn't just going to cross his fingers, say a little prayer, and wait to see whether or not the cops would lock him up. Smart man. It's time to flee the country. Go to Lebanon, somewhere with no extradition policy. After leaving Scotland Yard, Welch immediately departed for southwest England, renting a little cottage in the village of Beeford in Devonshire. He invited 4 of his friends to come along with him. 3 of these were Charlie Charlie Lilly, Ronald Harvey, and John Strum, none of them associated with the train robbery. But Welch's fourth friend was fellow South Coast raider, a 27-year-old former soldier, Danny Pembroke, who was known to the police and had taken the precaution of wearing gloves the whole time that he stayed at Leatherslade Farm, the smart one. Welch, Pembroke, and their mates spent the next several weeks on a quasi-bender, pissing away the stolen train money on boozing in the local pubs and buying barrels containing huge quantities of beer to take back to the cottage. When the village priest came by collecting money for the church renovations, Welch, drunk as a hobo's fart, handed him £50, that's £1,300 in modern money. Welch's lack of subtlety and discretion in his hideaway meant that his location soon reached the ears of the flying squad via their informants. The Grey Fox ordered that a surveillance team watch the cottage. He did not want Welch arrested yet, just in case the remaining train robbers showed up there. The Grey Fox was ignorant of the fact that Danny Pembroke was one such robber. As September came and went and October dragged on, the flying squad concluded that Welch was the only bandit making use of the place. And a London informant told the flying squad that Welch planned to come to London on October the 25th for a secret meeting with his brother at London Bridge Station at 9 p.m. The flying squad set up 2 police cars and 3 men on foot to nab Welch when he arrived. They arrested him without incident. Welch seemed genuinely shocked that the police knew that he was coming. Bro, they've got informants, and someone keeps talking and boasting and rambling on, and it might be you. You're getting like drunk as fuck with your friends. Like, you're not talking about this shit? Come on. Under interrogation by Tommy Butler at Scotland Yard, Welch was pale, nervous, and polite. He denied having anything to do with the train robbery. He admitted to knowing Tommy Wisby and Big Jim Hussy, who had now both been arrested. Welch denied knowing any of the other bandits connected to the crime, and then the Grey Fox revealed to Welch that his fingerprints had been found on a small ceramic container of beer known as a pipkin, found at Leatherslade Farm, and Welch was screwed. Busted. This is it, dude. The next day, Welch was taken to Aylesbury and formally charged. The same day, police raided Welch's cottage in Beeford. Unfortunately, because Welch had not returned from London, Danny Pembroke and Welch's 3 friends had scarpered, taking Welch's share of the money with them. Bro, you just left your... Do you not understand how much money this is to people? Dude, come on. All 4 men had been identified by the surveillance team and were suspected of having some kind of role in the robbery, but the evidence against them was not strong enough. None of them were previously known to the police, and none of them had left prints at Leatherslade Farm. 6 months later, in May 1964, a man named Martin Harvey, brother of one of Welch's mates at Beeford Cottage, was arrested for the possession of £518, that's £13,600 in modern money, that was determined to have come from the train robbery. None of the 4 men at Welch's cottage were arrested. Thus, Danny Pembroke, who had been saved by his decision not to take off his gloves, departed into obscurity, not only with his own share of the money, but with roughly a quarter of Bob Welch's share. This amounted to somewhere in the region of £182,000 or £4.8 million in modern money. That's $6 million American. God damn, dude. Wait, you can't tell me this is the end of his story. If Danny Pembroke, with his gloves, and he took... Dude, he did it, man. This is the guy. John Daly. John Paddy Daly had escaped Leatherslade Farm on August the 9th with his friend Bruce Reynolds. They were assisted in their escape by Mary Manson, common-law wife of Daly's employer at Max Antiques, a London fence for stolen goods. Manson had transported the money to Wimbledon, 9 miles southwest of central London, while Daly and Reynolds took the train. Upon arriving and collecting their money, Daly and Reynolds stashed it in a derelict warehouse in the middle of the city behind a pile of furniture. From there, Daly and Reynolds split up. Daly went home to his 22-year-old pregnant wife, Barbara, who was the younger sister of Reynolds' own wife, Frances. With the discovery of Leatherslade Farm on August the 13th, John and Barbara Daly went into hiding in the Endcliffe Hotel in Margate, a coastal town some 76 miles southeast of London in Kent. I know it well, been to Margate many times. I'm from Kent. On August the 28th, Daly briefly returned to London to hide his 3.8 Mark II Jaguar in a parking garage. On August the 29th, forensic technicians confirmed that John Daly's fingerprints were on the Monopoly box and one of the game's chance cards found at Leatherslade Farm. Good, they were so specific about that. On August the 31st, the Daily Express ran an article on John Daly, naming him as a suspect in the train robbery. Staying at a hotel in Margate now became extremely risky. Daly's picture was in the newspapers, and he was a rather conspicuous man, 5'11", 238 pounds. Siri, how much is 238 pounds in kilos? 107. He's noticeable. I weigh 80 kilos. I'm 5'11" and a bit. So he's a big boy. And a deep scar on the side of his forehead. He needed seclusion. And so, Daly and his wife used false names, Mr. and Mrs. Grant, to rent a small basement flat in London's extremely posh Eaton Square, Belgravia, for £45 a week, £1,200 today and £1,500 American. £6,000 a month, even in modern money, for a flat in Belgravia that seems like a good deal. The apartment itself is Belgravia's equivalent of a bedsit, meaning it was small but extremely lavish in design, with a caretaker whose job it was to preserve the privacy of his tenants. Okay, so it was really small. But still, £6,000 a month feels quite good for, Belgravia. And allow Barbara Daly the opportunity to dress up to the nines, to run out for food and supplies, blending in with all the upper-class ladies in Belgravia. The posh pregnant lady was unlikely to be stopped and questioned. Meanwhile, Daly stayed in the flat, firmly out of sight. On October the 5th, Daly's Jaguar was located and confiscated by the police. On October the 7th, Daly took the risk of meeting Bruce Reynolds in an alleyway in central London, where they discussed the ongoing manhunt, their future plans, and how expensive it was to spend life on the run. Shortly thereafter, John Daly had a heart attack and was taken to hospital. Daly and his wife, again, used their fake names with the hospital staff and signed the paperwork as Mr. and Mrs. Grant. Bro, your face is all over the papers, and now you're going to have a bunch of doctors and nurses swarming around you? You're cooked, mate. Daly spent a couple of days recovering in hospital, then went straight back into hiding in Belgravia. The apartment's caretaker and his wife had been alarmed by the emergency and startled by Daly's quick return home. Their suspicions were further aroused when Barbara told them that her husband was not to be disturbed, and if the caretaker wanted them for any reason to ring the doorbell with a special combination of 2 long rings, 1 short. The caretaker's wife contacted the police. The flying squad placed the Eaton Square apartment under surveillance. They observed Mrs. Grant head out to do some shopping and identified her as Barbara Daly. Tommy Butler, the Grey Fox, ordered that the flat be watched for several weeks to prevent John Daly's escape and to also catch any fellow bandits who would swing by. When that did not seem to be the case, on December the 3rd at 4 p.m, 6 cars of police officers surrounded the building, blocking off all exits. It was the Grey Fox himself who marched down to the basement flat and hit the doorbell. 2 long, 1 short. Barbara Daly answered the door. Fox and his detectives pushed past her and burst into the sitting room where John Daly was dressed in his pajamas, lying on the sofa. It took Butler a moment to recognize him. Daly had lost a great deal of weight since his heart attack, and his face now sported a scraggly-looking beard. "You're John Daly," the Grey Fox said. "No, my name is Mr. Grant," Daly replied. But then he thought the better of it and said, "Yes, you've got me." Yeah, dude. Dude's sick on the sofa, suffering from a heart attack. He's just oh, fuck it. Whatever. Fuck it. Butler said, "Your fingerprints have been found at Leatherslade Farm." Daly replied, "You're wasting your time. I've never been to that bloody farm." That's the truth, bro. I mean, yeah, okay, deny. Why not? Daly was arrested and taken to Scotland Yard. Before the Grey Fox left the Belgravia apartment, he telephoned Mary Manson, the wife of Daly's employer, Max Antiques, who had been acquitted and released from jail the day before. In an act of compassion, Butler asked Manson to come over and look after Daly's heavily pregnant wife. And she did. Bro's got a 22-year-old heavily pregnant girlfriend, and he had a heart attack? How old is this dude? At Scotland Yard, Daly denied everything. That evening, he was driven to CID headquarters in Aylesbury and formally charged. When police tried to get Daly's mugshot, he kept hiding his face or turning away. No matter how many times the officers tried, Daly would not desist, and the cops eventually gave up. Roy James. Roy James, 5'4" fitness freak, racing car driver, and cat burglar, had departed to Leatherslade Farm on August the 8th to go with Brian Field to secure some transport in London. He returns on August the 9th, driving one of the 2 vans, while Karen Field drove her husband's Jag and rescued 10 of the bandits. Roy James was alone amongst the planners of the heist, who thought that hiding out in the Buckinghamshire countryside dramatically increased the chances of getting caught. He wanted to immediately run the gauntlet from Bridgego Bridge to London, splitting up and blending into the morning traffic. Yeah, that I think was the better plan from the get-go. Given the bandits departed the scene at 3:30 a.m. and word only reached Scotland of a robbery at approximately 4:20 a.m, the bandits would have been well out of Buckinghamshire, nearly to London, and beyond the police patrols and roadblocks that were only just starting to get set up. None of this would have prevented the flying squad's informants from naming the likely suspects, nor the stupidity of the various bandits in getting themselves caught. But it would have deprived the police of the treasure trove of forensic evidence found at Leatherslade Farm, which police could use to get convictions, along with the bill of sale that screwed over Brian Field, who still would have lost most of his money by leaving it in a forest like an idiot for 2 random people to find. Yeah, these dudes. But I said it so many times, but the execution of the crime was so good. And then afterwards, it just turned into an absolute show. Without Leatherslade Farm, it is possible that even with the likely suspects identified and detained, the cops would not have enough evidence to make the charges stick. So on balance, Roy James, and also me, was probably right. In the early hours of August the 10th, James and the rescue convoy arrived at Brian Field's house near Reading. James then departed to spend the night in town. A few hours later, he arrived back at Field's house driving a Mini Cooper, and he took Charlie Wilson, the silent man, back to London. On August the 13th, the cops found Leatherslade Farm, and Tommy Butler was made head of the investigation. In one of Butler's first acts, he ordered Detective Jack Slipper of Scotland Yard to track down Roy James, who was well known to police and affiliated with the other suspects named by the flying squad. However, Roy James had gone to ground. He couldn't be found anywhere. 9 days passed, and Slipper of the Yard, as he was known, was no closer to finding him. This was a problem because on August the 22nd, James's name and photograph were due to be published in the evening newspapers in the second batch of bandits wanted for questioning after Bruce Reynolds, Jimmy White, and Charlie Wilson from the day before. This would likely drive James deeper into hiding, or else provoke him to flee the country, so Slipper of the Yard only had the morning and afternoon of the 22nd of August to find him. On the afternoon of the day in question, Detective Slipper had a hunch that Roy James might succumb to the temptation of racing and participate in some practice sessions happening in Sussex for the Goodwood Motorsport races, later called the Festival of Speed. Slipper placed a call to the racetrack, said that he was a friend of Roy James, and asked if he was there. The answer was yes. Slipper then called, "Why are you all not lying low? Desperately, desperately low. You shouldn't be racing cars." Slipper then called the Sussex police, who dispatched an officer to the track. The officer then arrived and discovered that James had left only minutes before. In response, Slipper dispatched 2 London officers to stake out James's garage in Battersea. After an hour, the policeman saw a tow truck approaching. It was dragging the car Roy James had just been driving at the Goodwood racetrack, but when police approached the vehicle, they found it only contained mechanic Robert Pelham, who said that James had heard the radio announcement of the arrest of Charlie Wilson earlier that day and bolted. Slipper of the Yard posted men at Roy James's London flat, but doubted he'd be returning there. And so, that evening, Slipper paid a visit to the home of James's mother, Violet. Slipper spent several hours questioning Violet and waiting for her son to show up. He didn't. Posting another 2 officers to stake out Violet's place, Slipper departed, knowing that James had slipped the net. On August the 23rd, police spotted James's Mini Cooper parked in front of the Notting Hill home of his mechanic, Robert Pelham. Very nice neighborhood. Doing well as a mechanic. The cops arrived, questioned Pelham, and conducted a search of the place. They found a brown paper bag containing £545 or £14,300 in modern money. It was later linked to the train heist. Pelham was arrested and charged with receiving stolen property. A few months later, Pelham, who had no previous criminal record, pled guilty to the crime. The judge remarked that no public good would be served by sending Pelham to prison and decided to give him a conditional discharge, which essentially means the defendant gets a criminal record and no further punishment. On August the 24th, the press published more photographs of Roy James and claimed that his nickname was The Weasel due to his lower-than-average male height. This is complete fabrication of the press. He was never called any such name. Scotland Yard called the newspapers to correct the mistake. Nonetheless, for months, the press continued to use it. Well, I mean, a nickname's just a nickname. If the press want to give it to him, they kind of can. Meanwhile, James was nowhere to be found. His total disappearance pretty much confirmed his guilt in the eyes of the law and the public. As weeks turned into months, the nationwide manhunt for Roy James extended to 76 foreign countries who were cooperating with the British authorities. Still, they found nothing. Then in the late afternoon of December the 10th, the police got an anonymous phone call from a woman saying that Roy James was hiding out at 14 Riders Terrace in St John's Wood, nearly smack dab in the middle of London, approximately 4 miles northwest of Parliament and the offices of Scotland Yard, along with being a stone's throw from Abbey Road and Madame Tussauds Wax Museum. When the neighbours were later questioned, police discovered that James had been staying there since late August. At 7:45 p.m. on December the 10th, 40 police officers, including Tommy Butler of the flying squad, surrounded the address. The Grey Fox sent a female plainclothes detective to the front door, carrying a shopping bag, instructed to pretend that she had a message for James. She rang the bell. No one answered. She rang the bell again. From upstairs, a shadowy figure moved the curtain, glanced out, and bolted from the window. In that moment, police decided the ruse had not worked and burst into the home via the front door and climbing up onto the balcony and smashing their way in through the window. The officers entering via the window saw Roy James disappearing through a skylight. Police followed. They chased Roy James across the rooftops of Riders Terrace. Awesome. I'm sure this is a movie, right? This has obviously been turned into a movie. This happened in the 1960s, but that roof chase scene, yes, it's a necessary part of it. James reached the end of a row of houses, dropped the bag he was carrying, and climbed down a drain pipe. There he was met by a flying squad detective who had been posted at the end of the street by the Grey Fox, who had correctly anticipated that James might flee across the rooftops. Roy James was arrested on the spot. He had been carrying a satchel containing £12,000. £350,000 in modern money, or 400,000 American, goddamn. Roy James was the last of the train robbers to be arrested in the 4 months following the heist. Meanwhile, Bruce Napoleon Reynolds, Buster Edwards, jovial rotund nightclub owner and organizer, Jimmy White, World War II veteran and car thief, and the mysterious Henry Smith, who never gave his real name to the other gang members, Danny Pembroke, who wore gloves at Leatherslade and made off with part of Bob Welch's share, and a forever unidentified Mr. 2 remained at large. In addition to these men, Pop the train driver was never identified by police, and the historians who claimed to have met him refused to give his real name. Pop allegedly became sick and extremely senile less than a decade after the heist, and thus did not have long to enjoy the money or his retirement. How much money did Pop get from this? Because he also wasn't very good in the end, was he? He couldn't like unlock the train or something. A trial full of holes. On January the 20th, 1964, the trial of the train robbers and their accomplices opened at Aylesbury Crown Court. All of the accused were to be tried at once. The case involved 2,300 written statements from experts and police, 613 evidence exhibits, and the testimony of 240 witnesses. It took 35 minutes for the clerk of the court to read out all the charges directed at each of the accused and to hear their pleas. Big trouble, boys. Roger Cordray, leader of the South Coast Raiders, had reached a plea deal with the Crown where he declared himself guilty of conspiracy to rob and for receiving stolen goods. He pled not guilty to armed robbery and did not appear for the rest of the trial. Cordray was later sentenced to 20 years in prison. Dude, it's a hell of a job when your plea deal gets you 20 years. The rest of the bandits, along with the corrupt law clerk Brian Field, bench solicitor John Wheater, and their stool pigeon Lenny Field, pled not guilty to all charges against them. It is fairly clear that Gordon Goody, Criminal Sergeant Major, Charlie Wilson, Silent Man, and Brian Field all thought they were going to beat the charges. They sat relaxed in the dock and frequently smiled at each other and whispered hushed jokes. The rest of the bandits stayed impassive. Meanwhile, the solicitor, John Wheater, and Cordray's friend, William Bowl, who was incorrectly accused of train robbery, were ashen-faced and visibly upset. They sat apart from the rest of the defendants in the dock for the entirety of the trial. Over the first 10 days, the court heard police and witness accounts of the robbery and the various subsequent arrests. Very routine and straightforward. On January the 30th, the judge announced that he had received a letter from an anonymous member of the public threatening to harm or kill him should he treat the defendants too leniently. He warned the court that anyone caught sending such missives would be dealt with by the full force of the law. On February the 5th, Dr. Holden of the Forensic Science Laboratory presented his spectrographic analysis of the yellow paint found at Leatherslade Farm. Holden declared that the same batch of yellow paint used on the Austin Lodestar at Leatherslade was found on the soles of the suede shoes found in Gordon Goody's room at the Windmill Pub. This was crucial because Goody had left no clear prints at the farm. Yeah, prints are fairly definitive, but the paint thing, I feel like the lawyer will, David was saying earlier, it could have been from, just the same batch or like the same paint. Quite curiously, however, Dr. Holden also claimed that the same batch of yellow paint was found on a small brass winding instrument found hidden in the walls at the London house of William Bowl, Cordray's friend who had gotten them both arrested in Bournemouth. Bowl stood accused of being one of the train robbers. In truth, he had merely been an accomplice of Cordray's following the robbery. The winding instrument was assuredly not at Leatherslade Farm, so either Dr. Holden's analysis of the yellow paint on it was faulty, or the same batch of paint had coincidentally found its way onto the winder in another context, or the police had planted the winder at William Bowl's house to secure a conviction. The last of these seems the most likely. Evidence planting was hardly uncommon in the 1960s. Meanwhile, Dr. Holden declared that the odds of the same batch of paint being on Gordon Goody's shoes and on Bowl's brass winder without coming from Leatherslade Farm were 1 in a million. The jury found Dr. Holden's expert testimony compelling, which was bad news for Bowl. Bowl's kind of getting... On February the 6th, Detective Inspector Basil Morris gave an account of his questioning of Ronnie Biggs on August the 24th, 1963. During his testimony, Morris made a mistake. He mentioned that Biggs had said that he had met fellow train robber Bruce Reynolds, who was still at large, while they were both in prison in 1949. An innocent and accurate statement, but this caused a problem.
A jury should not have heard even the implication of previous conviction, unless admitted as relevant beforehand by the judge. To ignore this mistake would be considered prejudicial. Ronnie Biggs was thus dismissed from the trial and sent back into custody, where he would await a second trial to be heard by a different jury. Why is someone being a criminal in the past not relevant? I feel like if someone's a criminal in the past, then of course it's going to make it more likely that they're a criminal now. Of course. Why is that irrelevant? Why is that not allowed? On February the 7th, Detective Superintendent Maurice Ray of the Forensic Science Laboratory presented the finger and palm print evidence from Leatherslade Farm. Big Jim Hussy's prints were found on the back of the Loadster, Bob Welch's on a pipkin of ale, John Paddy Daly's on the Monopoly box and a chance card, Roy James's on a glass plate and magazine, Charlie Wilson's on a salt shaker, first aid kit and a windowsill, and Tommy Wisby's on a bath rail. Maurice Ray also presented the bags of money found in the Surrey forest, which had Brian Field's fingerprints on them. Ray also displayed the bill of sale for Leatherslade Farm, which had the fingerprints of the gang's stool pigeon, Lenny, on them. All damning stuff. However, on February the 13th, the most shocking thing happens. At the start of the session, John Daly's defense lawyer, Walter Rabin, marched into the courtroom and submitted a motion to the judge. Rabin declared that the only substantive evidence against John Daly was his fingerprints on the Monopoly game. Well, yeah, my dude. Why, you just think he came round for a game of Monopoly, then f***ed off? That is not reasonable doubt, my dude. However, Rabin claimed that Daly was the best friend of Bruce Reynolds, suspected and still at large, and that they'd played Monopoly together on an earlier occasion. Are you really doing that? Is that what you're really going for? He came round to our secret hideout for a game of Monopoly. That was it. You're insane. This is the best you've got? Your dude is f***ed. As flimsy an explanation as this was, it did create reasonable doubt. That is not reasonable doubt. Oh my God, that is not reasonable doubt. Meanwhile, Daly had not been found with any of the train money in his possession, and therefore there was no other direct evidence linking him to Leatherslade or the robbery, except for his fucking fingerprints. Like, dude. Rabin claimed that his client and his pregnant wife had only gone into hiding because of Daly's association with Reynolds. Rabin therefore asked for the case against Daly to be dismissed, and shockingly, on February the 14th, the judge announced that he agreed. Not only did it not go to trial, it got dismissed. Okay, I think everything I said is wrong. Apparently, mad respect to Rabin getting this dismissed. He got his... Good God, man. You lucky bastard. You've got to be like... You're the luckiest dude ever. Daly was acquitted by the jury right then and there. Wait, why was there a jury? Oh, okay, so they had gone to court, sorry, and then they got it acquitted after that. Okay, fair play. To trial. Nobody was more surprised by this development than John Daly himself, who returned home to his wife and infant son, the latter of whom being born while Daly was in prison. Shortly thereafter, Daly and his family moved to Cornwall, where he got a job as a street sweeper. Daly and his wife had 2 more children, and he died in 2013. But this was happening in the 60s, so he had a good-ass long life. This dude fully got away with it. But did he have them... Where's his money? He's got to be mad rich, right? Surely you'd just like go off to Spain or whatever. The question is, did John Daly get to enjoy his share of the money? Here we go. According to the post office investigation into the whereabouts of all the stolen money yet unaccounted for, the answer is no. Before going into hiding, Daly had apparently given it to 2 men in Cornwall called Michael Black and Bill Goodwin for safekeeping. The 2 men had allegedly buried the money in Goodwin's garden. When Daly was arrested in December, Michael Black allegedly dug up half of the money in Goodwin's presence and did a runner to Spain. Bill Goodwin then took the other half of the money, approximately 1.9 million in modern terms, and bricked it up in the kitchen. Goodwin died shortly thereafter. Goodwin's niece, Kathy Sleep, moved into the house and allegedly removed the money from the wall and burned it, fearing that it could be traced. Oh, Kathy, no! You burned so much money! You don't have to commit any crimes. Wait, is this a crime? If you just go talk to someone? Like, you know, as I always say, ask your dodgiest friend about their dodgiest friend. And that is your way to find criminals. And you just need to go and find someone who knows about this stuff and just ask them a couple of questions. Be like, yo, there's all this money in my war. I don't want to commit a crime. I haven't committed any crimes. How can I get away with this? And then go talk to a lawyer and see what they say. And go from there. There's no need to burn all the money, Kathy. Or at least, that's the story Kathy Sleep told the police in 1965. Oh, maybe Kathy's pulled a big brain.
She was not charged with possessing stolen property or destruction of evidence, and the post office investigation into Daly's money was closed. However, this extraordinary story may be total fiction. It is distinctly possible that neither Michael Black ran off with half the money, nor did Bill Goodwin brick up the other half before his death, nor did Kathy Sleep burn it. It could be that Daly confected the entire story in 1965 so that he could enjoy the full £146,100, or £3.83 million in modern money, while living an otherwise quiet life as a street sweeper in Cornwall. The millionaire street sweeper. In 1960s, being a millionaire would mean you'd have to have like £20 million. God, being a millionaire used to really mean something, didn't it? I mean, I guess it still does today, but not the same. Not anywhere near the same. Back at the trial in 1964, the other defendants did not get off so easily. William Ball denied being involved in the train heist, which was true, and also denied being aware that the 2 suitcases he had helped Roger Corddry transport and hide in Bournemouth had stolen money in them. The idea that Ball would have gone through such trouble to help Corddry without awareness of the money strained the jury's credibility. Strained the jury's credibility! The same jury, well, not the same jury, but same group, like same concept of people who thought that he came round for a game of Monopoly was not straining credibility. Are you smoking the crack? William Ball was convicted of conspiracy to rob and armed robbery. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison. He died in 1970, 7 years into his sentence before he could be exonerated. Big Jim Hussy, Bob Welch, and Tommy Wisby all teamed up and concocted a story. Hussy claims that an acquaintance of his, known only to him as Ron, had tried to hire him to do a fruit delivery in Leatherslade Farm on August the 10th, 2 days after the robbery. Hussy was unable to go, so he suggested Welch and Wisby. Hussy claims that while bidding them goodbye, Hussy reached into the back of the fruit truck to grab an apple, thus placing his handprint on the back. These guys are grasping at straws for reasonable doubt, but after Monopoly, dude, they'll be like, this is easier than we thought. Meanwhile, Welch and Wisby accompanied Ron to Leatherslade Farm on the fruit delivery. At one point, they entered the farmhouse. Welch touched the pipkin of ale, and Wisby used the bathroom, touching the rail. None of the 3 men knew Ron's last name or his address. The jury didn't buy this unsubstantiated twaddle. Wait. This feels way closer to reasonable doubt than the dude popped round for a game of Monopoly. However, the next day, a man named Ronald Dark presented himself to the court and confirmed every detail of the story. Dark added that he was paid to make the fruit delivery by a man called Sidney Webb, who was equally mysterious and could not be traced. No such man ever presented himself to the courthouse in subsequent days. Dark could not adequately explain how he came into the possession of the Austin Lodestar in order to make the delivery or why he left it at the farm. Bro, you don't think they're going to ask you those questions? Your defense lawyer has prepped nothing. Or whoever, you're a witness, right? Sorry. The defense lawyer for the crook has prepped you badly if they don't think they're going to get asked this question, dude. Like, what the fuck? The jury again didn't buy this story or think it constituted reasonable doubt. Therefore, Big Jim Hussy, Bob Welch, and Tommy Wisby all got 30 years for conspiracy to rob and armed robbery. God damn. Roy James, meanwhile, paid off a taxi driver to provide him with an alibi, saying that he was in London on the night of the robbery. The taxi driver claimed that he had both dropped off and picked up James from a local nightclub several hours apart. However, under cross-examination, it was revealed that the taxi driver was an old friend of James's and had visited him 17 times while James had been in prison. Dude. 17 times? What, you fucking lovers? Dude, what the This killed the alibi's credibility with the jury. Thus, Roy James was also found guilty and given 30 years for conspiracy and armed robbery. Does that taxi driver then get held in contempt and also get his own little stretch? That'd be funny. I mean, not for him, but just because, like, don't lie. Charlie Wilson, the silent man, took the stand and simply denied everything. His denials extended to his saying to Tommy Butler while in police custody that the cops would need to find his share of the stolen money to make the charges stick. Beyond the strategy of deny, 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 Wilson had no defense or alibi. He was sentenced to 30 years for conspiracy and armed robbery. Gordon Goody, criminal sergeant major, clung to his alibi that he was in Ireland with his mother on the night of the robbery. The flying squad's information from an anonymous informant disputed this claim, but an anonymous source from the cops is only worth so much. Goody's defense lawyer, meanwhile, summoned 2 experts in spectrography who disagreed that the paint on his shoes came from the same batch that was found at Leatherslade Farm. However, on cross-examination, both of these expert witnesses were forced to retreat to say it may have been the same paint, it may not have been. You just wasted your money on those witnesses, didn't you? The long line of scientific questioning required to reach this conclusion seemed to bore rather than convince the jury. Gordon Goody was found guilty and got 30 years for conspiracy and armed robbery. Brian Field, the corrupt law clerk, admitted to his role in the purchase of Leatherslade Farm, but claimed that he was ignorant that it was going to be used as a hideout. He's getting prison, but I don't think he's getting 30 years. I'd say 10 would be... This guy, I feel... I don't know. Yeah, he was involved, but not like the main dudes. I'd say he gets half the sentence, and that would be pretty harsh. His explanation for his fingerprints being on the bags of money found in the Surrey forest, along with a cafe receipt from Germany bearing his name, was that those bags had gone missing a few months before. Come on, dude. Field claims that a criminal who had come to the law offices in London must have seen them, stolen them, and repurposed them to stash the cash. Field was fairly smug while telling this plausible but unlikely story, and he was visibly crushed when he was found guilty. Dude, I would think he gets reasonable doubt. Damn. He got 25 years! Oh, for conspiracy to rob and obstruction of justice. That feels unnecessarily harsh. I mean, don't do crimes, but to get only 5 years less than the guys who actually did the robbery. Idiot. Lenny, the stool pigeon used to purchase Leatherslade Farm, went on the stand and told the truth. He's got to be... Poor Lenny. He had been promised a small sum of money by Brian Field to pose as a businessman interested in buying the farm. Then he claimed, probably truthfully, that he had no idea that it was going to be used as a hideout to rob a Royal Mail train. Nevertheless, the jury did not believe that Lenny was ignorant of the train robbery and convicted him for conspiracy and obstruction of justice. He got 25 years. God damn, Lenny got fucked. Both Brian Field and Lenny appealed in 1964 and got their convictions for conspiracy overturned. This reduced their sentences to 5 years in prison each for obstruction of justice. Yeah, that feels a bit fairer. Like, poor Brian and Lenny. Lenny's got to be like, 25 years? What the f***? I just pretended to be a businessman so someone could buy a house. For 25 years? The solicitor, John Wheater, lined up a pointless parade of character witnesses, spoke dramatically at length about the tragedy of his situation, and generally spewed a lot of hot air, but ultimately he had no adequate explanation for why he had rubber-stamped the dodgy purchase of Leatherslade Farm, and then lied to the police about it. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison for aiding and abetting. Feels fair. During the trial, one of the jury members reported that he had been approached by a stranger and offered a bribe to help sway the rest of the jury toward a not guilty verdict. This attempt backfired, since the revelation made the jury think that at least one of the defendants, and perhaps all of them, were guilty and trying to corrupt the trial. This made them even more eager to convict the bandits. I mean, yeah, it's a high-risk, high-reward play, isn't it? And he goes wrong. The separate trial of Ronnie Biggs began on April the 8th, 1964. His fingerprints had been found on a Pyrex plate, bottle of ketchup, and the Monopoly box at Leatherslade Farm. Biggs claimed during the trial that he had been approached by a man named Norman Bickers about a potential job, but Bickers did not say what. Biggs claimed that Bickers drove him out to Leatherslade Farm on August the 6th, roughly 2 days before the robbery. Biggs said that is when he touched the objects in question, but he immediately grew uncomfortable at the sight of army uniforms and other equipment at the farm, suspecting a major heist was being planned. Biggs claimed that he had asked to leave. Bickers apparently also changed his mind about the job and departed with Biggs. According to the latter, he and Bickers spent the night of the robbery discussing tropical fish in Bickers' flat in London. Then Biggs returned home to his wife. However, no Norman Bickers was ever called as a witness. Ronnie Biggs was therefore found guilty of conspiracy and armed robbery and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Oh no, Ronnie, you got it. This is not the last we shall hear of Ronnie Biggs. Oh, I keep thinking it will be, but David keeps saying, oh, he's going to come back. It's Ronnie Biggs. He's coming back. The Flight of the Silent Man. Charlie Wilson was locked up. Isn't there a movie, Charlie Wilson's War, with Tom Hanks? There's another Charlie Wilson. Was locked up in Winson Green Prison near Birmingham. He was considered a high-risk prisoner, and so the Silent Man was confined to his cell 24 hours a day. Is that legal? Don't they even get... I thought, even the Unabomber and shit in, Florence ADX, the Supermax. I thought they get 23 hours a day in the cell and then 1 hour to walk around in a concrete box with the sky above them. God damn. Guards checked in on him every 15 minutes. He was stripped naked to sleep at night to inhibit any moonlight escape attempts. Her Majesty's prison system was not mistaken in their assessment of Charlie Wilson. On August the 12th, 1964, a few months after his conviction, 3 masked men used a ladder and grappling hooks to scale the 20-foot wall of Winson Green Prison and descended into the prison yard. They crept their way through the shadows to Wilson's cell. Along the way, they knocked out, tied up, and gagged a guard. They stole his keys. God damn, they're doing a proper prison break. At 3:15 a.m., Wilson was woken in his cell and given a set of clothes. All 4 men then climbed back over the prison wall and escaped. Historians have speculated that the 3 men who rescued him were fellow Southwest gang members Buster Edwards, the mysterious Henry Smith, and World War II veteran Jimmy White, but we do not know for sure. Did he escape from prison and then that's it? He's gone? No way. We also do not know Wilson's precise movements following the escape. He may have hidden in Britain for 2 weeks, then he was in Paris having his appearance altered by a plastic surgeon. By the following year, the summer of 1965, Charlie Wilson showed up in Canada and bought a 2-acre ranch 43 miles west of Montreal under a false identity using some of his train money. By the end of the year, Wilson's wife, Patricia, and their 2 daughters had joined him. Wilson joined an exclusive golf club and generally splashed the cash to live large in an upper-class community. The Wilsons were generally well liked by their neighbors. This dude's guys, why Canada, dude? Canada's like in the Commonwealth. They're gonna have extradition, my dude. Why aren't you like somewhere where there's no extradition? What are you doing? How much do you like Canada? What the fuck? 2 years passed, and then in late October 1967, Wilson sent word via letter to his brother-in-law, who was back in Britain, that he should come visit them in Canada for Christmas. The flying squad intercepted this letter. They tracked the brother-in-law's flight and followed him to Charlie Wilson's new residence outside of Montreal. The ranch was then put under 24-hour surveillance by the Canadian Royal Mounted Police. At 8 a.m. on January the 25th, 1968, Charlie Wilson opened his front door. Tommy Butler, the Grey Fox himself, was on his doorstep, in addition to 50 Canadian Mounties who had surrounded the house. Wilson was arrested and flown back to Britain, where he was incarcerated at the maximum security Parkhurst prison, nicknamed The Cage, on the Isle of Wight. He was later transferred to a high-security unit at Durham Prison in England's far north. Dude, you escaped from prison, and then you moved to Canada. What is wrong with you, dude? There's loads of places in the world where you can escape to. Why Canada? Why? Wilson was paroled in 1978 after serving roughly a third of his original 30-year sentence. He also broke out of prison. This was likely a mistake because Wilson allegedly returned to a life of crime. For the next 12 years, Wilson was suspected of perpetrating high-level frauds and drug smuggling. In 1983, 6 thieves broke into the Brinks-Mat warehouse at Heathrow Airport and stole £29 million, $122 million in modern money, $155 million American. Wilson was reportedly contracted to launder £3 million of it. Instead, Wilson allegedly cheated the bandits of the money and relocated to Marbella in Spain. He allegedly continued to be a key figure in European drug trafficking. Goddamn, Wilson, dude. You served 10 years in prison, which sucks, but you just be... Your 10 years in prison compared to the amount of alleged crimes that you've done is like... Wow. You did well. 7 years later, on April the 23rd, 1990, a young man in his 20s with spiky blonde hair knocked on the door of Wilson's Marbella home. His wife, Patricia, answered the door. The man told Patricia he had a message for Charlie Wilson and named an associate of his back in London connected to drug smuggling. Patricia let the young man into the backyard where Wilson was firing up the barbecue. The young man with spiked hair spoke to Wilson for approximately 5 minutes before punching him in the face, kicking him in the balls, and then shooting Wilson in the neck and head as he lay on the grounds. What the fuck? The assassin then hopped to the backyard fence and escaped. It's suspected that Wilson was killed on the orders of a British gangster for fouling up a drug shipment, leading to the gangster's Amsterdam hideout getting raided by police. Charlie Wilson was 57 when he was murdered. Well, I mean, yeah, dude, you're like a gangster. This can happen. I was thinking you did quite well, and you did do quite well, to be honest. So, yeah, you lived like another 20-something years after the went down. Jimmy White. Jimmy White, World War II veteran turned car thief, escaped Leatherslade Farm on August 9, 1963, when Roger Cordray, leader of the South Coast Raiders, returned to the farm in a hastily bought Woolsey luxury sedan to pick up his share. Cordray took White with him to Oxford, where Cordray purchased a new vehicle to ultimately drive down to Bournemouth, shove an apartment key up his ass, and become the first train robber to get arrested. Meanwhile, on the afternoon, this was the dude who was like, oh yeah, I got a key up my ass and it's not coming out. There's a key up my ass. I need a doctor while in prison, dude. Whoops. Meanwhile, on the afternoon of August the 9th, Jimmy White took Cordray's Woolsey luxury sedan back to Leatherslade, collected his own share, and rescued the mysterious Henry Smith, who never used his real name with the crew. From there, White and Smith went to London and parted ways. Henry Smith disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jimmy White, meanwhile, bought a grey Austin Healey sports car from a dealership in Chelsea using a false name and paying in £5 notes stolen from the train. I mean, I don't know what to say other than what the f*** you doing, dude? Like, don't buy a sports car with your stolen money under a false name immediately after. I know this is the 1960s, but and it's not going to be flagged up in like some electronic system. But the car dealership's going to be like, oh, hello, police. Yeah, we're just a little concerned about this. This was almost immediately flagged up by the police as suspicious. Of course it was, because it is very suspicious. On August the 11th, before the arrest of Roger Cordray and even before the discovery of Leather Slade Farm, Jimmy White decided the heat from the train job was too intense. He prudently decided to get the hell out of London and go into hiding. Jimmy White, his wife, Sherry, and their newborn baby took the Austin Healey down to the village of Tadworth in Surrey, where White purchased a mobile home using a false name, J. Ballard. Then White and his family towed the mobile home a few miles into the countryside and hunkered down at the Clovelly caravan site, where they planned to ride out the storm. No, this is good. This is a good plan. This is pretty good. On August the 13th, White, his wife, and child took the Austin Healey into the small town of Reigate, where Sherry entered a dress shop and made £26 in purchases, £682 today. It's quite a lot of money. I mean, but it's not. It depends what sort of dress shop. Sherry paid in £1 notes and refused to give her name or address. Suspicious. The shop owner found this suspicious and called the police. At 2:30 p.m, two constables spotted White in his Austin Healey and asked to see his ID. White gave them a fake license that named him as James Patton and gave a false London address. White claimed that he owned a snack bar in the capital, and at that point Sherry and the baby got into the car, and the officers thanked White and departed. Wife and baby, excellent cover. However, when the two constables followed up with other shop owners later that afternoon, they found the same couple had been into other shops and made expensive purchases using two different names, F. Rogers and J. Ballard. Rogers had another fake London address, but J. Ballard had listed the nearby Clovelly caravan park. It's all falling apart. Can you really not resist buying expensive? Can you really not? And I'm not saying you can't, I'm just saying you have to wait a little bit. Meanwhile, the Reigate police followed up in London with the grey Austin Healey, finding that it had been purchased in suspicious circumstances using another false name. On August the 18th, the flying squad discovered that the Healey had been bought using banknotes from the train robbery, and they sent a detective down to the Clovelly caravan park in Surrey. The detective questioned the owner of the park, Mrs. Hetty Dunford, who said the caravan was owned by a J. Ballard, who was staying there with his wife and baby girl. I'm going to Surrey this weekend. My parents live in Surrey. Going to go visit them. The detective conscripted a couple of constables and raided the caravan. They found multiple prints left by two people and £30,440 in cash hidden behind a wooden panel. That's roughly £800,000 in modern money, $1 million American. On August the 29th, the prints in the cabin were matched in police records to Jimmy White. The other set presumably belonged to his wife, who did not have a criminal record. Given that the newspapers were now printing White's pictures and describing him as having a woman and a baby girl with him, White and Sherry decided to split up. Sherry and the baby went to stay with a friend at Aldershot, Hampshire. White initially went to Clapham in London, where he paid an exorbitant £3,000 a week to hide out in a man's garage. That's £80,000 today, or $100,000 American. Dude with that garage must be like, dude, this is the deal of the century, and all I'm doing is harboring a fugitive, which sounds like prison. After 2 weeks of that, he hopped from hideout to hideout in London, where he was also scalped by his criminal associates for similar amounts. Having already lost 20% of his share at Clovelly Caravan Park, it meant that the money was dwindling fast, so in October, White relocated to the town of Mansfield, Nottinghamshire, where he rented a bedsit under a false name and laid low for a few weeks. In November, Jimmy White was reunited with his wife and daughter, and they rented a bungalow under another false name in the town of Whitstable, Kent. Wow! I used to own a bungalow in Whitstable. What's a bungalow? Is that like a one-floor house? I used to own, my family owns, we sold it last year, a little house in Whitstable in Kent. It's a tiny town. Nothing happens there. There, White saw famous actor Peter Cushing on his bicycle, buying vegetables. Yeah, there's a pub called the Peter Cushing, because he's like a famous actor and they have a pub named after him. I think it's a Wetherspoons these days. In January 1964, White purchased a small farm in Derbyshire using an intermediary, the fraudster Albert Place. White himself used another false name, Bob Lane. By this point, White had managed to launder what was left of his train money. There was no longer any hope of the police tracing his whereabouts via his purchases. Jimmy White and his family spent a pleasant 6 months posing as hill farmers when in June 1964, Alfred Place got arrested on an unrelated drug charge. White realized it was too risky to stick around, and he abandoned the money that had sunk into the farm, took his family, and went on the run. In September, they hid in a rented farmhouse in Kent. This is all like this is like where I used to live. All this stuff. This is my part of the UK. The following year, in July 1965, they moved to a small apartment in the small Kentish town of Littlestone-on-Sea. Never heard of that one. Must be very small. On April the 4th, 1966, Tommy Butler, the head of the flying squad, got a telephone call from an anonymous tipster saying that they'd spotted Jimmy White in Littlestone going under the name of Bob Lane. The Grey Fox dispatched 2 detectives to Littlestone, but they didn't spot anyone. On April the 12th, the tipster telephoned Butler again and this time supplied White's address and the plate number on his Land Rover. However, because the two detectives had not found anyone previously, the Grey Fox did not dispatch any officers. On April the 17th, the journalist called Butler, saying that he had a tip that Jimmy White was hiding out in Littleston. On April the 18th, Butler received a call from Kent Police saying that Jimmy White was in Littleston, so finally, on April the 21st, with an unusual lack of aplomb, Butler finally dispatched two detectives to the town again. In fairness to the Grey Fox, the flying squad was usually pelted with bogus tips about the remaining bandits' whereabouts. Yeah, people want that reward money. It was so much money. The detectives, one of whom was Slipper of the Yard, went to White's flat at 12:20 p.m. and knocked on the door. Jimmy White answered it. Without hesitation, Slipper said, "You are Jimmy White." It was a statement, not a question. White showed no inclination to lie or to run. Having gone through 3 months of hell, constantly being in hiding and exhausting most of his funds, he simply said, "Yes, that's right. I'm glad it's all over." Jimmy White was arrested, taken to Aylesbury and formally charged. Of the original £146,100 of his share, £3.83 million today, thanks to the caravan raid, getting scalped by accomplices and abandoning the farm he'd bought, White only had £7,050 left, or £185,000 in today's money. Oh, that's so sad, dude. You spent $3.6 million in modern money. Or lost it. Damn, dude. White voluntarily turned this money over to the police. He cooperated fully with law enforcement, short of grassing on any of his colleagues who were still at large. At his trial in June 1966, Jimmy White struck a deal with the prosecution and pled guilty to armed robbery, but not to conspiracy to rob, saying that he had no part in the planning process, which was true. The plea deal was accepted, and Jimmy White got 18 years of prison, of which he served 9, being released in 1975. White kept out of the press, by all accounts, did not return to a life of crime. Well, okay, not bad, 9 years. Fair. Buster Edwards. On August the 10th, 1963, after his rescue from Leatherslade Farm in the field convoy, Buster Edwards, jovial, rotund nightclub owner and well-connected organizer for the Southwest Gang, was picked up by his wife, June, and taken to a friend's apartment in southwest London. They stayed the night and the next morning decided it was safe to return to their apartment in the London suburb of Twickenham. Leatherslade Farm was discovered on August the 13th and Roger Caudry was arrested on the 14th. The next day, Edwards, his wife and their daughter, Nicolette, went into hiding. Adopting the aliases Mr. and Mrs. Green, they rented a house in the village of Shepperton in Surrey. It was smart that they'd fled when they did. Shortly after Edwards and his family arrived in Shepperton, police raided the Twickenham flat and discovered that they'd already flown the coop. Over the next month, Edwards saw the news reports of the arrests of Wilson, Biggs, and Wisby. He grew alarmed. Edwards stopped eating in order to rapidly lose weight and change his appearance. Smart man. On September the 12th, a man in Shepperton phoned in a tip that Buster Edwards was staying in the village. Police raided their rented house, but again, they discovered that Edwards and his family had already fled. Yeah, that changing your appearance thing is just immediately you've got to get on that. If you're thin, put on some weight. Just start fucking gorging. You can lose it later. Just get a little fat on you. Change how you dress. Start wearing lifts. If you're small, so you look a little bit taller. If you don't have a beard, grow a beard. If you've got a beard, shave it off. If you don't have hair, wear a wig. If you have hair, shave it off. Wearing glasses, don't wear glasses. Basic crime. Come on. Buster, June, and Nicolette Edwards next took refuge in a country home in Wraysbury, Middlesex, not far from London. The house was only accessible by a private back road and shielded from all angles by trees and hedgerows. June Edwards wore a wig and rented the house, again using the alias Green. The rent was £20 or £525 in modern money, and so unlike Jimmy White, Edwards was not bleeding cash in order to stay hidden. Theoretically, they could have lived in that little house for over a century. As it was, Edwards was still in Wraysbury in April 1964 when the verdicts were handed down to the other bandits in the trial. This confirmed to Edwards that if he was caught, he couldn't skate on the charges and he'd be looking at serious jail time. It was at that point Edwards decided to flee the country. Edwards met up with Bruce Napoleon Reynolds, and the two agreed that they'd meet again in Mexico. Very smart. How are you going to get to Mexico, though? I guess this is pre, you could just probably get on a plane like you can get on a bus, right? It wasn't so intense back in the day. Although you're going to have a passport to get into a country, right? How and when Edwards fled to Mexico is quite hazy, with conflicting accounts. Apparently, he first crossed the channel in a cargo ship to continental Europe with his wife and daughter, following by ferry. Then, Edwards apparently got some plastic surgery in the West German city of Cologne to alter his appearance. Then the trail goes cold for a few months, and by April 1965, the Edwards family were in Mexico City, under the surname of Ryan. Holy shit, they did it. Wow. Buster, June, and their daughter Nicolette did not enjoy Mexico, nor did they enjoy the prospect of spending the rest of their lives on the run. And so, when Jimmy White was arrested in April 1966 and tried in June of that year, Buster Edwards took note of White's 18-year sentence, considerably shorter than the 30 years handed down to the other train robbers in 1964. Thus, Edwards devised a plan. He would keep his money safe, return to Britain, give himself up to a stretch behind bars, then he could spend the rest of his life as a very rich man. Meanwhile, with his vast stock of cash, June and Nicolette would be well looked after. Or so went the logic. I don't think this is going to work out for you very well, mate. This just doesn't sound like it's going to work out at all. But the plan went further. 18 years was still a bugger of a long time. Therefore, when Edwards arrived in Britain on September the 19th and gave himself up to Detective Inspector Frank Williams in London, he handed the detective a written statement. Edwards denied taking part in the actual train robbery. His only job was to go to Leatherslade Farm after the heist and wipe it down and burn all the evidence. Edwards claimed to have botched the job because he was in a blind panic at the time. Edwards also said he was not paid a full share from the robbery, but a pittance for cleaning the place up. He was due more money afterward, but said that he never got it. In telling all these lies, Edwards hoped that he would get a drastically reduced sentence and that his massive share of money would remain untouched. I get the feeling that they're going to discover this and then they're going to give you the full 30. Because you lied. Best case scenario, he was hoping to get 3 to 5 years for aiding and abetting and receiving stolen property. Maybe he'd get 8 to 10 if the jury decided to toss on a conspiracy charge. Yeah, 3 to 5 years is a whole lot different from 18. At 2:15 a.m., on September the 20th, 1966, Buster Edwards was interrogated by the Grey Fox at Scotland Yard. I get the feeling he's going to get a big old stretch somehow. I get the feeling this is all going to go horribly wrong for him, and he's not going to have the money either. Edwards stuck to his story and left huge pauses between each of his answers, often asking Butler to repeat his question before Edwards gave a response. His trial was held on December the 8th, 1966. Edwards' claim to only be a clean-up man did not convince the jury. He was found guilty of conspiracy and armed robbery. However, Edwards was only given 15 years in prison, much more than Edwards had hoped for, but less than Jimmy White and only half of what some of his colleagues had got in 1964. 15 years, so if we're doing half, he could be out in 7 and a bit. 8 years, not bad. Edwards wound up serving 9 years of his sentence, being released in April 1975, but he was caught shoplifting from Harrods, a posh store in London, that October, and was sent down for another 6 months. He didn't need to shoplift, but old habits die hard. He's just shoplifting for fun because he loves being a criminal. Oh man. Emerging from jail in 1976, Edwards was careful to never give any sign that he still had the modern equivalent of roughly £3 million in his coffers. By day, he ran a flower stall outside of Waterloo Station, but he and his family lived quite comfortably, and in the right circles, Edwards was the toast of a new generation of wannabe London gangsters. In 1988, a highly fictionalized version of his life was depicted in the film Buster, with none other than Phil Collins playing the role of Edwards himself. He was portrayed as heroic, much to the disgust of the press. In 1994, Edwards became implicated in a fraud investigation and was again looking at serious jail time. He got blind drunk and hanged himself. On November the 28th, he was 62. Oh my god, that's not what I expected. Bruce Napoleon Reynolds. Reynolds escaped Leatherslade on August the 9th with the aid of Mary Manson. When Reynolds arrived in London with his best mate John Daly, they stashed most of their cash in a warehouse. That evening, Reynolds took Mary Manson to a Chiswick car dealership where she used £835 of the stolen money to buy a black Austin Healey for him. Then Reynolds returned home to his wife Frances and infant son. According to Reynolds, he had a hero's welcome. It was apparently quite the idyllic moment. Frances ran to him and he picked her up, and they both spun around laughing. Turns out Reynolds had lifted this touching scene from a movie. Frances didn't remember being in such a happy mood. On August the 11th, Bruce Reynolds decided to go into hiding. He figured that, as a quote-unquote debonair gentleman thief and local legend, the police would immediately suspect him of being the mastermind of the train heist. His strategy was simply not to be there when the cops arrived. His infant son was sent to live with Reynolds' father and stepmother. Meanwhile, he and Reynolds went on to stay in an apartment owned by a man called the Captain in Westminster, smack dab in the middle of London. It was hardly an out-of-the-way spot to lie low. But the object at this point wasn't so much for Reynolds to disappear completely as it was to just avoid being pulled in for questioning. Dude, you're in central London. How long do you think you're going to avoid that for? Reynolds would still take Frances out to dinner, and he would still slip away to nightclubs to flaunt himself in front of London's criminal underclass. He had just pulled off the crime of the century after all. When the cops found Leatherslade Farm on August 13th, Reynolds felt confident that the gang had cleaned up any fingerprints and disposed of any damning evidence. Don't know why he was so confident, mate. They definitely didn't. If anything, this indicates his delusional state of mind at the time. His prints were all over the place. Conversely, when the police arrested Roger Caudray on August 14th, this shook Reynolds' self-confidence, and he began to make serious plans. Probably a good idea. His first act was to dispose of his black Austin Healey, driving it to a long-term parking garage near London Airport and saying that he'd collect it on September the 7th. This way, if the police ever traced the car, they might deduce that Reynolds had fled the country. Something must have been suspicious about Reynolds' behaviour, however, because after he left, the garage owner called the cops. On August the 21st, the newspapers printed Reynolds' photograph and gave a description of him. Reynolds panicked and got a friend, only known as Tony, to drive him to the London warehouse to pick up the bulk of his share. Without retrieving his wife, Frances, Reynolds then fled to an unspecified town in the north of the country. Frances, meanwhile, had the good sense not to go back to the captain's apartment. That night, Reynolds got his old partner in crime, Terry Hogan, who had refused to partake in the train heist, to sort out a safe house for him in Wimbledon. Reynolds headed there the next day and was reunited with Frances. On August the 27th, Reynolds and his wife rented out a flat in Clapham under a false name. But that same day, when Frances popped down the street to a local butcher, the man behind the counter recognized her. The butcher made no attempt to detain Frances, but the Reynoldses immediately fled to Clapham for a flat above a dry cleaner's in Croydon, South London. Frances also dyed her hair red as a precaution. Reynolds managed to stay hidden in Croydon for several months. By October, Reynolds had heard the BBC announce the capture of 7 of the train robbers and 2 of their conspirators, Brian Field and Lenny. More would swiftly follow. On October the 7th, Reynolds took the risk of meeting with John Daly in an alleyway where they bemoaned their situation and discussed future plans. Reynolds made no indication at the time that he was planning to leave the country. It's quite frankly baffling to me how reluctant any of the bandits were to do so, if indeed they thought of it at all. It arguably would have been the most prudent course to flee the country once it became clear that a treasure trove of forensic evidence had been discovered at Leatherslade Farm. It certainly would have seemed wise to leave once the robbers started getting nicked left, right and centre. £146,000 could buy you a lot of Mexican food. Yeah, it's insane. As I always say, why haven't you fled? You should flee to a non-extradition country, which I imagine Mexico definitely is, not to fucking Canada. What the f***? Even Spain apparently didn't have extradition, so just go there. On December the 3rd, a police patrolman knocked on the door of Reynolds' Croydon flat. Francis answered. It's not known what the officer had as probable cause, but he asked to come inside and look around. Well, he's just asking. That's fine. Reynolds, who was listening from upstairs, quickly stripped off his clothes and flung himself down on the bed. He pretended to be passed out on the top covers, his John Thomas on full display, implying that he was Frances's lover having a post-coital nap. The sight so thoroughly embarrassed the police officer that he apologized and left. Reynolds and his wife quickly packed up their things and fled. That is fucking genius. Well done. That's very clever. I didn't think you'd get away with that. But Reynolds would still not flee London, much less England. Using the captain as an intermediary, he spent £35,000, that's £918,500 in modern money, or 1.17 American, to purchase a 3-bedroom home in the neighbourhood of Albert Mews in Kensington. The idea that you could get a 3-bedroom home in Kensington for £918,000 in modern money is absolutely insane. Kensington is nice. And a house? It's just so insane. That's such an insanely low price. Reynolds apparently still clung to the vague hope that eventually the police would lose interest in the train heist and it would die down and the authorities would stop looking for him. What, the largest heist in history? Again, this gives us a bit of an insight into Reynolds' delusional state of mind. The cops were willing to hunt Reynolds for years, even across the world if need be. You don't steal a massive fortune from a government train and just expect the authorities to get bored of looking for you. And, pro tip here, being a wanted man is not the time to be investing in real estate, especially not a place 3.5 miles from Scotland Yard. Reynolds was still hiding out in Kensington when he heard the 30-year sentences being handed down to his fellow bandits in April 1964. By this point, Reynolds had shaved his head and grown a moustache. His son Nick had been moved from Reynolds' father's place and was being looked after by Mary Manson. It had been months, and an angry Frances wanted to see her child now. But with police surveillance on Mary Manson's place, there was no way in hell they could manage it. That is the moment when Bruce Reynolds decided to flee the country, leaving his wife behind so she could be reunited with her son. After a few months, Reynolds would send for them, and they could attempt to live some semblance of a normal life abroad. Reynolds bought himself a fake passport for £1,000, and on June the 4th, 1964, he was smuggled out of England in a tiny prop plane. It was like, it's about double and double and add a zero, right? So £20,000 seems about right. I don't know. That's what seems about right. Like, I know about buying fake passports, but I feel like that would be. Yeah, you get a fake passport. It's pretty expensive. And on June the 4th, 1964, he was smuggled out of England in a tiny prop plane from a rural aerodrome in Hertfordshire. The pilot, who had bribed for a further £1,000, had to land at Gatwick Airport, and Reynolds hid aboard the plane while the pilot lodged his flight plan. Then Reynolds flew to Ostend in Belgium, where the captain, paid £500, was waiting for him. Reynolds spent the night in Brussels and departed for Mexico City the very next day.
Bruce Reynolds, meanwhile, had gotten himself lavishly situated in a downtown apartment and was dropping huge globs of train cash. Of course he was, because there's nothing like drawing attention to yourself after a crime, is there? After Frances arrived, Reynolds took her out to a flurry of dinners and boozy nightclubs. Reynolds made no attempt to save or invest his money. Reynolds declared that when they ran out of money, he'd simply find another heist to pull. In April 1965, Buster Edwards and his family joined them in Mexico City, but Edwards was repulsed by Reynolds' spending habits and generally disliked Mexico. In contrast, Reynolds was having the time of his life. Late-night parties, dancing, multiple day-long benders, fast cars, trips to the beach and the countryside, and all for all intents and purposes acting like the newly crowned king of Mexico. Oh, I guess he is in Mexico, right? So it's like he can't do what he wants. No extradition, surely. Buster Edwards returned to the UK and gave himself up in September 1966. At the same time, Bruce Reynolds decided it was time to leave Mexico. The money had inevitably started to run a little thin. Reynolds had no contacts in Mexico and didn't speak the language, so a new heist opportunity had not presented itself. Reynolds briefly tried to buy his way in as a distributor of Dunhill cigarettes, but this only served to eat up a chunk of his train cash with minimal returns. Just give your money to someone else to invest it for you. You are a criminal bank robber. You're not an investor. Just go have someone deal with that for you and just live off the returns. It seems foolish to just blow through all the money. So, in the autumn of 1966, Reynolds packed his family up in a Cadillac and drove out of Mexico, across the United States, and settled in Toronto, Canada. Reynolds then paid a visit. Why are we all off to Canada? They're going to get you in Canada. I promise you. Reynolds then paid a visit to Charlie Wilson, who was living on a ranch outside of Montreal. Reynolds attempted to get another blag going with Wilson, but the silent man had been more sensible with his money and wasn't interested. Reynolds and his family spent Christmas in Toronto and in January 1967 flew to the south of France, where they rented a villa in the town of Saint-Maxime on the Mediterranean coast. Very nice. Guess the money hadn't been running that low. By August 1968, Reynolds had burned through approximately £140,000. That's $3.67 million in modern money in just 5 years. £35,000 had been squandered on the house they'd abandoned in Kensington, and around £3,500 was spent on the family's escape from Britain. Meanwhile, approximately £101,500 was squandered in Mexico, Canada, and France in just 5 years. Yeah, mate, that's a lot of money. In modern money, that works out to $668,000 American being pissed down the drain per year, or about $56,000 per month. Okay. Like, that is a lot of money, but it's not insane for having pulled off the largest heist in history. And, I mean, $56,000 a month, yeah, that's going to buy you pretty, kick-ass time in Mexico City, right? Okay, you're doing good. That's a lot of money. I take it back. Not billionaire tycoon territory, but certainly deluded lottery winner territory. With the money nearly gone, Reynolds and his family flew back to London, and under an alias, they rented the same house they'd bought and abandoned in Kensington 5 years earlier. Reynolds intended to re-enter the London underworld and plan another major heist. However, none of his old contacts who would work with him because he was a wanted man, and the great train robbery hadn't exactly gone swimmingly for most of Reynolds' associates. After spending 2 months in vain looking for work, the Reynolds family retreated to Torquay in southwest England, while Bruce Napoleon Reynolds planned his next move. At that point, he had £5,500 left, which is not very much. What are we saying? Doubling it and adding a zero, so about 100 grand in modern money. But Reynolds had bigger problems. At 6 a.m. on November the 8th, 1968, the doorbell rang. 6-year-old Nick Reynolds answered it. The Grey Fox and a legion of detectives filed past the boy and marched upstairs to one of the bedrooms where Bruce and Frances Reynolds were fast asleep. The Grey Fox entered the bedroom and loudly said, "Hello, Bruce. It's been a long time." Oh, absolute legend, Grey Fox. Reynolds woke up, realized his situation, and muttered, "C'est la vie." One of the London's...
from a movie, isn't it? One of the London criminals that Reynolds had approached for work had grassed him up to the flying squad. Reynolds was arrested and taken to Aylesbury. During his interrogation, the Grey Fox threatened to bring charges against Francis for aiding and abetting. To avoid this, Reynolds pled guilty to conspiracy and armed robbery at his trial in January 1968. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison. So basically, he had a good 5 or 6 years off of this money, where in reality, if he'd just spent, I don't know, $10,000 a month or whatever, he could have just lived in comfort in Mexico forever with his family. He'd have nothing to worry about, but instead this. Outside the courthouse, a journalist asked the Grey Fox, "Does this mean that this is the end as far as the train robbery is concerned?" "No," he replied. "Gotta catch Biggs first." Ronnie Biggs rides again. Ronnie Biggs had been sentenced to 30 years in prison on April the 15th, 1964. He was duly packed off to Wandsworth Prison, the same correctional facility in which he'd met Bruce Reynolds in 1949. If only Biggs had gone somewhere else for that damn £500 loan. It was a long time ago. Over a year later, at 3 p.m. on July the 8th, 1965, a green Ford Zephyr saloon car and a red moving truck parked beside the 25-foot wall at Wandsworth Prison. They're just going to climb up onto the roof of the moving truck and climb into the prison? Surely not. A man with a stocking over his head got out of the Zephyr. A man in a balaclava got out of the moving truck. The man in the balaclava had a gun. The stocking man swung a rope attached to a grappling hook toward the top of the wall. It took 2 tries for it to catch. The stocking man scaled the wall. At 3:05 p.m., he was at the top and unfurled a ladder. This is happening in broad daylight. What are you doing? And unfurled a ladder down the other side, a chain ladder down the other side, into Exercise Yard E, where 14 flight risk prisoners were getting a little air. 4 of the inmates dashed towards the ladder and began to climb. When the prison guards crossed the yard to stop them, the other 10 prisoners pulled them to the ground and began kicking them. They're just like, "F you boys, go for it!" Ronnie Biggs and 3 other convicts in jail for unrelated armed robberies ascended the wall, jumped down on top of the moving truck, and slid through a hole that had been cutting the roof. They did not try to escape in the truck, but instead dashed out to 3 additional cars waiting on the other side of the road and tore away from the prison. Smart. The escape had been arranged by Biggs's wife, Charmian, the headmaster's daughter, who had paid ex-convict Paul Seaborn £15,000. That's £364,000 in modern money, or $464,000 American, to engineer it. God damn. That's the price of a prison break, is it? Biggs raced 6 miles to a safe house in Dulwich, South London. The vehicle he used to escape was driven off by an accomplice and abandoned elsewhere. Biggs spent 6 weeks in the safe house at a cost of £3,000 per week. Before slipping away to Bognor Regis, a seaside town in West Sussex, where he was briefly reunited with Charmian. She inevitably had to depart since she was placed under fairly persistent, but inexplicably not 24-hour police surveillance. Little did Biggs know at the time that Charmian had cheated on him while he was in prison and she was pregnant with another man's child. But you still broke him out of prison. I mean, Ronnie Biggs had spent 7 weeks at his safe house in Bognor Regis for the price of £2,000 per week. The cheaper option was to adopt an alias and take the risk of renting out a normal property like Buster Edwards did. Trusting criminals to harbour you only led to getting scalped. In October 1965, Biggs concealed himself on a boat at Tilbury Docks and sailed for Antwerp. There he was met by a driver who took him to Paris. The transport out of the UK and to France cost him the steep price of £35,000. That's £918,000 in modern money. That's over $1 million American. God damn, dude. Again, if Biggs had done this without the aid of his criminal contacts and merely bribed a sailor or a pilot, this would have been much cheaper. Everyone in the London underworld knew how much money Biggs had gotten out of the train job, and given the publicity of Biggs's escape, the ferociousness of the police manhunt, and Biggs's own stupidity, his criminal associates took the opportunity to fleece him. In Paris, Biggs received plastic surgery, which cost him a further £40,000. That's $1.05 million today. He is spending all of his money, which I guess is worth it. Is it though? Because then you've escaped. And then you've got no money, so you're basically back where you were at the beginning, except you're a wanted criminal, and your face is different. It turns out that the slight alterations to Biggs's appearance did very little to prevent Interpol from tracing him, which they did mostly via informants and travel records, so it was a huge waste of money. Meanwhile, Charmian broke up with her lover, had an illegal abortion in London, and then took her 2 children to Paris to join her husband. On December the 29th, using false passports under the surname Fleminger, costing a further £5,000, Biggs and his family caught a plane from Paris to Sydney, Australia. Again, why are we going to another Commonwealth country? Why aren't we be going to a country which doesn't have extradition. That's all you got to do. They spent half a year living on the down low in Sydney before driving to Adelaide in South Australia, where Biggs found work on a construction site to avoid hemorrhaging what money he had left. The fugitive expenses listed above totaled £127,000, or over £3 million in modern money. It's nearly $4 million American. Added to that were the 6 months living in Sydney without an income, the upkeep of Charmian and the children while Biggs was in prison for a year, the legal fees from Biggs's trial, and the first month after the heist where Biggs and Charmian lived high on the hog. It all stacked up to be a tremendous whack of cash. By June 1966, Biggs only had £7,000 left. That is £170,000 in modern money, or $216,500 American, and much of it had to be held in reserve in case they had to flee again. Biggs and his family had spent nearly a year in Adelaide, during which Charmian gave birth to their third son. They lived modestly. Biggs was back on construction. They rented a small home. Essentially, Biggs had gone through all of that trouble, only to wind up in the same situation on the other side of the world. Dude, exactly. All of this, and it's like you're just back to square one, except you're a wanted criminal with a weird face. In May 1967, Biggs received an anonymous letter from the UK claiming that Interpol knew he was in Adelaide. And so the Biggs family picked up sticks again and moved to Melbourne in Australia's southeast. Biggs changed his name, got a job as a carpenter, building sets for Channel 9 studios. Thereafter, Biggs, Charmian... Oh, I realise it's Charmaine. That sounds more sense than Charmian. Charmaine and their three sons were able to live relatively normal lives for another 2.5 years. Then in October of 1969, the Australian newspapers ran the story that Biggs was suspected of being in Melbourne, which was completely true. And unfortunately, the press had let the cat out of the bag too soon. Biggs went into hiding with some friends on the outskirts of Melbourne. When Charmian attempted to join him, she only made it a few paces down the street before she was surrounded by police cars and arrested. Charmian was later released without charge. Wasn't really? She was like harboring a fugitive and all that stuff, wasn't she? Her capture was such a media sensation that she was able to sell her story to the press for 65,000 Australian dollars. God damn, dude, isn't that a lot more today? However, the government claimed $40,000 of that money back, leaving her with just $25,000. Nevertheless, that amount allowed Charmian to buy the house they'd been renting for $19,000. Charmian gave her husband the remaining $6,000. Meanwhile, Ronnie Biggs spent several months hiding on the outskirts of Melbourne in the house of his friend Mike Haynes. As the months dragged on, Haynes' wife grew agitated at Biggs being there. She came home one day, plopped a pile of travel brochures on the coffee table, and said to Biggs, "There. Pick one." Charmian gave her police Dale the slip and headed to the outer suburbs of Melbourne, where she went for a midnight stroll with her husband. Biggs was going to run, but Charmian had decided to settle in Australia with her children. They knew they might never see each other again. On February the 5th, 1970, Biggs took Charmian's newspaper, money, and the rest of his train money, which had long since been exchanged into Australian currency, and hopped a boat across the Pacific Ocean to Panama. As identification, Biggs used Mike Haynes' passport with his own photo crudely pasted in it. Biggs spent a few days in Panama, then travelled to Venezuela, where he caught a flight to Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, arriving in April 1970. At the time, Brazil did not have an extradition treaty with Britain. Smart, so Biggs felt secure in his choice of destination. Biggs continued to use the name of his friend, Mike Haynes. He pissed a huge chunk of Charmian's money away and the remainder of the train money up the wall with a life of constant partying. When the money started to run a little thin, he found himself work as a carpenter to pay his daily expenses. In 1971, back in Australia, Biggs' 8-year-old son Nicky died in a car accident. Well, that's sad. His funeral was overrun by police and the media. The cops even removed all the cards from the flowers and put them into evidence. Charmian had no idea who had sent what. She described her mental state as zombie-like at the time. Meanwhile, in Brazil, distraught himself from grief, Biggs fell deeper into drinking and partying. That is when he met quote-unquote exotic dancer Raimundo de Castro. In 1974, with his funds all but exhausted, Ronnie Biggs hatched a plan. He got a friend, Contique Beckendorf, to travel to the United Kingdom to sell a story to the newspapers of Biggs giving himself up. Beckendorf approached Colin Mackenzie at the Daily Express. Biggs sent his fingerprints to Mackenzie to prove his identity. The idea was that Biggs would travel back to the UK and would sit down with Mackenzie for 10 days to give him the scoop. Biggs wanted half the money up front before travelling to the UK, and it's questionable whether he really intended to do it. And little did Mackenzie know that his bosses at the Express had informed Scotland Yard. They dispatched good old Slipper of the Yard. Mackenzie and Detective Slipper arrived in Rio to lay a trap for Biggs. Mackenzie procured the address of Biggs' flat under the guise of conducting an interview. However, it was Detective Slipper who showed up and arrested him. Slipper hauled Biggs down to a Rio police station. Of course, Britain had no extradition treaty with Brazil, and this caused a minor diplomatic incident. Yeah, you can't just be arresting someone in a foreign country. You have no jurisdiction. The British government attempted to convince Brazil to put Biggs on a plane back to England. A hostile Brazilian dictatorship refused. Yeah, you don't have extradition policy. That's the whole point of an extradition policy. And Slipper of the Yard was sent home with his tail between his legs. Like, as much as I'd like this guy back at home and in prison, it's like, I'm sorry, that's not how it works. You can't just go to arrest someone in a foreign country and expect to just be able to pop them on a plane and take them home. That's a different country. What the Biggs, meanwhile, was transferred to a state penitentiary in Brasilia, the nation's newly constructed capital, while the government decided what to do with him. It still looked like that Brazil would wind up deporting Biggs to the UK, except it turned out that he'd gotten his exotic dancer girlfriend, Raimunda, pregnant. On those grounds, Brazil justified keeping Biggs in the country and thumbed their nose at the British government. They don't have to justify anything. There's no extradition policy. They can ask. They don't have to do it. It was treated as a propaganda coup at the time. Meanwhile, the Australian press paid for Charmian Biggs to travel to Brazil and visit her husband in jail, ostensibly to convince him to give himself up and return to the UK. When Charmian arrived, she discovered that Biggs was going to have a child with another woman. She burst into tears in front of a legion of journalists. Charmian returned to Australia and filed for divorce. It was finalised in 1976. They hadn't seen each other in a very long time, though, had they? Biggs was turned loose by the Brazilian government on May the 6th, 1974. He became an international press sensation. Although he had never received any money from the Daily Express, he was now being offered money from journalists the world over for his story. In September, Raimunda gave birth to Biggs' son Michael. He later said, "My father was a train robber. My mother was a stripper. My godfather was a forger, and my godmother was a porn actress. So, what a great bloody start in life I had." It sounds like a bit of a legend. In 1975, Raimunda appeared nude in a photo spread holding a baby. Then Raimunda departed on a press tour of Europe, for which she was paid handsomely while Biggs remained at home. After returning to Brazil, Raimunda left Biggs and abandoned her son, leaving Biggs as a single father. Biggs was not permitted by the Brazilian government to work, so he made money by continuing to give interviews to the foreign press, usually for about £500 a pop or £5,200 in modern money. Not a bad living, is it? Biggs would also hold barbecues in his backyards, where tourists could pay about £50 each, about £520 today, to meet him. Wait, he's not allowed to work, though. This is definitely working. So the Brazilian government are screwing themselves, because instead of working legally, he's just working illegally. Biggs was visited by a horde of celebrities whenever they visited Brazil, and Biggs fancied himself a bit of a rock star, collaborating with a number of musicians, including the Sex Pistols, to produce some novelty tracks, including one called Kosh the Diver in reference to the bludgeoning of train driver Jack Mills. Although Biggs had always been an incompetent criminal in Britain and had played a very minor and ultimately unsuccessful role in the Great Train Robbery, Biggs was transformed into a countercultural icon. Most of the money Biggs made he'd spent on partying, and his Brazilian son Michael later claimed he'd suffered considerable neglect as a child. In 1977, some British sailors docked in Rio and invited Biggs aboard the HMS Daly to get pissed and sign a few autographs. Careful, my dude. That's a British ship. That's going to be British territory. Is this a trap? This sounds like a trap. You definitely shouldn't go. This again humiliated the British government because the frigate was considered to be British soil, and a fugitive from justice had just swanned on and off after having a bit of a party. Holy shit, you missed a trick, Britain. What the fuck? In 1979, British military intelligence paid a team of ex-British soldiers £50,000 or £317,000 in modern money to kidnap Ronnie Biggs and sail him to Barbados, from where he could be deported to Britain and thrown in prison. That sounds illegal. The ex-soldiers arrived in Rio posing as a film crew and took Biggs out to dinner. However, Biggs had already been tipped off by a contact in London. At the end of the dinner, while he was being lured to the boat, Biggs popped into a Rio police station and the ex-soldiers all got arrested. Well played. However, in 1981, another team of British ex-soldiers arrived in Rio and cornered Biggs in a restaurant. He was dragged out, blindfolded, gagged, tied up, and thrown in the back of a van. The team drove to the airport and shoved Biggs into a bag labelled Live Anaconda to explain why the bag was moving. The team took a private jet to the port city of Belém in northern Brazil. Biggs was shoved onto a boat and plied with booze and marijuana to keep him passive. A few days later, they arrived in Barbados. Biggs was blackout drunk, having consumed a whole bottle of brandy that day. The ex-soldiers were detained by the Barbadian Coast Guard. News circulated of Biggs' kidnapping, and his Brazilian son Michael gave an appeal on TV to get his father back. The wife of the Brazilian Minister of Justice saw the broadcast and told her husband, who contacted João Figueiredo, the president of Brazil. Another diplomatic incident erupted, with the Brazilians demanding Biggs' return to Rio. Because his kidnapping had been completely illegal, the British government caved. Yeah, of course they did. This is, as I said, this is not allowed. This is very illegal. You're committing crimes. You're kidnapping someone in Brazil. You could go to prison. Ronnie Biggs returned to Brazil and raised a glass of beer to quote-unquote British justice. The entire incident set off another media frenzy, and it is said that Biggs made more money from the kidnapping than he did from the train robbery. Meanwhile, Michael Biggs was recruited by CBS Records to join a children's pop group, the Magic Balloon, who became immensely popular across Brazil. What is your life? By the late 1980s, however, Michael's pop career... Oh, wait, I'm sorry, this is the Sun. Michael's pop career had ended and Biggs had managed to spend a great deal of their money, untold millions of pounds, buying properties, vehicles, boats, and gallons of booze. Nevertheless, in 1988, there was still enough for Biggs to finance a feature film based on his life called Prisoner of Rio. The film was admittedly pretty bad and did not make much money at the box office. In 1992, Biggs was visited by Bruce Napoleon Reynolds. They'd not seen each other in 29 years. Reynolds had been paroled in October 1978 after serving nearly 10 years in prison. Reynolds allegedly returned to working in London's underworld and was arrested again in 1983 for drug smuggling. He was paroled in 1985. Reynolds then devoted several years of his life to looking after his wife Frances, who quite understandably had suffered a nervous breakdown. In 1992, Bruce Reynolds had been convinced by his 30-year-old son Nick to go to Rio. Biggs and Napoleon Reynolds spent 3 weeks getting pissed up and partying on the beach. In 1993, Biggs was paid to visit Rio by Slipper of the Yard, who came over to bury the hatchet. Okay? Bury that shit. He's a criminal, you're a cop. You're just doing your jobs. They had a few drinks and posed for some photographs together. In reality, however, Detective Slipper had gone to Rio on a mission to convince Biggs to return to the UK and turn himself in. He failed. Of course he did. It's like, oh yeah, sure, no, I'll come back and go to prison. I haven't got this shit all worked out. Please. In 1997, the UK and Brazil finally ratified an extradition treaty. The British government duly requested that they turn over Ronnie Biggs. However, the Brazilian Supreme Court ruled that Biggs would not be extradited and could remain in Brazil for the rest of his life. Honestly, though, if you knew that extradition treaty was going to get signed, like it's not going to come out of nowhere, why haven't you left to somewhere that isn't in the process of signing an extradition treaty? Why would you take that risk? In 1998, Biggs had a major stroke. This was the start of a major decline in his health. Nevertheless, in 1999, Biggs had a 3-day bender for his 70th birthday. Bruce Reynolds came down again to celebrate. Biggs continued to go out boozing every day, prompting a second stroke, leaving him half paralysed and unable to speak. As a result, Biggs could no longer make money off publicity. With medical bills mounting up, his son Michael headed to Britain to discuss amnesty so Biggs could return home and get medical care on Britain's National Health Service. Dude, good fucking luck, mate. The British government wasn't interested in pardoning Biggs. However, the Sun newspaper offered Biggs £20,000 or £41,000 today to return to Britain, turn himself in, and give them the scoop. Biggs accepted. He returned to Britain on Rupert Murdoch's private jet, accompanied by Bruce Reynolds and his son Michael. Biggs landed in the UK on May the 7th, 2001, and was locked up in Belmarsh Prison, with 28 years of his original 30-year sentence left to serve. He's dying in prison, right? He's had a double stroke and he can't move half of his body. On November the 14th, 2001, 6 months after Biggs' incarceration, he applied for compassionate release, citing poor health and wanting his son Michael to look after him, quote, for his remaining days. Biggs' legal representatives later remarked that his death was imminent. The government refused to release him. Meanwhile, Michael Briggs, a Brazilian citizen, was threatened with deportation though the Home Office never acted on it. Although Biggs was unquestionably disabled as a result of his second stroke and developed severe illnesses while in jail, his death was apparently not imminent. He remained in prison for a further 8 years. Compassionate release is such a crock of shit, in my opinion. Like, if you're serving a 30-year sentence, come on now. Like, the Scottish people released the fucking Lockerbie bomber because he had cancer, and then he went on to live like a whole bunch more years. And you're like, he's the fucking Lockerbie bomber, Scotland. What the fuck? Being transferred to Norwich Prison in 2007 and applying for compassionate release several more times, but the government would not budge. They were supported by a large segment of the public who felt that Biggs had only returned to the UK to sponge off the NHS. Yeah, I agree. That. On April the 23rd, 2009, the parole board recommended that Biggs be released, citing his health and the fact that he had done nearly 10 years inside, comparable to most of the other train robbers who did jail time. Yeah, but he also escaped. On July the 1st, however, the Lord Chancellor, Jack Straw, refused to release Biggs, saying he was, quote, wholly unrepentant. On July the 28th, Biggs contracted pneumonia and was admitted to Norwich Hospital. He was released from prison 9 days later, on August the 6th, 2009, 2 days shy of his 80th birthday.
After Ronnie Biggs was released, his health made a miraculous recovery. What? They released him. Wow. His legal representatives still seemed to imply that he was at death's door, but he lived on another 4 years, giving interviews, writing an autobiography, and consulting on television miniseries. Biggs even managed to outlive Bruce Napoleon Reynolds, who had followed in Biggs' footsteps and capitalized on the media attention around the Great Train Robbery, constantly giving paid interviews and consulting. Reynolds died in March 2013. Biggs followed him into the grave 9 months later in December. He was 84. Charmian said of her husband, quote, "I was horrified that he had endangered our future happiness and the happiness of our 2 children by participating in the robbery. He always managed to persuade me in the early days that he did it for us, but as I've gotten older, I can see that he did it for him." Of the £2.63 million, £69 million in modern money that was stolen on August the 8th, 1963, only £343,000, that's £9 million today, was ever recovered. That's 13% of the money. The bandits got away with the majority of the cash. Yeah, they did. They did. And yeah, some of them got bad times, like long sentences in prison. For the most part, they kind of got away with it. And that brings to a close maybe the longest episode ever. I recorded this over several days. It was very, very long. It was very, very enjoyable. Thank you, David, who wrote it. And yeah, like, subscribe. And I'll see you next time for a probably shorter episode.